YouTube, Brian Phillips. We're gonna open this box right here. It's real dinky. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, we're gonna show you what's in here. Evidently, there was a lot of sorting going on with this box.
Apparently so.
And this extra piece of cardboard makes me quite nervous, but we'll find out.
Okay.
Straight out of China. I assume, I don't know. Actually, I don't know where this
No,
comes
it says made in China over here.
from. Oh, it does?
Yeah,
okay,
it
so
does.
straight out of China. So guys, you're welcome to Brian Phillips RC. We unbox these planes, helicopters, quads, VTOLs, and whatnot. Sometimes leaf blowers, sometimes bicycles. It really doesn't matter as long as we enjoy it and it's RC related.
Ish.
Loosely. We will share it on this channel. So thanks for being here. We hope we will help you answer some questions about a particular product. This product in particular is, look at that, the Tundra V2, the Grand Tundra V2. Amazing. There's our quick start guide. Okay. So we're going to show you this. This is, of course, made by Avios, which is a Hobby King brand. Our most recent Hobby King product was this. I flew that last night, 3 flights. It was awesome. My third got cut off by Mother Nature turning the sun off. But this thing is going to be good. I've heard they're very good. We did not ever have the other Tundras, but we were always doing other competitive offerings and really enjoyed those so much. We just never really had a need, but we're going to see how this goes. Camera crew might have to help me. So this is a Grand Tundra, okay?
Yep.
And it's a V2. So I don't know if that just means it's a bigger one. We're going to find out right now together. And by the way, here on Brian Phillips RC, oh, there's a battery included in here that is not necessarily going to be included in yours. That was a repack as part of the early release procedure, okay? So if you guys get your plane, yours will not be coming with a battery necessarily. Full disclosure, we'll just pop this out, make sure we understand what it is. Yeah, it appears to be a battery. And so this is the way they pack that in there. If you order it with a battery, maybe that's the way they pack it. I honestly don't know.
Yep.
But I'll just double check this isn't anything.
It's not like a $1 million or something.
That'd be awesome if they put $1 million in this little bag. All hundreds. Oh. No, it's just a battery. Shoot. Never mind. But the battery will be good too, because they're kind of handy to fly these planes.
Yeah, I kind of need them.
Now you're probably thinking, why are you showing us the battery, Brian? Because I'm just curious about these batteries. What the heck is that? They switch styles? A mass? What does it say? Okay, so this is the Bolt high voltage lipo battery. Okay, so it's a lithium high voltage, 4.5 volts, 4,500 milliamp hour 6S 80C. So this is a Turnigy high volt pack, which is interesting. I've never had a high volt pack yet, so we need to read before use. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to read, but we're supposed to read the manual.
You just read the sticker. Just
no, it says read manual.
Oh.
I just missed that part. Sorry. They did say read the manual. But here's the thing. I'm not 100% sure how to charge this. So we're just going to go ahead and I'm assuming they want us to use it on this plane.
I would think so. It does say on the quick start guide,
what does it
the
say?
recommended battery size is a 3,000 to 5,500 milliamp hour 6S or 4,000 to 6,000 optional 4S.
And this is a 6S.
Yes, that is a 6S.
That's a 6S, but it's 4.5 volts per cell. So I'm not sure if the ESC is going to be comfortable with running on that. I guess we're going to find out. It would be unusual for a 4 through 6S platform to receive a high volt pack.
Is an 80 amp Aerostar ESC.
Well, okay, fine. Then let's look at this together. So I have to use an adapter because we have this smart charger, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and slide this in, okay? Then I'm going to put this is a balance lead. So we're going to land that here. It's obviously 6S. And this adapter just brings us to an IC3 compatible EC3. And that's because there's an IC3 built into this charger. Okay, so you can see we're at 3.8 volts. So if I press this, I can scroll in whatever we want. Now this is a 4.5 volts. This is a 4,500. So you can charge faster than 1C. But what I'm going to do is I'll charge at 1C, but then I have to change the LiPo type. LiPo high voltage, see, 4.5 amps. And then where's my stop voltage? Is that just like a standard? Let's hit start and see what happens. Okay, well, we're gonna see. One word of wisdom from Brian Phillips RC that is sometimes challenged on the RC communities that we're not real super careful with batteries. We are pretty careful with batteries, just don't always see all our precautionary measures. Just be careful with batteries. Batteries are one of the most dangerous things in this hobby, okay, period. Okay, props are the second thing. Everything else is pretty much safe. So you don't hear about people crashing into themselves and stuff like that. I mean, you would think that when you're brand new to the hobby, given how hard it is to learn to fly, but you just don't really hear about it very
Might
often.
crash into other things, but
I mean, we've been
not
at big
usually
events
yourself.
where they've got lots of planes and there's been some close calls and stuff. Thankfully, we haven't ever witnessed somebody get hurt bad, but somebody tripped over a dog leash at the last event because there was a jet crash nearby. And there was a jet as big as this counter or bigger.
Yeah.
Probably like 1.5 times as big actually. It was huge. Huge. Okay, so I've got this. I'm trying to make sure I open it right. So full disclosure, that battery may or may not be the one that we use in this. I guess I'm not sure. It doesn't, I don't know that it's related to this.
I would assume it is.
I assume it is too. Okay, so these Hobby King Avios planes are usually packaged this way. It's kind of like the pseudo retail packaging, and I don't know if there's any retailers that actually retail Hobby King. I think it's all direct sales from the website. Obviously, you want to buy one, check out the link in the video description below. You can help support Brian Phillips RC as we do these RC things, and we try to do it in such a way that is as clean and pure as wind-driven snow.
Yeah.
Because, well, we want to be truthful to the audience so that they can make good decisions.
That's
okay?
true.
Oh, wow. Pneumatic tires.
Oh, cool.
Okay, can't wait to see that.
Okay.
All right, here we go. We're going to keep going. Just cutting it out right now. So if you guys want to support us, that's the best way to do it. Just buy the stuff from the links. We make small commissions, full disclosure. We have never hidden behind that. That is obviously part of our aim in what we do. But the reason we do that is because we are helping to cover our plethora of exceedingly expensive investments that we're making to build this aerodrome, among other things. But really, we're so far behind, it's like we'll never catch up.
Yeah.
But that's all right. I mean, that is kind of the hobby. You know, there's a lot of people that spend a lot on the hobby, okay?
Yes.
So you can control the speed if you can control other things with your spending, okay?
Like yourself. Control yourself.
You get a $200 or $300 budget a month, you'll be doing what is that? We were just talking about how quick this would be.
Yeah, you were. Somebody was more skeptical.
Just looking over at that plane.
No, well, but the other one's not even up here.
Holy Nikes.
Well, what all is it?
I think it's the landing gear. You must have to assemble the landing gear.
Oh.
Okay,
And
yeah,
then-
you got to put the landing gear. It's got articulating landing gear.
Okay.
So it's metal, which is kind of cool. Don't know what this is. We'll find out in a second. It looks like
Some sort of cover, I bet, on the bottom. Battery, or not battery, but
I don't know. It might be float stuff too. No, it's like a foam filler.
okay.
So I don't know, guys. We unbox them together. We work through this process. We had somebody once that was like, "Oh yeah, you should just figure out how to do it and then tell us." What? You want me to do everything twice?
Yeah.
No, not doing that. You get to watch with us, okay? Because if you knew how much time we put into this, you wouldn't have any clue. Okay, here we go. Tail dragger. Ooh, sweet. Soft but foam, 1.75 inches. People always ask, hey, I want to switch the tires out. You don't need to do that anymore because these are so nice. They're very light, they're very soft. But they will get flat spots, so just be aware of that. And they do wear out a little bit more quicker when they're soft. And I can't tell, is that like a screw on? It looks really sweet. The black on black, it's awesome. And big, heavy, robust. Would that be a turn? Like a clevis? No, it's not a clevis.
This is
What
a
am I trying to
control
say?
horn.
Oh, and then look, springs, that must go to this. Spinner adapter for the front.
Okay.
Okay, looks like rubber. Oh, that's gonna go between the landing gear, the articulating landing gear. So guys, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC and you're probably wondering, you know, why do you unbox and talk a lot about each component? Well, because I figure what's the point of an unbox if you don't talk about the stuff in it? That is what is gonna hook the rubber bands, I bet. Okay, so that's gonna go like that. Oop, there's another bag in there. Don't wanna lose it. That looks so cool. That's gonna mount to the bottom of the plane. And then this is what actuates, okay? So it's gonna splay out, but it's not gonna change the angle, is it? No, it's not. See? Well, maybe it will. Maybe it will. Yeah, it will. See, look. The wheels will change their angle a little bit. Okay, that's good. I was concerned about that. Oh, yes. Slide it in the doohickey.
Oh, well, there you go. We're good at that.
Yeah, that's right. Sure are. Here we go. Stick it in. Oh, yeah, right there. So this is going to go onto the plane.
Like that.
Yes,
Ish.
that is so cool.
It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, but then this thing is going to pin through that, I bet. So that must be what all this crap is. Okay, so these are the control arms, and this is going to be almost certainly for the landing gear. We already talked about the spinner. I'm going to pop this out of the bag, though. Flat black. It's got that screw style open pass-through, so you can do... It feels like it's metal.
It seems small.
It is. It is small. I don't understand that yet. We'll eventually get there. Okay, then some more rubbers.
Is this the bag that fell out of the landing gear bag?
Yeah, it is. I wonder if we're supposed to put those on at the end of the stroke. And then, good Lord, look at all those pins. Holy shnipe balls. Oh, Vortex Generators. Ugh,
Individual?
goodness gracious. Again, China, if you're listening, put that stuff on. Put it on for me.
Charge you 14 cents per Vortex generator that they have to
Listen,
install.
I bet they probably did say, we're going to charge you 14 cents per install. Because really, that's one of the labor costs is the one thing that you can't, totally X and A.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the prop, and then, nope, right where you were. Dang it, did I just move that knife too?
Or is it in your pocket?
No, it's not. All right, so this is like, these are wing struts, and then wing spars. Sparse.
Sheesh.
Okay, if there's one thing that we've noticed about the Hobby King planes, and this is part of the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, we've noticed that sometimes the wing spars are a little bit lacking on the Hobby King planes. That plane has a wing spar that's broke free and slides. I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't care. It just keeps flying really good, so I haven't investigated.
Right.
We try not to make a habit of that with full-scale planes that we fly in. But, I mean, that Catalina is an awesome plane, and I love it, but I don't know if the pocket just is opened up and it's allowed to slip just a little bit, or if it's, like, moving away.
Because you can, hear it shift when you
when
turn.
you pick it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, not when we're flying it. Like, when you walk around with it.
Right, when you,
Like in the house.
tip it.
Okay, so those are plastic. Okay, so this isn't gonna be too bad. This is a pretty big plane though. Holy cow.
It is. How big is it? It's 1,700 millimeters.
Holy shnikes.
So it is big.
That's big. Hey, look, little screws.
Oh, okay.
Goodness gracious. That's probably a strut for the tail.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Look. Those are pinched on and then welded with plastic. That's very weird. I don't know. They're just different techniques for building stuff on airplanes. Sometimes it really gets my attention. Other times it doesn't. Carbon fiber, you can tell because of the noise. And I'm just sorting stuff the way I believe it's going to end up needing to be. One's going to be right, one's going to be left. Each of them is going to get one of these. I don't know which one's which, but they are labeled, so we'll eventually come to that. And it's going to be a bad one without a quick start guide. Like the quick start guide, I don't know that there's such a thing as quick starting this.
No, but you should be able to.
Ooh, look at that prop.
That's a big
13.8.
Sheesh.
EOLO. Is that what that says? EOLO.
Yep, looks like it.
And then look at this. It's flat on the face of it, right there.
Oh yeah.
Feel it. Feel it.
Oh,
It's got
weird.
like a different texture. Huh. That's weird. There's got to be a reason for that, or they wouldn't do it. Oh, there's a ring.
And another smaller
I know.
tube.
Carbon fiber. Why do you think I always drop them, camera crew?
So that you can tell what they are?
I can hear what material it is, because if it's carbon fiber, it sounds like metallic. It's got a ring to it.
Twangy.
And if it's, and if it's fiberglass, it's got more of a it's dull.
Yeah.
Dang it. It's way up in there. Come on.
Oh, was that in with the prop?
Yeah, it was in with the prop. So I don't know, it's like a spacer for the inside of that prop. I'm just being really careful as I undo this because there's so many bags.
Yeah.
Which, full disclosure, just so you guys know how I land on this. When I get a plane And there's a ton of labor required of me as the buyer, or in this case, the customer. We are simulated customers in this case because we review these planes. Then I weigh that into the price. So if there's a ton of labor required, then I'm gonna expect the price to be accordingly. And truthfully, like on that Avios, that's a 1.6 meter. It is an awesome plane. It is very good. There's quite a bit of labor involved, but not like the Spitfire.
Right.
The Spitfire, oh my goodness, it took forever. But you know what? That plane is awesome once it's built, and it flies really good. I just realized I should double check this packaging. Yep.
Oh, okay.
We are empty. So all this is just garbage, and I'm actually just start throwing some of the small stuff away.
Okay.
Normally we keep everything just to annoy the camera crew.
Yes.
So this unbox is taking a while. You might notice this is the way we do things, slow, methodical, or I don't know if methodical is always the right terminology. Oh yes. These are sweet tires. They're actual pneumatic tires, but they're like thick. We've seen some pneumatic tires. The only problem is they might be a little heavy, but yeah, you've got a regular valve there. And so I'm sure you can undo this and actually open it. It is an assembled wheel. That is really cool. Here, grab my pair.
Do you have to,
Okay.
do you have to inflate them, or is
Yes.
that what they're supposed to be inflated to?
You have to inflate them.
Okay.
I mean, they might be inflated appropriately, but I'm assuming you can change that. Oh, which, I don't know if it's gonna come in the package yet, but if we don't have one, hun,
Yeah.
that's why this pump is in here. This pump.
Yeah. Oh, that's why that was there?
Yeah, so like, here, put that in.
Yeah.
I don't wanna do it on camera, it'll be weird. Oh, wow. Okay, so we'll slide that in.
Well, maybe we should like read some directions
I know,
or something
but
first.
what happens is you inflate them to a certain size usually.
Oh, okay.
Because like you're not
'Cause
going to
they
measure
are-
the pressure. There's
I mean,
not really any way to put a. Oh, that's so cool. Gotta love it.
That seems better. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean they were pretty limp before.
Pretty squishy.
But then what you can do is you can take this either off and then just let the air out if you need to let the air out. See?
Oh, sad.
I know. It's deflated. Okay, so I'm gonna just put this back on. And usually what I do is I will measure the diameter. Okay? And then that way you can tell if you've got the right amount of pressure.
Okay.
We'll have this handy just in case we need it. Frankly, I'm not sure what the process is for this, if it comes with something like that. That did not come with a plane.
Right.
It was definitely an accessory item that was sent with some other project. I can't remember when we got that. It's been forever ago.
We might have that for like kids stuff.
Nope, Timber 1.7.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah,
been a while.
pneumatic tires.
Yep.
That was about the time we ended up with that thing. I think it might have come with it. Okay, so FPV mount, looks like, of sorts. Okay, so it's painted. Seems like pretty good. It's got a magnetic attachment point there. I'm just gonna keep the garbage here, hon.
Okay.
The big stuff.
Yeah. Well, then maybe don't set that over there.
Well, okay, that's a good point.
Okay.
But we're not gonna use this. I'll put it next to the Apache.
Oh, I gotcha. I understand.
Because we're not gonna use the FPV.
So it's got a
but I'm not sure if
different-
it's a separate one.
Okay.
So good point, good catch. Okay, so if you guys hadn't connected the dots, we work together on this channel. We have for many years, almost a decade, in fact. I've noticed that Hobby King has done a good job of packing most of their stuff.
Yeah.
We haven't had a lot of damage, which is cool. Because the truth is, like, this stuff's coming from halfway across the planet. And, you know, we kind of poke fun sometimes about China. But at the end of the day, like, we're glad that somebody makes this stuff. I don't really care where it's made. It doesn't matter to me. And I work in manufacturing, just so you guys know, for my day gig. And there is damage there, a little bit.
Oh,
Tiny.
yeah, time it.
See? That's kind of annoying, but whatever. It's not bad enough to really make a big deal of. I'm gonna just point that stuff out so you guys can see that we're trying to be totally truthful here.
Had like a different rudder hinge
Look.
design on.
That's glue sticking out, I think.
Yeah.
We might have to rip that off. But then they've got this pass through. Feels light though. Here, hold it.
Oh, yeah.
So they got the simulated covering on that, which is pretty cool. Okay, so just continuing along the way, horizontal stabilizers coming out next. Looks like, yep, wing struts L. Wing strut is not labeled. Then this is going to pass through. Obviously, it's going to sandwich through and be part of the tailplane. I usually like to bend these to show you if they're strong or not. Ooh, look at that. But there is a spar that goes in. But it doesn't look like a very long spar. See, it's that central one. Maybe there's two. No, there's just one spar. So we'll put this upside down right here and we'll be able to come back to that, obviously.
Okay.
So you can see it's big. It's got a lot of parts on it. It does have quick releases on the wing too, which is kind of nice. This is like a decal, so it looks like you can see the innards of what the plane would be. I can take it or leave it. I really don't care about that crap. Some people care a lot about that. When it's a sport plane, it's not like super critical to me. That could just be grayed out. That could be blacked out. It doesn't really matter. But if you're going to do it, I like glass. I mean, glass is awesome. Because especially when we're flying at sunset.
Yeah.
It's just one of my favorite things. Like we had that happen. We were filming that in Apache the other night, and the sun was shining through the tinted windows. Wow. Okay, I thought that was an aileron at first. Oh, look, they just stick in here. Holy schneck balls, there's a lot of them. And then big old aileron.
Yeah.
And you might want to exercise this a few times. Ball link, which is nice. 3 different positions, so if you want to get more output there, you can change from the outboard to the, this outside one to the inside one. Then big servos. That's, I can't tell what type of servo it is because it's labeled down. Maybe the other one will show us. Big split flaps, or not split flaps, but that'd be like a Fowler flap because it makes that gap. So we'll see how that works. Supposed to be pretty cool. I don't know. We'll find out. I like this wing design too. They've got that sharp edge there at an angle. Big LED. Looks like the LED will glow so you can see it. One complaint I have on those planes, on that Avios plane, is that the lights are awesome, but they get blocked by the bulk of the wing, okay? So they have to be outboard far enough to see from a distance if they're gonna be effective, or fully effective in my opinion. On a real plane, they're designed to be pointing a certain amount of degrees on the wingtip so that they can be seen more so this way than that. Kind of like on a boat, same thing. These are like DOT rules. The Department of Transportation, which if you guys didn't know this, the FAA is like part of the DOT, Department of Transportation, I believe. I think it is. Now that I say that out loud, I'm like, oh, I hope I'm not wrong.
Someone will tell you if you are.
Okay, Grand Tundra 2, okay. So we'll go ahead and work these, exercise these. A little bit ugly, this gap here. Just a painting. You're gonna see a little bit more of that. Also, I just wanna point out, these are light for as big as they are, but they don't feel hollow, okay? So like, case in point, actually that plane has a hollow wing because when I go to pick it up, it like crushes. Same Carbon Z, what I was thinking of. Carbon Z Cub, Carbon Z T28, they have a hollow core wing. So it's such a big airfoil that there's room they can lighten it up. And so this one feels like it's pretty solid, a little bit of twist and flex. I would like to not see that. Also, I'm surprised they didn't jig that. Like if you're jigging and painting, you really should probably be opening that. It's not the end of the world, but I know manufacturing wise, that'd be a pain in the butt because you'd have to open it while the paint's drying on the rest of it and spray it. And then what are you gonna do, let it hang low? Pretty much.
Yeah.
So it takes up a lot more room. It's a lot more complicated to do that. It's fresh in my mind because I'm painting some blades on a heli right now. And I had the paint run really bad on me because I always get excited and cut corners every time I'm painting. Oh, it's not too heavy. Wow, that's pretty good for being huge. Whoa, there's a light right there. That's a weird spot for a light. Oh. And then the cowl looks really nice. That's sweet. I'm actually really impressed with how it looks. It's big.
It is big.
1700 millimeters is a big plane.
Yeah.
And then look, you've got the, I think those are German connectors. So not just a regular DB9, which is kind of nice. Oh, this comes off and goes forward.
Oh, okay.
Huge ESC, good lordy lord. Aerostar. Yep, there is a thrust reverse line on there.
Oh, okay.
So that's good, and we'll take advantage of that. And it looks like the battery holster comes out, so we'll talk about that a little later. But as you can see, that drops on there like that. or you can put this one in place.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yep.
So for your FPV. So that's why I was saying it's an optional choice there.
Yeah.
Now, the cool thing is that's all the pieces, but goodness gracious, that, I know it still felt like a lot of pieces to me.
Right. Like piece count of the actual plane is not so bad, but there's just a
Well,
lot of accessory.
I think part of it is that the landing gear take up a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
And when you get a lot of pieces in landing gear, then it adds up to a lot of, and then you've got the Vortex generators, which are a lot of pieces. That won't be hard, it's just a lot of them.
Yeah.
And then you have to do all the control arms, which we complain for everybody that we have to do that for. There are times when it makes sense. Like on the elevator and rudder, how are you gonna do that?
Right.
They aren't installed. But on the wings, there's really no excuse. These ones aren't gonna be too bad though.
No, and the
Because
ball link ones are
make it
better.
a lot quicker
Yeah.
and easier. But even still, it's like, I don't wanna have to do that.
Yeah.
Let the manufacturing company, like where they're really, really good at stuff, let them do that. But then again, they're not taking ownership in the project. So it just depends. Everybody's got their own predisposition on what they need and what they want in an airplane. But we do try to show it from a perspective of like, these are things that are concerns for us. They might not be for you, okay? So Vortex generators. Yes.
Staticky.
Staticky. Vortex generators, these are pretty easy to install. If you don't know how a Vortex generator works, these feel like they're 3D printed, which is kind of interesting. Where did the wing go? Oh shoot, the wings are over there.
Here.
I'm sorry.
I was like, where are you
literally walked
going?
away from the wing. So Vortex generators, I'm just going with what I think they're supposed to be because I am not 100% certain, but this is usually the way I would see a Vortex generator marked like that.
Okay.
Okay.
So are we gluing
But
those
I want to
in?
make sure, oh, they would need to be glued in. They're not going to be a pressure fit. It's possible that they could go either way. It depends. I think usually they go the other way though. But honestly, I think you're going to have a super similar effect. It's got just a little bit of a taper on there. They might actually want them to go forward. I'm not sure. I feel like you'd get a more aggressive Vortex if you went that direction.
Right, because it would like funnel the air.
Well, not only that, but what would happen is you've got this tip that's up high. Whereas, you know, if this is your leading edge, this is tall at the back, this is tall at the front. So I don't know, it just depends. What does it say on there? Does it say what direction?
It doesn't, I can't see it indicated in the picture or the picture on the box.
This picture's not detailed enough to show it.
No.
Oh, by the way, you can put floats on this plane. Obviously, not at the same time, but they show them both on there, which is kind of interesting.
Oh.
So the floats are optional. They do not come with this kit, okay? So if you're gonna buy those, you need to buy those separate, okay? Now also, I'm just in looking at these parts. Everything seems pretty heavy duty. That's what these screws are, okay?
Okay.
Those screws are gonna go between here and here, depending on which side you need to do. So that one says LO, and this one says L. That one says RO, and this one, so this one's gonna go like that. Okay. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, almost certainly. Yeah, should be a pretty straightforward process. In fact, I think we're just gonna dive in with starting the assembly right there because we have to. We have to start somewhere. Frankly, when we do these builds, when there's a lot of pieces, it sometimes gets us a little bit concerned because it takes us a long time to produce these videos. But at the end of the day, it may not like even be an impact for you, so just disregard any of our concerns. If that's not a concern you share, okay? We understand a lot of you guys are gonna be, you know, like, hey, no big deal, just build it. It's fun, I like building planes. I like building planes too, but
You like flying planes?
I like flying planes more. I would rather just fly them and not build them. Not because I don't ever want to build them. I just don't necessarily, that's not my primary focus and interest. I build them as a means to flying
them.
Okay?
Yep.
And if you're anything like me, then you'll get exactly what I'm saying. Also, this is one spare screw. So they've been doing that a lot. Mm-hmm. And we appreciate that. It's always nice. It's always better to throw one extra screw that costs you an extra penny than it is to be short.
Yeah.
Because then you stop somebody from having a plane potentially over a screw, okay? And that gets pretty frustrating. But we noticed the piece count on both the Hobby King planes that we did that had 1 million pieces. Both of them that are notwithstanding the Spitfire. The Spitfire was like, oh my God, I just kept going forever and ever and ever.
But that's also a super detailed scale plane.
It is, but it was too much expectation of the customer to build. Okay, so we've got those built. Now, obviously we have to figure out like how the wings go together. This is one of the things that's a little bit frustrating to me on Hobby King 2 is that we have a relatively complicated build and we have a quick start guide, okay? Is there not manuals because these are early releases? Is the customer experience going to include that?
No, they just get the quick start guide, and then you can either scan the QR code or if you click the link in the video description and scroll down, they have like a documents section and you can find the quick start guide and stuff
so
like that.
you're going to buy it.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you do that, then you end up buying it. You'll support Brian Phillips RC. So do that. I mean, we appreciate you doing that. Yeah. And it earns us some money. It helps us offset some of our real costs. Okay, grab me the long one and we'll see if we can get these wings together.
Okay.
Oh, wait. These wings have to actually slide into the body. How is that going to work? I got to think about this for a second because look.
Oh, yeah.
Because obviously we got to put the rods in there at some point, but it's not going to go on the wing because the wings are going outboard of the fuse.
Yes.
So would it be better to build this and then mount the landing gear, or would it be better to do like the tail first? Probably the tail. Probably the tail.
Yeah, the wings are always just in the way as soon as we start putting wings on.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to reduce the piece count. And why do I want to do that? They have this thing on the top, and I'm not sure.
For?
I think what it is it'd be like for a tow plane setup.
Oh.
But I mean, I don't know that for a fact. It's just, I've seen them before, and that's a lot of times what it looks like. And this is kind of got me a little bit weirded out. That is definitely for the wing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The smaller one is for the tail.
Yeah.
The smallest one.
Okay, so that one's pretty loose. I'm just trying to reduce the piece count. Oh, sweet.
I was just gonna say there's a hatch there.
Oh, nice. I love it. Okay, so that's where the wires are coming back.
Cool.
So this is definitely more well thought out than this. Do you guys remember how much trouble we had finding a place to mount our receiver?
The Spitfire?
Man, that was terrible. Like, there's just so much going on there. Okay, so now look at this. We said we would talk about this. There's stuff in here that's all like dropped down, but that crap is gonna get dropped back up, I think. And then I'm just looking at this ESC. Guys, why are we not mounting the ESCs? Like, shouldn't that be something that the manufacturer is taking care of? I do not understand that. Like, why are you asking the customer to do that? It's so weird. Okay, then there's a release here. Turn this, right? Press and twist, then release. Okay, then the battery tray comes out, or does it? I think it's supposed to, but it feels like it's glued in there.
But it's got straps through it.
Well, then what the heck is this? It says G2.
Does that thing slide?
It feels like it's glued. Like maybe somebody glued it a little too much. Or does the whole thing come out? It feels like the whole thing should come out. But yet it's not. Oh, that's not supposed to come out. That's supposed to stay there. I'm not sure
So what
is the point of that. Okay, so you turn, because yeah, that's supposed to latch that in there, or you can pull it out. Okay, hold on. Is there maybe another? I feel bad for not knowing this crap, but there's sometimes we just don't know stuff, guys. I don't know. Maybe you'd prefer us to fake it. This is our real hobby experience, okay? So I'm pressing that into the wing. Oh, jeez. See what I'm talking about? That should not go all the way through like that.
Right.
Because how does it get centered? How do you ensure that it stays put?
Right. Does it go all the way into the other one too?
Probably. Guys, you gotta start working some of this stuff out, Hobby King. Like, these are things that should not be. What the heck? What? Did they send us the wrong size rod?
I mean, it fits in the hole.
Is there supposed to be two?
And there's only one.
I know, but like, what? That should be like twice as long. Do you remember how I said it didn't feel like there was enough support in there?
Right.
I don't understand it. Oh, does that screw ultimately
stop it?
No, it's passing by it, but it doesn't stop it. Maybe this is one we have to glue. I don't know. Stuff like that kind of makes you scratch your head. See this? Because like you can't force that to stay there. How are you supposed to know that's centered? Well, we could glue it.
Yeah, I mean, we could.
Do you guys understand the problem? If you don't understand the problem, my problem is that this is a structural component. It needs to brace, you know, this undesirable movement on the horizontal stabilizer. Okay, on the tailplane portion of the horizontal stabilizer here. Okay, so like this. So the part that isn't moving. Okay, so this is going to be in place, no doubt. But like, it's not going to slide like this. But the truth is that rod is allowed to slip. So like if you make a sharp turn and you're like this, it might go slide down over time. And then like when you go back, it might slide back over. Well, then you lose support of your tailplane. So I just can't imagine that being okay. That cannot be right. I don't know. We're gonna have to glue it, I guess.
Okay.
China, listen, don't do that again. Right here. China glue. I'm just gluing it. I don't want to challenge anymore. It's a waste of time.
Okay.
Okay. China glue. I'm just gonna pull this out right in the center. I'm just gonna slather a little bit of this goodness on there. Okay. And you may not need to do this, and we might find out later that this is not necessary, but I'm gonna just tell you something about China glue. One of my favorite parts of China glue is that I can like quite literally just undo whatever I did with China glue if I really care. Okay, and this is gonna be a covered up area, so you're not gonna see it. I just spread it on the center there. And then I'm just passing this through, okay? Just so it's just gonna hold it in place so it doesn't slip and slide.
Right.
And then whatever I've got on my finger, I'm just gonna wipe it off here just to give a little bit of resistance on either end, okay? So then when I slide them on, there's just gonna be a little bit of bite, okay? It's not like you have to hold that like that's a structural integrity issue. It's just more about I don't want it to slide off. And it won't take much bite pressure for that to hold tight.
Right.
Wouldn't you say?
No, I think so. I mean, I think you're right.
Okay. I'm glad you think I'm right.
I mean,
I also think I'm right.
Like I would know, but.
I don't either. That's the problem. Okay, so then this rudder needs to snap on. Looks like it's gonna slide on from the top, but then this little chunk bothers me. It makes me nervous. I don't know if that's supposed to be there. That looks like glue. See what I'm talking about right there?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to take an X-Acto knife to it. I'm 100% sure it's not supposed to be there. See this? That's just glue. That's just glue that expanded out. Because that's gonna cause my rudder to move not clear. It's not gonna be free. So I don't want it bound up. Careful. I'm gonna say. Yeah, that's definitely glue. Don't step where that might.
Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's good enough for me.
Okay.
All right, so we got to put that on next. And this is kind of what we do, folks. When we build these planes, a lot of times it looks like waffling because it is. But then, like, I don't really know how else you're supposed to do it.
And keep in mind, we have this tail wheel assembly that's going to have to get incorporated.
You're right.
Somewhere over there.
Okay. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
The chicken, but there's a hole there. Is that what you're pointing out?
Yeah, there's a screw hole that goes there to
Oh.
hold this two halves together.
Okay.
Just trying to think, if I put the rudder on right now, we could at least dry fit it, okay? And then we'll be able to see better. Okay, see that's gonna rest there. This is gonna slip down, like I said, like that. And then it's gonna snap on, okay? But actually, we can do that before we put this together because these two halves will slide on. Okay, so let's snap it on. We can always unsnap it. Goodness gracious, really? There it goes, okay. So the other day, I was flying a plane and I pulled the wing off. Was it the extra? The NG? I think it was.
Wing off?
Yeah, I pulled the tail off because it snapped on.
Yeah.
So I don't know which one because it was snapped on like that. Oh, it was a Spitfire.
Yeah.
When I flipped it over. Okay, so that was super easy to move. So whatever, that's fine. And it's very free. And by the way, if we wouldn't have done that, look what would have happened.
Yeah, right. You need.
It would have bound the rudder. It would have stopped it like this instead of going all the way.
Yep.
Now, I'm sure the servo would have overwhelmed that, and ultimately it would have, it would have moved. I'm just torn on this tail wheel because this one looks relatively straightforward in its application. It's going to have a couple of screws holding it on the bottom, which is pretty simple. So let's just try flipping the plane over. Worst case scenario, it's a very tall. I don't have a plane stand out yet, and you'll notice that because the plane stands, when you get in these bigger planes, sometimes they don't quite hold the way you need them to. And I guess for now, I'm just going to put this back in.
Okay. We just kind of abandoned that, didn't we?
Yeah, we'll just, I don't know. Maybe we'll come to some terms on exactly where that's supposed to go. And I just realized I got this garbage pile here that I could put back in the box, mostly because then I have another workspace.
Okay.
It's such a big plane. For those of you that don't have a plane stand, I firmly believe you should get a plane stand. They're not super expensive. If you're spending the kind of money to get this type of plane, you should probably have a plane stand. So now it's flat. I mean, they're like 20 bucks. It's not that big, or 30 bucks. Okay, look, see, swipe, swipe. Then this assembly is gonna drop down here. 2 screws, boom, boom. And then this is gonna be actuated by those springs.
Oh.
But then you see that there? Mm-hmm. There's another mechanism to go in there. We gotta figure out what that is. We got a whole bag of crap over here though. This, what is this one? It just goes on the bottom. See? I do not know what that is.
Why? For floats?
No, I think it's a luggage. It's a luggage thing. Or like an FPV mount. So I'm just gonna put it over here with the FPV stuff. I assume it's an FPV thing. Okay, so these 2 springs, we'll dump these out of the package just so that they're out. So folks, on Brian Phillips RC, we try to show the entire process. That includes waffling, not because we want to disrespect your time, but because that is a function of our experience, and it's actually a pretty big function of our experience in most cases.
Right.
If we have a model that takes no waffling, it is a well-designed model. It's easy to build. That usually means it's a good model. It doesn't necessarily mean it's better or worse in terms of overall value to you as a customer, but we want to make sure that you at least understand how that all goes together, and how you might take that. These are very good rubber bands. I don't like rubber bands on this, by the way. I mean, I understand why they're using rubber bands. I think it cheapens the overall model. I would like to see something that has a little bit more of a permanent feel to it. Do they work? Probably. Am I excited about it? No. I'd much rather see a spring. Yes. Do springs break? Yes. Can you replace a rubber band more easily without getting some factory offering? Absolutely. Do I like it? Not necessarily. Spinner right here. Okay. See, as we're doing this, we're just dismantling the piles. The piles are getting smaller. That's very good. There's a few components in here that are going to end up being for the floats, I'm guessing. So we're going to have to put some of this back, I bet. Okay, there's a bag of screws. And there's 3 nuts and some smaller nuts and some screws. I bet those are landing gear. These are cotter pins to hold things together, and then these are screws. Crap. Is this like, look at this, hon. Is this, I swear there's got to be another component that goes there, right? Because this clearly goes there.
I mean, I would think there would be something else there, but I suppose it's...
But like, oh, that could be just a screw. That could be just a screw. Yeah, if that's just a screw, that would technically work. And then, but this looks like at one point they had a linkage that went through, like a piece of bent steel. You know, like music wire.
Yeah.
Is it possible that that's a float adapter?
For like a water rudder?
Look. Let's count these. Well, let's count them over here.
Okay.
We've got, let's pull these out, okay? We'll identify what they are through process of elimination. And by the way, we appreciate you guys watching us waffle. We know that there's times that's frustrating, but at the end of the day, it is part of learning how to do this stuff. So here on Brian Phillips RC, we're all about learning.
Was there one stuck in there?
There's one that's got double ends. There's two that's got double
Okay.
ends.
We're just counting quick.
These are the wings. Each one of them gets one. Okay?
Okay,
And
good.
they gave us a spare. The spare is going to go in this bag right here. This bag has another screw that was a spare.
Okay.
So part of what we want to do, part of our mission here on Brian Phillips RC is to teach people how to do this. We say from the chair to the air for a reason. Telling the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, and that's because we tell the truth. And that includes the annoyances, okay? Because I'm sure these companies would like us to do just like a marketing video where it's like, look how great it is, it's green and gray, or silver, and look how good it flies. And there's definitely nothing wrong with it. Yeah, that's not what we do. And if you want us to do that, then you're probably not gonna work with us. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Sorry, I had a sneeze. It's like a cold almost.
It's kind of sudden.
Yeah. So there you go.
Why are you taking...
Aluminum. I'm pairing things up. Every time I touch something,
Okay.
we get a little closer to a finished plane, okay? The problem is with this plane, there's so many different components that it's like, good Lord. Because like,
Yeah.
look, I don't even know like which one's the best one to start with. Because it looks like this would be a float adapter. Same thing's true here, float adapter. So that means at some point, there's gonna be a component that has to actually be installed into that, okay?
Okay.
But we don't have it, and we won't install it.
Because we don't have the floats.
Because we don't. So now, we've kind of roughly put together this landing gear set, which is not the like simplest, most basic set we've ever seen, okay? But, oh, those black ones are what go to this landing gear.
Yeah, the nuts.
Get the black bag. Grab my nut sack, please. That one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you can empty my nut sack here on this table. And see, there's 3 really small nuts right there. Boom, boom, boom. And then there's 3 larger nuts and then 3 screws. These screws clearly go with those nuts. I'm guessing that there's a spare of each of those pieces.
Yep.
I could be mistaken, but look, over here, we're gonna need 2 screws that go through, a pass-through type screw. And I'm guessing that those are going to then hold themselves to something else. And I do not know what that something else is. Obviously the wheels are gonna go on like this so that the spacer holds them out on the shaft, okay? But we don't want those. Those are just gonna be heavy and obnoxious, okay?
Yep.
Hun, tell us about heavy and obnoxious, big round squishy things.
They are.
Yeah?
Never go away.
They do?
Yeah.
Thankfully. So this is gonna go up on the front, and I think what's gonna happen is that these are going to be mounted in there, like this. It's gonna pass through like that. Except, yeah, but that doesn't look like the right angle then. So it's just, I gotta make sure I get this right. Because I mean, it could be a right way and a wrong way. Because these are turned opposite one another. It's almost leading me to believe maybe I've got those backward or something. Because you see how they're not lined up together?
They adjustable?
Do they screw in and out, you mean? Like here?
No, can you just like spin the direction that they're on the shaft?
It doesn't feel like it. I don't want to break it.
No, I am.
I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying it's unfair to ask. The other thing is, do I need to lube that? I genuinely don't know. But I can tell you this, these, I am not sure what to do with them. I assume they're like end stops so that there's like a springing effect when you hit the end of the stroke. But all right, so the camera crew and I took a second. We tried to look up the manual. We could not find it. It was just another quick start guide. So our apologies. These early releases, sometimes we have hiccups. That's one of them. All that being considered, at the end of the day, we're gonna get this figured out. It's not that big a deal. We were just hoping we could give you some more clear instructions. My fear is that these things are pretty specific and they are not gonna be used on the end of any of these. So I just don't know where else they would go. So let's just assume right now, for the moment, since they sent 3, there's 2 of them needed and one of them is a spare, okay? Why is there a spare? Because that's just the way Hobby King rolls, evidently.
Right.
So I'm gonna put this over here with the other spare components and then I'm gonna try to slide those on. Let's just go, like I said, process of elimination. Let's just assume we have to do this and see if it fits. And I think it will. Yep, it does fit. and then that would be like the end of stroke.
Like a bumper kind of thing?
So that when you slam, it slams into that. But frankly, I don't know if it's necessary. If it's not necessary, we'll have to redo it.
Okay.
Because it could potentially impact the performance of the plane, okay? But then, you know, why would they send it? They're not gonna just send parts that you don't use.
Right. It seems like a legitimate.
So now, the next question I have, that would also shim out where the neutral position is, or where the maximum position is, okay? So now our next thing is we just pretty much have to like start adapting this to the plane. So you're gonna go over there, please.
Okay.
Okay. So I've got this thing kind of flipped upside down, and you know, it might be easier in light of the way all this goes. I know which direction these go, because it's pretty obvious they go this way. So it looks like it's gonna go like this. But I can't tell, yeah, you taking that out would have no impact. So it's gonna be right there, okay? And then this is gonna splay. And then that's gonna be the wing strut. So why don't you go to the other side, actually over here. We'll see how that goes.
Okay.
Just moving this out of the way. And then we need to figure out what hardware goes in here. These are clips, so they're gonna be used to hold all of this stuff together. And I can tell because there's, you know, these little nubs. That's gonna definitely take care of that.
Okay.
Then we have two different guesses, okay? We have machine screws and we have screws. These screws, I believe, are gonna hold our struts onto the tail, on the tail planes. Okay, so these are gonna go back here, almost certainly. I don't know that for a fact, but they are hex drive, that's always nice.
And we also have these.
Those ones are used for something else. That is used to hold the wheels on, and then these are used to hold this assembly wherever it braces. And that's the part I don't know, okay? So we're gonna come back to that as we go. Remember, we put this here because we were trying to understand the wings. These are for the elevator and rudder. These are gonna be for the ailerons. So I'm gonna take these back to the wings, okay? So just keep in mind, guys, all we're doing is just process of elimination so that we can come to some conclusions. If you have a manual, you can resolve a lot of these without too much effort. But you're not always gonna have a manual, okay? So sometimes you just gotta do this.
And sometimes they're not very good even when you do.
Yeah, sometimes they're not very good if they are. All right, so I think these are going to be driven by a hex drive, probably 2 millimeters, nope, 2.5. So 2.5 is the name of the game. Then we're gonna test this. Yep, that's gotta be it. Don't you think? Because that is definitely not a machine screw, or excuse me, that is definitely not a regular screw because there's nut zerts in there.
Okay.
Okay, so in that case, we should be able to, we just gotta make sure we get the right side. So that's this one. Yep. So then we'll just slide this through. Yeah, you see that pass-through bolt? There's gotta be something going on there. I just am not 100% sure how that's gonna work. But you see, why would they have that there?
Right.
If that wasn't what we think it is. Ooh, this is canted forward, so this doesn't even line up with those holes. Okay, we're just gonna do this loose at first, okay? And if you guys are thinking about using Loctite, I'm gonna just implore you not to. If you wanna do something, don't use Loctite. Use paint on the threads or use glue on the threads. Don't use Loctite, that would be the wrong choice. My issue with this mechanism that I don't quite understand is if you're gonna go through the trouble of having this work like that, why not have this actuate like it should?
Oh.
So that so everything would stay true. I don't quite understand that. It's weird. Okay, so there's 4 screws, and then there'll be 4 over there, so that means we're gonna have 4 less. Hun, look. There's 4 less, so then the balance of them must be used for the wing or something, or the wings. Look,
Yeah,
that definitely is how that's held down. I got no doubt in my mind about that. Okay, it's very easy to install. Oh, and there's one more, because I just hadn't gotten the right count yet. So we're gonna torque these down because I am 100% confident that that's the way they mount. Looks very beautiful, by the way. I'm a little bit off put by the fact that none of that hardware is in here. for the floats. I'm assuming when you order it, it comes with all that opposite hardware, okay? Because, you know, you've got this already bolted down, so you got your 2.5 millimeter drive, that's already installed, okay? So now this is the part where we might kind of screw the pooch a little bit. If we're supposed to be putting that rubber on this shaft, I don't think you could fit it over that.
No, it's too thick.
Too thick, yeah. So let's see if we can get this. So that's slid in. Let's see how this lays. Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, we still have those other little things to deal with.
That's what I've been concerned about this whole time. I need your arm off of that way because I'm going for a tool right there.
Okay.
So just let me get this started and then you can move into place. Okay. Okay, so let's see how this goes. All right, so that's torqued down. I don't want this display all the way out. The other thing too is I'm not 100% confident of how this is all going to work. It sure seems to me that is where that's gonna go, correct? So if that's where that goes, this is allowed to move free still, correct?
Yes.
Does that seem about right? Gosh, those are splayed out though. Okay, so then I gotta take this little hardware and I gotta try this. I would normally come from the front if I could. So passing that through to the back, I'm assuming that we will then, okay, so I gotta figure out what size this is, 1.5 I'm guessing. So here's a 1.5 drive, yep. So we'll pin this in as well. About the time I get this, the other side will fall off, just watch. Okay, and I gotta hold this nut in this awkward spot and not drop it into the plane. Move your hand back, please. Thank you. Okay, there we go. So it's going. Now I'm into the nylon, the nylock. 4 millimeter on this side. Oh, you know what? I just figured something out.
Yeah.
You know where that goes?
Where?
Not there. It goes on here. It braces, it makes up this play.
Wait, it goes where?
It goes on that, okay? That's why I wanted to figure this out first, if at all possible, so I could take this apart. This thing goes in there. It's a spacer right there.
Okay.
But I think it forces it forward, I think. But I don't know if it's backward or forward. I mean, that's still not impossible that that's correct, but I don't think it is. Yeah, see, look at your, that holds your axles square right now. Like they're flat to the true plane of the ground. So that would be when you land hard, and then when you come back and spring down in. I honestly, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm not 100% certain. And this is a tough spot to be because I want to give you good advice, but I think we're just going to go with, I think that makes a better sense because look, otherwise, how would you fill that gap? See what I'm talking about? Can you even tell what gap I'm talking about?
But how do you, it just goes on one side or the other of the screw?
Yeah, you just pick a side and put it on. I'm assuming that there's a correct way, but like we probably won't ever know that. You could cut it in half. See?
That's why I think it's weird that it's, I mean, I don't think.
You don't think I'm wrong?
I don't think it's possible that you are right. But it's possible that what you had is also could have been right.
Okay, guys, time for guesswork. Now, the other thing is, which side does it go on?
Right.
I don't know. So the other thing you could do is you could cut this in half and straddle it. But why would they make us cut them in half? If they gave us 3 components, then they must have meant for us to use 3 components. I'm gonna go with, this is how I'm doing it. I'm just gonna have to live with it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But we'll just deal with the embarrassment of getting it wrong. The embarrassment. Okay, so here on Brian Phillips RC, there are times we have to learn things. We learn together, we learn all the time. Camera crew is gonna hold that up. Because I can't, I don't have 3 hands, okay? So then this thing, I have to pass one of these super small screws through, the machine screws, bolts rather, however you, oh, got the wrong. So this is gonna go in like this. Okay, let me kind of move this around a little bit. I'm assuming this is going to go behind. I mean, it's just, I don't know. You're probably going to be about the same either way. Does it even fit? This is why we do the instructions, folks. Instructions help avoid some of this confusion. And so you're going to have access to the instructions. Oh man, I'm still not sure if I have this right or not. I think that this may or may not be right. It's just kind of awkward to do. It's easier to walk this through if I turn it, but you could just cram it in there, but if I turn it, it'll find the hole centered. Okay, so that holds the bolt for me, which is kind of nice. And then look, I can get this nut, I can put it into my driver, which by the way is a 4mm driver, okay? I can come in here like this, brace it against my finger, and then turn this on while just supporting the nut, because I can't turn this one because I have it in there halfway cockeyed. Okay, so now that's in there. Now when I turn this, it turns free, and we're definitely into the night on. Okay, here in a minute, you'll be able to let go, hon.
Okay.
I honestly can't tell if I got that wrong. Come over here and stand, let it go, it'll be fine. So look, over here, I think I got it wrong. Because the angle, this needs to be, see how it's like, that needs to be the other direction.
So it needs to be on, the bar needs to be on the back, the spacer in the front.
Yeah, I think so.
The spacer looks really squished.
Yeah, I know, and that's what makes me nervous about this whole concept. But it won't be as squished if it's on the correct side, don't you think?
I don't know.
I think the camera crew and I are not sure. I don't like not being sure.
Do you want me to hold that side up again?
Nah.
Okay.
It's okay. I just think we got it wrong.
Okay.
So folks, here on Brian Phillips RC, we promise we try not to waste your time. I know it doesn't seem that way because our videos are so long, but at the end of the day, everybody's time is valuable. That's why these manufacturers should probably send manuals. I know. I just don't want to hear all your stupid comments about there's going to be some jerk that gets on is like, read the effing manual.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to hear it.
We don't have one. That's why we say it multiple times.
Yeah, that's why we said it 15 times in this video, and there'll still be some jackass that says it.
Yeah.
You know they will.
I know. It's because they didn't watch the video.
Yep, they just clicked through trying to find the answer to a question. Probably this question. But it's all right. It happens. At least there are jackass.
Well.
Don't roll your eyes. You have one of those. He lives here.
I know I do. But...
Okay, it's through.
Okay.
All right, so at the end of the day, I guess we'll do the best we can. And this is sometimes what has to be done. And if you've ever worked on any large-scale construction project, or if you've ever worked on an assembly project without instructions, which I do on a routine basis, you run into this sort of stuff all the time. You just kind of write the rule book as you go, okay? But we don't mean to waste your time. That's where I want you guys to understand my heart is. Okay?
Do you like that better now that the spacer's in the front?
I like the angle a lot better, actually. And that, again, that might not even be right, you know? I just hope that they aren't allowed to splay out so far that it's a problem. Grab me one of those rubber bands, please, because I could just do this right now. I'm actually not 100% sure exactly how this works, but I think what we do is we just go around like that and then hook it. Okay, give me the other one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so do that again.
Go around, and then around. No, I've never done this before in my life, guys. So hopefully I'm doing it right. There, like that. Okay. Okay. So then this is gonna help hold it all together. I wish I would have done that at the beginning. It would have been easier, folks. The destruction manual would have told us that. So I repent. I will read the destruction manual when it exists. Okay.
I mean, I'll read it.
The camera crew will read it.
And you'll ignore it anyway.
Well, I'm not going to ignore the manual. Goodness gracious. I might do something out of order.
Yes, that's true.
But I mean, these are the answers that you like to have. So they were probably just waiting for our video to write it.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, we don't know what the heck this part is. Let's watch Brian's video. Everybody's like sitting around with their popcorn. Yeah, right. Pretty sure that didn't happen. Okay. Stuart, tell me if you are. That would be awesome. It would make my day. That'd be hilarious if they were.
Sitting around eating popcorn.
Watching Brian Phillips RC. It's like yelling, lots of throwing of items at the screen.
Yes.
He probably feels the way we feel about the effing manual guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so there it goes. There it goes. You see what I'm doing? I'm just kind of trying to guide it through, and it's being a little bit problematic for me. Oop, there it goes. Now I finally got the other side. Come around to the other side. As it starts, you can see it's just really finally started protruding through.
Okay.
Okay, so guys, again, this is one of those times when I would come to you and say, if we were just total shills, which a lot of you probably think we are anyway, wow, that was easy.
Just disregard the last 17 minutes.
Except it wasn't. It was a huge pain in the balls. And the thing is, at the end of the day, like for God's sake, the nut fell down in that hole. I was trying to avoid that this whole time. So I'm gonna just grab the third nut. Yes, I know. I know. Don't roll your eyes at me, camera crew.
I didn't roll my eyes.
Yes, you did. Oh, for God's sake, it's so awkward.
Where is it? I can get it with my nail.
Get it with your nail then. And do you want to just like pause the video while we get my nuts?
No, I got your nut in my hand.
All right. Yeah, well, it didn't solve my problem because now I got to do this still. So you see what I'm saying? Like I got to tip this thing. Why don't you put a hand right there?
Okay.
And then film. See, now I can go uphill at least so I can keep the nut retained in my nut driver. And then I can turn this. And I'm hoping I don't have my nut at such a steep angle that it won't find the threads, which is also possible. So many stupid little details. Like, I know that there's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. And the problem is sometimes when you get into these Chinese assemblies, they're like, oh yeah, just use a piece of fuel tube in there. Okay, that's fine, but it's not immediately obvious to the guy that is in America. We don't usually use fuel tube for that sort of application.
Right.
Now, whether we got it right or we got it wrong, I'm just gonna tell you this, that was a weirdity, okay? And by the way, I still have another one of these.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not 100% sure we got it right. That could still be a screw for something totally unrelated to this. So, I'm just trying to did it just fall to the ground? I think it did. We're gonna pause and find it, come right back. Just like go with the plane, it's fine. All right, so we found my nut and I put it in the sack. I'm just gonna put it over here. Look at all these empty sacks and we're not even done.
Nope.
Okay, so at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. We have landing gear, they splay, but I just got to put in the rest of the screws to hold this thing in mechanically to the aircraft, okay? So I did forget one screw and I'm hoping I can get to it. I think I can. I know, the camera crew is rolling her eyes because I'm kind of rolling my eyes at myself right now. Yeah, I don't know if I can get it or not. Oh, please work. Yes, thank God. I can still reach. Oh, please work. Yeah, I think it'll go. Maybe.
If you can't get it, then we're gonna have to pause because I'm gonna have to say some special words.
You mean like fajitas?
Yeah.
F words?
Yeah.
Frijoles?
Why does it have to all be Mexican food?
Well, probably because I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that one's not one to go in over there on the front. So.
I know, you got excited about your spacers and then we...
Well, I mean, it was like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Usually a manual helps you with that. So I'm gonna trick this into loosening, and then I should be able to pass that maybe under, and then tip it in. Maybe I can do that. Let's see. Guys, I'm sorry, this is a mistake on my part. I did get excited about, I don't think I just made anything better. I made it worse. It's just not wanting to go through the hole.
Where that spacer is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we'll pause and come back and pretend like it didn't happen. All right, so I had to just undo these 4 screws and lift it up, and then I was allowed to drop the screw through. I just didn't want to waste your time. But look how nice this assembly works now. So when you do it right, it works pretty good. When you do it wrong, it's kind of a pain. But the idea is those spacers, that's almost certainly what it's got to be, okay? That's almost certainly what it is, because otherwise it would rattle and it would get this would be out of alignment, and it might cause stuff to splay at weird angles. So I'm pretty sure we got it right. Okay, so now landing gear, there is a measurement for tire pressure. I have no clue what it is.
Oh, right, true.
So does it say on here?
No, this just says like where to find the manual. If you know what you're doing, you might only need a few vital details, which are below. None of that is what we actually need.
Okay, so camera crew, pay attention, watch. Okay, so as you can see, you can make them pretty big and pretty firm, okay?
Okay.
I don't want them that firm, that's too much. So I'm gonna just bleed off some. That's probably too much still. I want them to be almost, you know, like limp so that they're soft. Yeah, it's just too much though. I feel like if you don't have enough pressure, they're gonna work poorly.
If they're too hard, they're gonna be bouncy, right?
Yeah, and you'd be more bitey too.
Okay.
But if they're too soft,
they're just gonna like...
they're just gonna be flat.
Yeah.
You know, they'll create a lot of drag and resistance. My guess is this plane is not gonna have a problem with drag and resistance because that motor is monstrous.
Yes.
Like that motor has gotta be bigger than the motor in the extra. Well, I don't know. Honestly, it's all hidden up in there. Okay, so how do you tell how full these are? I want them even. I'm less concerned about exactly the right PSI, and I'm more concerned about the size, because that's how you tell if they're even. So I'm just looking at the height, and you're gonna have to be kind of creative to show the people what I'm doing here.
Okay.
So you see what I'm saying? I just put them there, and then if we're level, then we're about the same. And I'm just like literally going by sight. That's good enough. It's good enough.
Okay.
If it's too much, I'll let some air out. Okay, onto the prop or onto the drive shaft.
And then the pump part went in, right?
Huh?
Like the pump, the valve is
I mean, I
in.
want the valve in because I don't want to see it. It's
Right.
ugly.
Yeah,
But also show the people why this matters, because it stands off like that.
Yep.
So you could hypothetically put it the other way if you want it to be more inboard, but I don't know why you'd want it to be more inboard. That would be a really dumb thing to do. Okay, 8mm drive. Cannot tell if that's the right size. I'll find out in a second. I'm just gonna feed this on by hand. It's a singular nut, and of course they don't have any washers or anything, which is kind of the way that Hobby King does stuff on most of their hardware. I think I'm gonna try 7mm. I think that's 7, not 8. Yeah, that's 7. So here's what I do. I spin it until it breaks. Okay, it's breaking. Then I go back until there's no resistance. And then back just like an 1/8 more. Like that.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't want resistance, especially not uneven resistance. Okay, I like that. That's better. It's a little bit more. So I went back about 1/3 of a turn.
Okay.
So once I kind of torqued it down, then I just went back like 1/3 of a turn. Okay, now you guys might not like that method, but that's the way I did it. I'd really like to see a washer. Preferably 2 washers. Something that actually helps to make a, you know, like a transfer of that torsion effect. Because otherwise you're gonna have your nuts come off at some point.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hate when that happens.
I would hope you don't. See, no movement, back 1/4, nothing, back 1/4, barely broke on. You guys make no mistake, if you have one biting and you have one that's not, you will go and ground loop this thing immediately, okay? So just don't do that thing. All right, so as you can see, we're getting close to having the tail together. This has been kind of an involved process. It's not been hard. It's just a little bit difficult because we don't know where things go specifically.
Right.
And so far, we did not have an air pump. So if you need an air pump, we're gonna have to make sure that's on our supplies tab.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So rubber band there. So we have a bprc.me/supplies. We have things like China glue, okay?
You have an extra nut, right?
Well, we have another nut. I don't know if it's extra yet, but let's put it in the nut sack.
I bet it is.
So far, we've got lots of little extras here, okay? And this is my rationalization for doing this. If I ever have a part go missing, I usually store the quick start guide with the spare parts for a particular plane because then it's really easy to remember where it belongs.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So our next move is probably going to be the tail wheel.
Yeah, we were looking for the screws.
We were doing process of elimination.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Because these screws, if they go into the main wing, we know what we've got. Because look, now we've got, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's going to be 6 needed. There's 2 holes on this wing, 2 on the other. And then this one here, frankly, I think these other style are what we're going to use. Oh, you know what? I wonder, nope, that's already populated. Mm-hmm. But you know what? These might go in there.
Maybe.
We won't know until we get floats, and we aren't going to necessarily get floats. I mean, I assume at some point we might do floats, but who knows? Let's just put the horizontal stabilizer on and get on with it. Okay, horizontal stabilizer. Remember, we glued ours in so it doesn't move. Doesn't slide easily. I'm going to put a little bit of glue on there so it might give a little bit of resistance. Remember, just what was left on my fingertip. Mm-hmm. Slide this in. Kind of line it up with that little thingy. Then line up this little thingy, that D-shaped plastic thing there. Passes through, and then we got to get screws in there to hold it and 1 screw in here to hold it. So screw, screw, screw. And those are more than likely going to be these ones because they're like a pass-through plastic kind of screw. Okay, let me just dump these out. Okay, and then these are hex drives. I think it's a 2 millimeter.
Probably.
Look. Nope. Yes, 2 millimeter. Okay, so 2 millimeters. That's. I like hex drive. Good job for using those, Hobby King. Okay, so this is going to hold the wing in the pocket, but not necessarily the wing spar centered. That's why we put glue on the wing spar. If you guys hadn't connected the dots yet, my fear is that once this gets to flying, the wing spar will come out and then you're going to keep your lateral support. You need to keep your lateral support from coming out, okay? It's not just an alignment tool to get the thing installed. It's actually going to hold something, okay? Now, the other thing too is we got to think when we put these braces on, there's one more screw right here I don't want to forget. So I'm going to do that before we move on to the bracing. You guys see what I'm talking about right there? Mm-hmm. This is good hardware. I like this hardware a lot, actually. It's very good. Not that we don't see good hardware from competitive brands, guys, full disclosure. It's just, like, I like the way it fits. It's nice. It's easy to use. You don't have a lot of ambiguity, and there's a lot less different fasteners on this model than some of the Hobby King stuff we've seen.
Yes.
Okay, so this needs to go like that. And that says what looks like a 7, but it might be an L.
Oh, that's an L. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's definitely the way that goes. So you can see how we're burning through this pile of screws pretty quick here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the answer to your burning question is, can you take the tail off? Yes. But you can take off the rudder really easy. Kind of makes me a little bit nervous. Yeah, it'd be like 1 screw and then 1 control arm. 1 screw, 1 control arm.
Oh,
or
yeah.
1 screw, 1 ball link. Depends on which direction you want to do it. Okay, so that's working good. But you see what I'm talking about? It's just, there's 1 screw that's going to go straight down, but then at some point, that's got to be a water rudder system. That's got to be a water rudder. Because it's just a takeoff. Meaning it's where you would take off the mechanical lever. So we have another bag to put in our bag pile. Goodness gracious.
Okay.
A lot of bags on this thing.
I mean, we were running short on bags, so.
Oh, thank God. We can finally sell those things we've been needing to sell in really small bags. Like 10,000 of them. Okay, right there and right there. All right. So folks, here on Brian Phillips RC, we occasionally make jokes. It might be a little bit risque. My apologies if it hurts your feelings. We don't mean to hurt feelings, but hold that down, please. But what we do mean to do is help you get out of the chair and into the air. So hopefully we'll be encouraging you to do that. And even if that means just by you screaming at the computer monitor or your cell phone as you sit in the public restroom stall, about how you would have done things better. Whatever gets you the satisfaction you need. Here on Brian Phillips RC, we're gonna give you lots of ammunition to fuel your fire.
If you're in the public restroom watching this video, you might need to check with your doctor.
Why? What's wrong with watching Brian Phillips RC videos in the public restroom?
For 3 or 4 hours?
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's public for a reason. I mean, if you're in like San Francisco, be careful. They just like make the door pop open or whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna put this down and see if this works. This may not work. If it doesn't work, nope, I'm getting no resistance, so that must be right. The only thing is the head is so small compared to that opening, so it's not a nutsert though. If it was a nutsert, this would never be going in. Okay, until it resists, okay? It resists. Then back it off. Okay. Freedom. Yep. Okay, love it. Very good.
Okay.
Now, our next move is landing gear. Landing gear has to be mounted, but we have to do springs. So we're gonna go ahead and see how this works. I am not 100% certain on this, but I'm assuming we'll use the same type of screws, okay?
Yeah.
So we're down to, looks like a total of 4. That is not what I expected.
What, in terms of getting those used
I
up?
need you to help me hold this tail
Hold
up. Thank you. You don't need to hold it, I'm just saying, resist.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought you were gonna push harder.
No, I just mean like keep it from,
Yeah.
because I gotta push a little bit to do this, but I'm not gonna push super hard.
Yeah.
All right, guys, on that Avios
The NG?
Extra NG 1.6, okay? That plane is awesome, but the landing gear splays so easy every time I get anything less than, you know, like, I mean, it's gotta be a perfect landing. I bend them every single time. I was just gonna give you some feedback on that. If you bend them every time you land, don't feel bad, just bend them back. The funny thing is, it never gives me problems bending them back, but I'm just like hoping that this is more like steel and not aluminum that's gonna bend every time. All right, so 2 extra screws. I'm gonna go with, these 2 are gonna be used maybe for this. Oh, dang it. I'm gonna put these in the nut sack on.
Okay, so you have 2 extra?
But there's 2 extra. Why do we have 2 extra? Did I miss one? Let's look at what we did. 1, then 2,
Yep.
then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, then 9. There could be 1 somewhere in there.
Wait, you did 1 under here,
Yep, 10.
right? 10.
Yeah, but I did not do any others. And I don't think I need to, but there are 2. So it's not impossible that we would need to use a screw. Yeah, I bet we need to use a screw on this. Because then look, camera crew's gonna have to help me hold this again still. I bet what's gonna happen is I have to take one of these. I bet I have to, no, I don't think so. No, we just feed these through. I wonder if we have a screw head we're supposed to be hooked onto.
Oh yeah, how does that hook on?
Well, there's 2 different methods. Just not sure which one. See that, how it goes down? It's got that downward angle to it, that downward bent. That is not gonna work. This side's easier. If I go down from the top, then this needs to go in through there. But like if you had a bolt, if you had a screw, the screw would be able to give you a head to hook onto. But again, I'm just not 100% sure what's the right way to do that. Because I don't trust that enough. I don't think that's it, you know? And then think about it. You're telling me you have to open that thing up to stick it on?
No, that doesn't seem...
I wonder if our objective is to pass a screw through, but then that's not big enough. It would just be catching the lip. And I mean, I firmly believe that this is correct, but is that correct? Man.
What else would it be?
Now that I sit and look at it, well, I mean, I don't know what else it would be, but I am going to tell you this. Is it possible that I'm missing the boat here? I don't think I can get that on there. I don't think I can get that on there. So is it possible that there's a hook or a screw that's supposed to go from the top? And then that hook's like this, and then this goes through here? I just feel like it'd be too easy to yank out.
Yeah. Might need to look at it for a minute together.
Okay, we'll look at it for a minute. All right, folks, so we looked up an old Grand Tundra, and the instruction manual didn't quite show what to do. I mean, they sort of showed it just going through the plastic, but then they showed one with a screw. So we did both, or we're about to do both. One screw is in here, but it's making this white, like it's splaying out the plastic, like it's not supposed to be that way. And all it does is it transfers the movement on there. It's not like the end of the world, but at the same time, I don't want to break it. But you see what I'm talking about? I have to open that spring up, and I'm feared that once I open it, it's not going to go back. So I got my forceps here, and my fear is once I open this, I have to open it wide enough to get in there, and I'm thinking I might need some needle nose pliers actually. But it's just an awkward thing to have to do. I'm not saying that it's like a, you know, especially really difficult. It's just kind of in a tight spot, and I'm not sure I'm doing it right. So the other thing you could do is you could take this out, which is not particularly easy either.
Right.
So it's like, well, which terrible thing do you want to have to do? See, if I put a screw there, it'll hold it in. But if I put that screw all the way in, I fear I'll break out this plastic.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't want to let me go all the way down on it. And then the other thing is you would need a washer or something to keep that from popping off easily.
How are you thinking you're gonna hook that through?
I would have to not open, like bend it, but I would have to hold it in such a way that I can spring that through. So you see how that opens up the bite? But I'm just like, I can't imagine that being the correct way to do this. You see what I'm saying? Like it doesn't seem right to me.
Can the spring go to the front?
Here, let's just try this. I'm gonna undo that so you guys can see how I did this. This can go forward or backward in this application, but I'm just gonna show you why I chose what I chose, okay? And I had thought maybe there's something else we're missing altogether. But what I would do is I would probably just hook this on here, and it's really challenging to do this step because look, if you're gonna try to get this on there, you gotta hold it like this and then like open it up, but it's not easy. That's why I believe this is not correct. Can you support that, please? I only got so many hands. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something different because like I can't do this with this thing moving around like that. Normally we would use a plane stand, but this plane is so dang big.
Right.
And unless we want to support it with something else like pillows or something. But you guys kind of see what we're struggling with is we got to try to get that through here or that through here. This is actually smaller. So like if we were gonna be forced to actually do this, then I would do it up here, I guess, technically. But I still don't think that's right. I think there's supposed to be a screw pass through, and that's why we have those 2 additional screws, right?
Right.
So again, quick start guides, this is, okay. If you're printing a quick start guide, the quick start guide should elaborate on all the difficult or weird things.
But like the manual for the old one doesn't really even show what to do.
I know.
And then my concern is we're gonna get through and we're gonna need those 2 screws.
I don't know what we're gonna need them for.
I don't know either, I guess. We're
gonna be putting those wings on.
But how do the wing spars attach? Or not wing spars, but
okay, so that's actually a fair question, but we've only got 2 left at this point. These are pinned, 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 pinned. They're all pinned.
And then it pins here onto the body. Okay, so that's all pinned.
So it's toolless.
So then we have...
And then we have to put on the linkages here and here.
Okay, we don't need screws for that.
No. So we need no more screws.
And
just
then
the 4 screws for this, and we have like a bunch for the... We have a bunch over here.
Because we're using these and the wings.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have 2 left over. Okay, so what if... Wait. You need 4 for the wings, right?
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Then if you had 2 here for the tail, and then you had 1 left over, but that's not it either.
But it doesn't matter because we don't need those. Those are way bigger anyway.
Yeah.
See, if those are bigger, they won't go into the holes.
Right.
So we're definitely on the right track. It's just more a matter of, okay, do I trust that I can drive this in far enough to keep that spring from coming off? And I think the answer is, I don't know.
Right.
And so I guess I'm gonna do the best I can. That's what we sometimes are forced to do in life. And frankly, I don't like giving people advice if I'm not sure. And I am not sure on this one.
But if you lose...
Hold that so I can press down.
If that thing comes...
Just pay attention for a sec. Let me just do this, okay? So, see what I'm talking about? It pops off way too easy. And that's why I tend to think that probably is not what they had in mind, okay? Because that cannot be the way that that's supposed to be. It does actuate the, you know, the tail dragger just fine, okay? So that part's good, but it doesn't actually, you know, secure it on there, right?
Right.
So if you were to run the screw from the other side, well, you can't get to it because this all built together.
Right.
So we know for a fact you'd be running the screws this way. But there's no washer. If there was a washer, you'd be golden. If there was a slightly smaller mechanism, or if this didn't scare me, because watch this, guys. Put the cameras to like here so they can see what I'm talking about. As I tighten this screw, look at that plastic get white. You see that? That's getting white. So that tells me that I'm stretching it out. Or they just missed paint there and it's freaking me out for nothing. Does it look like it's getting white to you?
Well, I mean, it looks white. I don't know if it's getting white or...
Maybe
but it's not doing it on this side, though, is it?
I don't think so.
Goodness gracious.
I know. This is the type of detail that would be completely solved by a manual.
See, in the manual...
That is really hard to put in.
I know. It looks like it's stretching the hole.
Yeah.
And then it looks like it's going to pop off there in like 2 seconds.
It is going to pop off.
Right.
And it is going to do it in 2 seconds. So that leaves me back to the option would be you got to actually put that black thing through this plastic, which is redonkulous too.
Yeah.
So like which ridiculous solution is best? The other thing is you could come from this side and put the screws in here or in here, which, you know, it's kind of the same thing, except that these are stronger because there's more material than this. So you understand, guys, why this concerns me. The other thing is maybe this is supposed to hook from the other side so it comes in, so it comes from the top down, and then that aligns better so it's a little less likely to pop off. Let's try that. Okay. So you see this? Let's see if we can just rule this out. So we'll pop this off, then we'll just put it in from the other side, okay? So if we do that, does that give us a better crack at success? And I think the answer to that question is not really. It's basically, it's the same thing. It's just a different angle.
See, that seems like it's stretching, like pre-stretching it more on this side now.
Yeah, I know. But again, the only way to solve that is a washer. Unless we're supposed to put that hook onto the plastic of this thing, which I don't think so. Because if it was right there, that'd be pretty sweet. I think we have this correct. Now, the other thing we could try, and if we can get this to work, that's great, okay? So you see, if I can get this thing on there, then I think we'd be somewhat golden, you know? You see what I'm talking about? But that is incredibly difficult. It just does not want to go.
And then how are you going to get the other wonky end to the other side?
I know, because you're going to have to stretch the thing out completely and destroy the spring by the time you got it all assembled.
Yep.
So guys, this is just, sometimes we run into this. Our apologies, because we're not 100% sure exactly the correct approach. Now, is this going to stop you from getting in the air? I don't really think it will for most of us. We're just going to get a washer and hold it down. I just am annoyed I have to provide a washer. And I'm sure that we're not supposed to have to provide a washer. Let's double check our nut sacks.
Okay.
And that could be where that, hey, I got an idea that might work. See, there's only one of those though. Mm-hmm. And there's another small, like that screw would probably bite down.
Yeah, we
only have one. And then we've got this thing which we could put in, and then that would give us a little something to hold down. What if we did that? But then you got to cut it in half.
Yeah.
So I just don't see that being the solution. Because if they would have wanted us to cut it in half, then why wouldn't they have just cut it in half? It's a tough call because it's not like the end of the world one way or the other. But I don't want to unbend it.
And if we leave it like this and you're going down the...
Oh, it's going to pop off immediately. And then you might lose the spring.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's why it's not acceptable.
You won't lose your rudder. You're just going to lose your steerable, which I mean is still stupid. But I'm just trying to figure out how catastrophic it will be when it happens.
I mean, because it's going to definitely happen?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It'll 100% happen. That's why this has got to be wrong. There's got to be something we're doing wrong here. But what other screws did we use?
Nothing, because...
That was the smaller size, right?
Yeah, and then we used the bolts here. And that's all there is.
So I think this might be an RTL fasteners to the rescue here kind of moment.
At least until we have a manual or a better...
So guys, this might not be the way that it's supposed to be, but it's the way it's gonna be, okay? So there are times when you have to do things you don't wanna do. So we're gonna get the RTL fasteners kit out. And these fasteners, there's tons of different kits that they sell. And you can buy them. Oh, here's the 2 kits. Here's a metric kit.
There's a bunch of washers in this one.
Hey, what? No, don't separate them. I had them in there for a reason. Look, this is metric, 1 of 2, metric, and then standard. Okay?
Okay.
See how that goes? That's why I didn't want you to put them together. Oh, and then we have this giant box over here too, but I don't think this box has what we need in it. So that's got grub screws in it. Okay, so what we would do is we would normally, and the other thing is there could be just some rando thing that just works really good. You could use a nut or you could use a washer. I think in this case, this washer looks like about the perfect size. Those are lock washers. So you know what I'm gonna do that'll make this easier, camera crew?
Bring one of those screws over here.
Yeah. Because remember, all we need to do is put the washer on and then it can float. Like it can move up and down, no problem.
Right. I got it.
I just handed it to you.
Here you go. Perfect.
Okay, so now we need to find something that's got the inside dimension that's going to be appropriate to pair up with this right here. And so, but it's got to be big enough then to resist that spring coming off. Oh shoot, my divider's separated. Oh, that's annoying. So let's see if these washers are about right. And we'll show you what size they are if we find one that works. Okay. So like that seems like it's got a little bit too much play, and that would probably be an M3 washer, M3 flat washer, because that one is an M3 lock. See? So you see the head is not quite, I don't think that's gonna be good for longevity. So we'll try, we might need that for the last out on the end. So we might need 2 of them. Okay, and then these ones are M2.5 flat washers. Okay, so I'm just gonna put the screwdriver in there, pull one of them out, and then we'll slide this onto the end of the screw. And we'll just see, yeah, see that makes the head of the screw quite a little bit bigger. And let's see if that's enough.
Okay.
We'll test it. Again, this is not provided, I don't know why. And you could always just take and bend the heck out of that and stick it through that hole and you'd be okay. But I just don't like that at all. I think it's not the right move. I don't think that thing's coming off with that.
I don't think so either. It didn't need much.
No, it just needs a tiny little bit. Oh, and frankly, we could also just go to a different type of screw too. Because these screws have a bigger head on them.
Oh. Well,
which we could go smaller on the screw size, but you see those have those like modified heads on them.
Mm-hmm. Almost like a pan head kind of screw.
Yeah, exactly. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try doing an M2.5 to keep good, you know, you see you've got that inner hole, the dimension is well within the head size. And then I'm gonna go to M3. So it's actually 2 of them on there. Okay. Like that.
Okay.
The only problem is as soon as, well, let's see how this goes before I start tearing it apart. Okay.
Okay.
So guys, my apologies for not knowing the answer to this question. I'd really like to be able to tell you good advice, and this is probably about as good advice as I can give you, is that it's not right. Okay. Okay. It's not broken yet. Okay. See, now I can torque this down nicely. I don't want to strip that out, guys. I'm strong enough I could strip the whole thing. So that is most definitely not going to come undone easily.
Okay.
Okay, and it's not going to unclip. It would be really difficult to unclip. So we'll do an M2.5 and then an M3. And frankly, the M2.5 is probably enough, but I'm going to go with both because then we for sure get wide enough.
Okay.
So folks, we don't do this lightly. You can go through your things and find something, I'm sure. Most of you can, okay? I'm not suggesting that that's like a path for Hobby King for shorting us on this hardware. But at the end of the day, this is a solution that I'm suggesting and not necessarily they're suggesting. They might have another method that we're supposed to be doing and we just don't know because we don't have the manual.
Yep.
So I'm gonna hide behind that for this moment and just say, guys, we don't have the full manual. So that's what we're gonna do, okay?
Okay.
So M 2.5 flat washer and then M 3, and that's the product number. So you need to go back and pause it, that's fine. But I just have these metric kits. These kits have been super nice because there's been probably, I don't know, let's call it like 13 or 14 times over the course of the years. And yes, they're expensive, but at the end of the day, if it saves the day, that's why we say RTL fastener saves the day. Because these are weird fasteners. They're small sizes. Yes, you can find small sizes, but I don't want to have to run to the store when I'm doing a build like this.
And you're probably not gonna like go out to your garage and like find something that size.
No. No, but you might have it in your hobby room.
Right.
Okay, so 2 of them. Then I'm putting it under tension and then just screwing it down. Then it's no big deal. Then it's like absolutely not a problem at all. I'm like not even worried a little bit. Okay, so now it's in. Now it's in. Okay, now when the rudder moves, so does the steer tail wheel.
Okay.
And I feel like that's appropriate. It doesn't feel like it's gonna come out. It looks right. It seems like it's gonna function properly. Is it my favorite part of this build? No, I'm pretty annoyed about that. But such is life. What are we gonna do about it, you know? I'm definitely gonna fly the plane.
Yeah, right.
And I will let you know any other problems that we have. Because honestly, at the end of the day, it's a pretty nice plane. It looks nice. It's not been terrible to put together, but it's just like, they look like good landing gear. So I don't wanna give up a feature like that. Okay, so now let's get the prop on. That looks pretty sweet. I like the black on black, it looks nice.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm not usually a big black on black kind of guy, but I like the way that looks. And then, by the way, the spacers, where we put them, look right, I think. Because they are splayed in. Guess what? If they were out like that, then the wheels would be more square. Look. If they were out just a hair, like what I said.
If we would have had those spacers in there in the front.
Yeah, but then, are you kidding me? Those things would look like crap then.
And they're gonna like wobble.
I don't know, step back, I wanna look at it. I don't know. Did we make the wrong decision?
I didn't look at that part in the old manual to see if it said anything about the front landing gear.
I mean, I don't think it's really gonna hurt anything either.
Goodness.
That's a lot of splaying. But I gotta say, I mean, if you did that, then they would be square. But there's gonna be more weight on here too, because you're gonna have a battery and you're gonna have the wings. Right now it's empty, okay? Also, I feel like, yeah, that would make those wheels line up.
Yeah,
right
because
now,
they're canted.
They're canted out.
Yeah.
So we needed 4 of them. Because like, I feel like those things really made a big difference in that assembly. Because if we didn't do that, then what's the alternative? Right? I mean, what is the alternative? Is there an alternative?
I mean, that brace would just be wobbly in there.
Yeah, but that holds it back.
Right.
We didn't have enough hardware to throw another nut in there, right?
No.
See, look how nice and smooth all that is now. But I agree. I feel like if they were right there, then that would space them out so that they hit at the right spot instead of hitting inboard too much, which makes these splay in instead of being level.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, camera crew, without saying it, is that we screwed the pooch?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't look at, I have the old manual, but I didn't look at that step to see if it said anything. I don't know how different things are.
Okay, let's see how hard it is to undo it. If it'll let us undo, we'll just undo it.
But then you have to take the screws out.
Not necessarily. I don't know that that's true. That's gonna be convenient if that ever comes undone. Well, we could just undo one of these. Undo one of those. That would take care of it. right? Mm-hmm. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna undo that. So we need the 4mm. Okay, so we'll just undo this side first. That should let us do both. Okay. This is a lot easier to undo than that one down there. Okay. Okay, so now that that's off, all we need to do is space it.
You only have one more of those. I mean, there's only that one.
Well, I see what you're saying. You'd have to take that spacer out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, unless we cut this in half just to split the difference.
Or you get a full one. You have to redo all this. Cut one of those in half and put a half in each side of that to space it. And have your full equal.
Have I ever explained to you why it's so annoying to be married to me?
I've been married to you.
Oh, there's that.
I already knew.
We don't cut corners even when it's the easier thing to do, and it drives my wife nuts. At least we know it shouldn't come out.
Right.
The nut's already on the driver.
Okay.
So let's just see how this goes. This may or may not, be enough anyway. Okay, so we got that tight. Yep, we can still do that. Okay. So folks, here on Brian Phillips RC, we want to thank you for being part of our mission to bring joy to RC lives. And at the end of the day, we want you guys to have a great experience with your products. Whether it really doesn't matter what brand they're from, but that looks pretty square. Looks pretty good. Now, I might actually have some of that stuff downstairs.
Right. But like you said, the wings aren't on, the battery's not in.
It's going to be a lot worse later. Oh, you're saying it's going to be heavy? Yeah, but the
I
thing
don't
is
think
that's
it's going
going
to
to push it out.
change the cant of the wheels.
I don't think it's going to change the cant. No, not at all. It's going to look a lot better if they're squared away like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question becomes, do I just go find some more of that crap or take one out? Why don't we just take one out? Let's just take one out and be done with it, okay? So this side, I'm right-handed, so I'm just trying to pick the side that's going to be the easier of the two, okay? I still firmly believe that worked really nice. Like it held really good. So what are you going to do?
Read a manual? Oh, wait.
We can't do that.
I don't have one.
Because we don't have one, exactly. So now I'm going to tell you how I'm going to solve this problem. I think this one, I know what I'm going to do exactly for that.
Okay.
Because you want to know why? RTL Fasteners comes to save the day again. You know why?
Why?
Because the RTL Fasteners kit happened to have this random thing with a random standoff adapter in it. Look. This is why you save everything you've ever touched in your world ever. See that? Look at that. Any bets on if that's going to be the perfect size?
Oh, you're just going to use that instead?
Well, I'm going to put it in there if it'll fit, and it sure looks like it's close. It's pretty darn close. Frankly, I don't think it's the same dimensionally.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I got to take this nut out. So we'll just undo this. This is why you do things right the first time. Oh, thank you. That worked out nicely. Okay.
Well,
so
I mean,
that's retightened.
we tried. That's what we did.
So are you saying like just do this?
No, no, no.
Because that actually is a perfect
But it's
fit.
not squishy like everything else is.
Like everything else?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is a perfect fit, but it's, yeah, I don't know. I think the correct solution is we must have been right in our assessment. I mean, but why would you assume that you need that?
I don't know.
Without a manual, it's just that. It's an assumption. What do assumptions do, camera crew?
They make us look really stupid.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so the RTL Fasteners kit did not technically save the day, so I renege on my RTL Fasteners.
Save the day once.
Well, we could also just use one of the other nuts to fill that gap. If we had a black nut, that'd be pretty cool.
Right.
I do have spacers downstairs, I know that.
Well, and you probably do have some sort of fuel tube and stuff downstairs, I'm assuming.
I know
somewhere.
for a fact I've got something somewhere. It's just more a matter of, like, is it actually necessary? And I think the question becomes, was it? The answer is probably not. If it wasn't necessary, it wasn't necessary. I will stand corrected. But I'm still happy with the way it worked. It, like, locked everything in nicely. Okay, I need you to just hold this right here. Just for a second, just hold that, okay? And I'll just put this rubber band back on so that it's easy. That's okay. Mm-hmm. I actually can't believe how easy that was. Okay, and then just keep a hand on it.
Okay.
Now, you could also put the nut forward, but I prefer to have the screw forward. It's just, I don't know, there's not really a good reason for it. And folks, if you're just brand new to Brian Phillips RC, don't worry, we do this all the time. This is unfortunately part of our normal process. We try to figure stuff out and share our findings, but it's not always as clear cut as you want it to be,
right.
Really. Because this hobby is, part of it is you got to learn. And so if you're brand new to the hobby and you're thinking, hey, I'm going to do this and I'm just going to only ever read manuals, there's a lot of stuff that's not in the manual.
Yeah.
That's why channels like Brian Phillips RC exist. If you really get down to it, that's true.
We have about 20 minutes.
Okay. All right, now Lego.
Yep.
Okay, now let's flip it over.
Okay.
And if this sits stupid, we're going to know we just wasted all that time.
Okay.
Okay, and we promise we won't make you watch it a third time.
Maybe.
That looks a lot
Looks
better.
pretty square. I mean, it's still
It's still a little bit of a cant.
yeah, but it's better.
Instructions, guys. That's all I'm going to say. Send them with the plane 100% of the time. Because then all you got to do is look at it. All right, so getting back to the point prop. Undo this nut, which is a weird modified nut. Okay. All right, so now that that's off, we've got this. That's going to go in front, and then this is probably going to go on here, and then I don't think we're going to need a spacer.
Yeah, so look, what is that for?
Yeah, that is definitely not for this.
Oh, huh.
Yeah, there's no way. This just comes with the prop. Meaning it's included with the prop. So this goes in the bag of goodies.
Okay. But not necessarily for the purpose of this.
You know where we could have put that?
No, I think it's too big.
Oh, look, a black nut. That would totally fit on there too. I mean, it would, just so you know. All right, so here we go. On with the prop. Oh, that's built into the motor. It looks like part of the stator. So this goes back. Then the options are this, and then this, or I think this one will go on straight down to it. Yeah, it does not look like we need one or the other. Excuse me. It looks like we need one or the other,
Not
rather.
both. So I wonder why they put the nut on and put the spinner, that in the bag.
It's a placeholder. Yeah, okay. So now I'm going to take 2 millimeter, could have done 2.5, and then torque this down. That prop. Okay, very good. I like the way that looks. That looks sweet. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit small, but it still looks good. And then we have another nut for my nut sack.
Perfect.
This nut sack's getting heavy, hon.
Do you need some help over there?
Maybe. See, look, all this crap, not even getting
That's a lot of
used.
spare parts.
Yeah. Put that in the RTL fasteners kit. Okay, so, all right, what is the next process for the Grand Tundra 2?
Try and get the wings on.
Yep, we'll get the wings on. We'll get the wings on, and then we'll probably have to stop.
Yeah.
Because we're out of time. But let's get the wings on and then we'll be ready to do testing.
Because maybe we can start with the Vortex generators and then when the battery dies, you can finish them off camera. Because we probably wouldn't do that all the way anyway.
Okay, so let's talk about Vortex generators then for a minute. That's a good point. We're gonna have to put these linkages on. I'm not sure I wanna do that with the wings installed.
Right. Sometimes we put them on ahead of time.
I gotta think about this now. Because look, here's the next problem, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 2 that are this length. And then 2, okay, so all 4 are the same length roughly, except for this one. Happens to be pulled off the end a little bit further. Oh, good Lord. That one is just longer.
Oh, okay.
One of them is longer. Which one's longer? Let's find out. One's like this. Okay, guys, this is where you're gonna have to do a little bit of a learning and estimation, okay? So I'm gonna slide all this crap back. We're gonna put these together. Okay, that's reaching, so it's on the far side. That's on the far side and that's on the far side. So I don't understand.
The far side of what?
Meaning you could have that servo mounted the other way so that the body was over here instead.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why is this one covered up but none of the rest of them are?
Well, that's just where there's a decal.
Okay, if you say so. All right, so I don't know how these are supposed to go. I'm assuming we want the output that's the furthest one. These are really easy to undo with these clip doohickeys, okay? So I'm just wondering if it would just make better sense to just snap them on and be done with it. And then we can unsnap them if we need to. What do you think?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so now we don't know where that's gonna be centered though.
Right.
So are we gonna do that once it's all installed?
We have to, because with that pin connector, it's not like you can just plug in, there's no servo wire here to center them before we do it.
Good point, okay.
So yes.
So what you're saying is we are still gonna put these on. Now, you'll notice what I'm doing. Take this ball link and put this in here so it's kind of kicked at an angle. And turn it a few times because you are not gonna be able to do that otherwise.
You can hear them like when you crack them free.
They're extremely
Yeah,
strong.
I can see your fingers.
And these are hacks, so you can actually use a small crescent wrench to move them if you need to, okay? So let's see how this works. Okay, so obviously this one is gonna be either here or here. Goodness gracious, look at that.
That's really like way long.
Well, that's because we're halfway through deployment right there in that position.
True, okay.
So there's that. So we're gonna snap this on. Is there a hole that's opened up? Nope, it's gonna be on the outside one. And that's definitely the correct side. So then this one's gonna go from the top. Wait, why did that one go from the bottom? Oh, it just has to do, they're all the same. Because the direction the servo sits, okay? I did move that a little bit. Try not to drive your servos when they're not hooked up to anything. It's hard on them, okay? So those servos are clearly not hooked up to anything yet. So now the next thing we could do is we could actually, we're gonna have to install all those Vortex generators, you know. Mm-hmm. You're just saying we'll do that off camera?
Yeah, but we're gonna do them before we put the wing on.
It'd be so much easier with it off
I
the
know,
wing.
okay, that's fine. We'll just.
So just hold this. Oh, that one's easy. See how easy it is to spin? That's the way they should be. Outside, nope, that one goes to the inside. Goodness gracious. There it is, I found the hole finally. So that's that. Then we'll just slide this on. Guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the entire process, no matter how tedious, unless our battery dies. If our battery dies and we have to glue in all these Vortex generators, we're gonna show you exactly what we're gonna do, and then it's likely to die. I swear I heard a noise from that. Did it die?
No, it should have like 10 minutes maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I told my wife this would be a quick one.
Yeah.
I said, there's no way it's gonna be a long build. No. It's just
Why?
a Tundra. There's
just
nothing,
like all the other
nothing
times.
too special on there. It's just a basic plane.
Well, I mean, that's true.
Except it's not. Okay, I moved that one again too. All right, so now that we got that done, let's see if we can get these started.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna flip the plane over and then those things are going to swing free. Camera crew is gonna stay back so I have a room to manipulate chairs and stuff. Now, there's 2 or 3 different ways you could do this. I'm gonna suggest foam to foam or some sort of China glue, okay? China glue is what they would use if we were in China. CA is another option. I believe they go this way, okay? Is there something magical about this, of going that way? I don't really know that that's true, but I'm gonna literally just go a little bit of glue like that. I'm gonna try to control the tails like that, like that, like that, like that. And you're probably thinking to yourself, why don't you put it onto the thing you're gluing in? Well, here's why. Because that'll take forever, and I don't want to waste my time. Okay. You guys see the spider web starting on my hand yet? Mm-hmm. I do. Just call me Spider-Man. Obviously, I've got the physique. Okay. Okay, and yes, I'm getting a little bit of drippiness here. Okay, so you guys see the Spider-Man? Mm-hmm. All right, so now the goal is you want to let that tack up, but the best way to actually make this stuff work is to let it tack. So if you want the best results, if you're using this type of glue, what you would do is you would push it in like this, and then you would pull it out and you would let it cook off. Give them a close up. You let it cook off for a few minutes and then push it back in. But because of the nature of this, it's not like a structural component, and I just don't want to waste my time on it. I'm just going to stick them in. And it's going to be fine because we're going to be coming back to this after a little bit because we're about to lose our battery. Mm-hmm. And I want you guys to see this so that you can understand and appreciate just how cool it is that we have so many of these. Oh, crap. I was gonna say, I was running out and I'm like, I'm not gonna have enough.
Oh yeah, you do have another pile over there.
But what happened was I just kind of separated my piles. Now, if I don't have enough glue on there, we'll find out real quick in that 1 or 2 of them might need to be readdressed a little bit. And we'll just come back to that one after a minute. But as you can see, what we can do is at any given time, if we see one that's not quite square, we can square it up. But after a couple hours, they'll be pretty much set. But that's one of the reasons why I kind of like China glue for this type of application. It's very unusual to have vortex generators over the flaps of an aircraft. It's usually over the primary surfaces leading up to and in front. I grabbed exactly half if you would have left that one out.
Oh, I thought you needed one more.
No, I didn't know.
Just kidding, I didn't pick it up off the floor.
Okay, so look. So now this one's glued down. And so what I would suggest you do if you're going to use China glue or some sort of a variant of China glue, okay, like foam to foam or whatever, or foam tack, I think is another one.
1 minute probably.
So what I would do is I would then go back and I would just peel these off and just like leave them loose for just a second so that you know you haven't addressed them. And then I would just let them sit for a minute just like this. And then about the time that you realize, ah, crap, I never stuck those back in there. I know that seems redonkulous, but I would literally do that because that's what I literally just did. I would go back through and I would just stick them back in. All right, so we got the vortex generators glued on and basically they're all in place. We use the China glue. What we're gonna do is just over time, you know, if you see a little bit of that glue popping up, you can take that off one at a time if it matters to you. In our case, they're all glued in and we had a chance to let that set up. Our camera had to charge. So that being said, let's go ahead and get these wings mounted. This should be actually a pretty easy step because they're just sliding on and then 2 screws. Okay, so on this one goes, and you'll notice I'm using the other side to guide it in. Okay, and then I'm just gonna slide this in. Just watch your flap, make sure you don't crush it. Okay, so that's all the way in. Now we just got to do screws, and the screws are these ones. So there should be 2 on each. These are 2.5 millimeter drives. Now remember, there's also wing struts that are holding these wings on. So it's actually a total of like 5 contact points per side. So if you have to take your wing off, you know, take it for what it's worth. It's not going to be a 5-second procedure, but it's also going to be, you won't have to wire up. You know, you won't have to do your linkages on your servos and things like that.
Right.
Okay. So the first setup takes longer because you have to do all that. And also I did off camera just now, I was playing with the battery tray and I got it broke free. It was, needed to slide forward. So I'll show you guys that when we get to that point. But should be pretty easy process. Oh crap. That is not what's supposed to happen. See that? I trapped it. I said, don't trap your flap. You remember how I said that, Brian?
I heard you say it.
Would have been nice if there was somebody watching from the other side, because then I could have had like a heads up that it was getting trapped. Okay, so now that that's undone, I gotta pull this out. Hopefully I didn't damage it. Can you please hold that? Okay, that's freed. Now this is gonna go back. So remember, I was on the other side so I couldn't see. And now I'm just pulling this back in. See, and it kind of has a tendency to want to drop, okay? So just keep an eye on that. It's pretty easy to do that. Again, once you have everything sort of mechanically attached, you're not gonna have that problem. You can let go now. I've got a spare hand. And the other thing too is these landing gear are super squishy and it moves, the plane moves around a lot. So look how tall it is right now. I mean, it's really impressive. It looks really nice. And I'm glad that we had black rubber bands because it makes those rubber bands look a lot better than they could if they weren't.
Yeah, if they were just tan.
Or if they were white or something else, blue, some crazy color. But you could still use those if you need to. These just happen to be sized appropriately for this application, which is nice. Okay, so 2 screws. And that's squared away. Now, technically, if you're unsure of linkages and rod lengths and all that, which we are, it might behoove us to wait to put on the wing supports, the wing struts. But I honestly am not sure. Okay, and by the way, I didn't have any problems getting that in. The wing, okay? So we're just gonna guide this into this opening. Same thing, I need you to hold down on the...
Oh.
If I had more hands, I could do it without help, but I don't. I can't hold that up, so you're gonna have to switch.
Okay.
Okay, so that's plugged in, now you can let go. All right, so at the end of the day, we have learned that this assembly process has been pretty involved, and that's not uncommon on big planes. Sometimes they're very involved, but I gotta say, I like the way it's looking. It seems like it's gonna be a pretty nice plane. It's not super heavy, which is nice. When you get big like this and they get really heavy, they fly doggy, no matter how powerful they are. But this thing seems like it's gonna be pretty good. I mean, it's impressively big. I've never had any of the Tundras, let alone the Grand Tundras, and this is the Grand Tundra 2. So I'm just like super excited to see it fly now. Kind of reminds me of like a Kit Fox. And I don't know, maybe the Tundra's not like actually a real plane, I don't think. Okay, so we got all 4 of those are now torqued down. There is a hatch access here, but you load the battery from the front. Okay, so now that that's done, we're gonna have to eventually put the struts on. Let's see if we can do them and still work everything.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, you can probably just tip this up like this. I mean, it's so big, when I have to look up to make sure I'm not gonna hit the lights,
Yeah.
that's usually how you can tell it's a big plane. Oh, and off camera, I pulled these out of the bag. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. So it looks like the right amount. We don't have any extras there, but we do have 3 screws still, which makes me nervous. I hope we didn't miss something. I don't think we did. What could we have missed? I don't know. We'll find out about the time it comes off in flight.
Great.
Okay, so one of these says L, so this would be left. So it's gonna drop on there like that, and it's gonna go on here in the same way. This would probably be a lot easier with the plane stand, so we are gonna do a plane stand. Here's the plane stand that we like to use. I don't even know if I'm gonna have to adjust it for this plane. I just have to have the plane upside down to make it as easy as possible. Okay, so we'll just put this down carefully. Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, tail's clear.
Okay, so tail's clear. All right, so now I just gotta rethink this because now I'm upside down. So this would be this one says the left, so I think I.
And this one is marked L.
Oh, that is L?
Like the lefts are marked and the rights are not.
Okay, good. So look, you can tell if it's right because this will line up. So it goes from the front part of the wing, it goes back. So that goes on. Let's hope it goes smoothly. Why is it not sliding down?
There's a little
Okay.
plasticky chunk maybe back there.
It's paint. Oh, okay. It just was a little sticky with the paint. Okay, so that's on. And that's on. Okay. So I gotta get that one. I don't understand that. How the heck are you supposed to make that work? Look at that.
Yeah, it's like covering the hole
Like-
completely.
That thing is not protruded out enough.
Nope.
Okay, so we got a bad one. Almost certainly. Hey, push this down, please.
How much?
Hard. Okay, so that's in. That was pretty easy. Problem is, I don't think that's supposed to be like that.
I doubt it.
I don't know how you're supposed to get around that if that happens. Should we do the other side before I do it with this?
Yeah, let's just do.
Those ones are sticking out more.
I think they are sticking
They're
out more.
sticking out more. Son of a biscuit. Unacceptable, stupid problem. That sort of stuff just really makes you scratch your head. Like, how do you manage to screw up something that's so critical? Okay, pull that out, pull this off.
But it's like the whole
The whole thing needs to pull up. The whole thing needs to pull up. Like that.
Oh, like that.
That's metal.
I think you got it now.
Okay. All right, guys. You see what I did? Did I grab the wrong one? I grabbed the wrong one. Sorry, folks. Did I grab the wrong one?
L. Should have an L on it.
L. Okay, so I got to be careful not to press that down. I don't think I pressed that down for the record.
I don't think you did either.
I think it was pressed down.
Because it's not painted. When you pulled it up, it's white on the bottom, not silver.
Yeah. So, guys, if it's not all the way protruded, then that's at least good because that means you don't have to, like, replace your wing. I was getting pretty nervous there. I was not feeling it. Let go, please. So, what's going to happen is press down here. Specifically, press hard, like you mean it. Thank you. Okay. I don't know if it's better to go this way or the other way. I'm frankly not sure. I'm having a hard time finding that hole. Is it not pressed all the way out?
There it is.
I got it finally. Okay, so those worked pretty easy. They'll be easier with some wear and tear and work in, I think. And yes, we will be able to do the linkages with those in place. We got plenty of room. So now we just got to spin the plane around and hit the other side. Now here at Brian Phillips RC, we try to show the entire process, start to finish. Sometimes that means we do this on multiple days, but we've had a beautiful day of flying time. And so if you're getting this plane and you expect to fly the same day you open it, I guarantee you can do it faster because you've watched our screw ups. And you might have a manual, which really helps. But at the end of the day, I must say this is a lot longer process of building than I wanted it to be. Than it should have been, admittedly. We're just gonna start saying it like it is. We've said it like it is for years, but sometimes, you know, it's like these manufacturers just need to understand that when people are spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on some foam, they want it to be fully assembled. It's just annoying. So that being said, is it a good plane? Probably. It feels like it's going together pretty good. I mean, it's a nice plane. And the build is not especially difficult, just very time consuming. And I think what's happening is that Hobby King is rightfully trying to keep the cost down by paying less labor to the people at the factory. Problem is, I don't work for the factory. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't want to do that. If I wanted to work at a Chinese factory, I would go to China.
But some people have a limited budget.
Yep.
So they're willing.
But this is better than some of the other competitors that do that also, like the Dynamis of the world. I just feel like the Dynamis of the world, they leave so much more to chance.
And it's stuff that's not lined up or right.
Right.
Like this is just a lot of steps.
Well, and not only that, I can't say that about that back tail dragger thing.
Well, that's true. That
might be one exception to that because, frankly, we had to add parts to make it work.
I can't see that whole hole on my side.
I can't either. And
Okay.
so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this a little bit different. I'm going to take one of my screwdrivers that has a real small tip. 1.5 might get it. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. Nope,
It's
not
like
with
there's
that.
something in the hole or something too, like paint or.
Here's a 0.7. That's real small. No, it's just not pressed down far enough. So I'm just going to try to lift it up. Yeah, I think those things must be allowed to drop. I think that's what's going on there. I've not seen that style before. So I'm going to start from the front, work it in. Yep, that worked.
Yep.
Okay. Thoughts on the clips? Not a big deal. First time's usually a little bit more challenging than subsequent times. It's just through the whole time we've been doing this process on Brian Phillips RC where we build planes, we unbox, build, radio setup. We try to show the entire series of steps that comes together with a fully blown. And by the way, I feel like there's maybe a twist in this. I didn't quite get it exactly right. This side is not looking right. I'm gonna redo it. I cannot tell if I got it right. I think I might have crossed it over kind of funny. So I wanna make sure it's the same on both sides so we don't have some disparity in stiffness on one side versus the other.
Okay.
And I could be mistaken. It might just be the way that the angle I was seeing it, but I just tried to do that so that it was the same. And I don't know that there's really like a correct way. It feels about the same. So we'll just go with it. I think it's right. Okay, so this plane is technically built, okay? And it is big. That is a big plane.
Yeah.
I did not know this thing was gonna be so big. I'm actually really glad it's big, but at the same time, I didn't know it was so big. That's awesome. So obviously bigger planes, more interesting, more fun, a little bit better flying. Oh, by the way, off camera, I was left with 2 Vortex generators, and we're just gonna go with these are extra. 1, 2, 3, okay?
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put those in our bag of tricks that we have for extra pieces right here. And this is the complete bag of tricks with all the extra little goodies.
Okay.
So you can see those were just ones we didn't need yet. And admittedly, some of that might be used for this too. I'm not sure. I think this is like, they have like a bomb drop mechanism. So that'd be an adapter for that. Or like a parachute dropper or something like that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so the next move is we have to figure out our radio system. In order to do radio setup, I'm not sure if we're gonna need to put this on the plane stand. I kind of doubt it. I think we probably need to do an AR637T, but let's just talk about channels. We don't have retracts on this model. So as a result, we save one channel from some of our customary setups. We're gonna have throttle, we're gonna have reverse throttle, okay? So thrust reverse to turn that on and off. We're gonna have an elevator, we're gonna have a rudder, we're gonna have at least one aileron, and we're gonna have at least one flap. So that's 5, 6. But then I'd really like to have a second one because then we can set up crow or full length, full span flaps, which I pretty much guarantee on this plane you're not going to need. But it would be cool, and I would like to do some sort of like this reflex setup or crow. I've heard it called both things. I usually call it crow. But what that does is, careful, holy cow. Did you see what just happened there?
Yeah. It bent like all the way flat.
It didn't break. It just,
No.
That does not seem like that's the way that should be. Am I supposed to like double up that rubber band or something?
Well, you only have 2 rubber bands. Or I mean, one extra
I have
one.
3. No, I mean, am I supposed to like go around it more often? Like more wraps to tighten it up?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Sorry, freaked me out there. Okay, so with 6 channels, you can get away with thrust reverse and have a single aileron channel. I'm just not sure if I want to deal with the more complexity. It's just a Y cable that goes together, so it's really easy to just separate the Y cable. And it reaches up to the front. So right now I've got everything kind of squished in over here. And as you can see, it's all right there. Just gonna take both these hatch covers off. So we've got rudder, and we've got this light circuit here, as well as elevator back here. So the receiver's gonna go back here. We already know that. And even if we didn't want it to be that way, that's the way it would be because the nature of where everything is gonna reach. Man, I hope that thing doesn't keep splaying out on us. I could take the last hook point, undo it, and go around again. That would tighten it one more quarter. I don't know if I want to mess with that just quite yet. But then you see these. These are the flaps, and they're all tangled up, of course. Why would they not be tangled? Okay, and then of course we're gonna have the thrust reverse is this. So here's throttle and reverse. Okay. And then that's flaps, that's aileron. So you would just separate out the ailerons from that Y cable there. But frankly, I am very weirded out by this configuration. Like, why is there, I don't understand, why is this wire set up like that?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
It looks like, what the heck? It is just so weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Sometimes stuff like that, it just makes you scratch your head. Like, why don't you just use a regular Y cable like every other manufacturer? I don't understand it.
If you unplugged to your...
Well, this is for the other aileron then.
Right,
And
but then you
would
could
just have this.
You can plug your lights into that, right? If you're using a 6 channel.
Yeah, you can plug the lights into the bind plug too. There's a bunch of million different ways you can do that. I'm not even concerned with the lights yet. I'm concerned with, why do they split them off that way? Is there a reason? And I need to understand that before I make decisions. Because if I make decisions that undermine my ability to finish the message, not the message, but the assembly. Okay, so that's clearly going to be the lighting. I just don't know. Where are we supposed to hook up all the rest of the crap? Because would they give us a Y cable or anything for that?
No.
They didn't. Okay. So I need to send this back here. So I'm just gonna see if I can get it. Gosh, this is gonna be awkward. I'm gonna pull it up here, and probably what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to send something from up there back, like a long screwdriver, or forceps. Forceps might work.
Yeah.
Let's see if that works first. But I guess my whole point is this. If you want to do reflex or crow, you can do it. I just don't know if it's necessary on this, and it's unique to this model and models that are like, STOL performance planes. So I guess I'm just not sure if I care, if I think I'm going to use it, or if it's not going to matter. I really don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, the other thing is we might find out that thrust reverse is totally unnecessary, and we could always give that channel up. Or we could just take the profile that we build and just swap out the receiver for a different receiver if we decide that's what we want to do. I don't know. There's not really a super obvious choice, but it's not like a lot more money to go from an AR637 to an AR8360T. And so I think the average Joe, you're gonna be in it this far, what's an extra 15 bucks? Because I think that's the price difference. It might be like 20 bucks now. It's not that big of a difference. But I am not sure how most people will handle that. Why don't we just go with, the other thing too is if I do an AR8360T, then I'm gonna have the power connector, the 1S micro pH connector that has to go back to the receiver so it can have telemetry voltage.
We'd have that on the 637T though too.
I know, but if we're gonna go with 6 channels, we could do a 631.
Right.
Or 630, which would be sufficient then. And then we save having to do that mess, because I just don't know that that's gonna be a big factor on this plane.
Are you concerned about having voltage?
Not as much as a jet.
Right.
Not as much as a helicopter, because that sneaks up on you so fast on a helicopter or a jet.
Yeah.
But with a plane like this, you got a huge prop, you got 6S, you know, and a high voltage pack no less. I don't know how much faster it's gonna drop off. But the performance to dead battery ratio, I mean, just like it happens over a longer period usually.
Right.
Well, let me grab a receiver, I'll be right back. Okay, so the decision was made off camera, 8360T. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, do you really need 8 channels? No, I kind of don't. I need 7. And do I need 7? No, I really don't. I need 6. But do I want 7? Do I want 8? Do I want 6? Well, I kind of need the 6 because there's 6 unique channels that are necessary to fly this plane. Or excuse me, there's actually 5. Throttle, elevator, rudder, ailerons, flaps. Okay? But then I want reverse thrust and I want a second aileron. So we're gonna go with an 8 channel, which gets us all that. So I don't have to give anything up. And unfortunately, that just means that we have a little bit more advanced radio setup. But that's part of what we do here on this channel, is we show the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. And sometimes that means we're doing a little bit. I did upgrade the firmware on this one, so it is like a plus, but it's actually not technically marked or marketed as such. The packaging looks almost exactly the same. And I think it just has like a plus somewhere on there. It doesn't matter. If you update the firmware, you have plus. But I should warn you, if you don't need, if we prove that the crow is unnecessary or just sort of a waste of time, then you might want to just stick with what, you know, with a 6 channel, okay? Because you're going to get all the things you need, really.
Right.
Or if you don't want thrust reverse, then maybe you do the crow on a 6 channel, okay? We got plenty of room to mount it in here. Okay, so first thing I do is I take this micro pH connector and I twist this wire so that it is like this. And it takes me just a minute, so once we get that twisted, we'll come right back. All right, so we have this twisted now, and when it's twisted like this, that will help drastically with cable management, but it also means that you can do this easier. So from this side, the camera is going to show what we're doing. From over here, because you're in my way there, I need to break this open, and it's sometimes challenging because you have to pop this out of those tabs and then pop it from the other tabs. We're gonna pull these pants down off of here, okay? Ah, jeez. Okay. All right, so that's giving me problems. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a flat bladed screwdriver and a fairly stout one. I think this one should make it pretty easy, I hope. And once I get one side opened, then I can get in there and just give it a little kick, okay? So why do I wanna do that? Because then I can take these wires and I can feed them through the back side of the pants, and then you can solder them if you want. That's the obviously best way to do it. But I almost never solder it myself, and you wanna know why? Because it's not necessary. It would be better if I was doing some $10,000 jet, I'd probably solder them, you know? But I'm not. Okay, so now I'm going to take this and I'm going to go up inside of here and just backfeed some telemetry tap points. Okay, so now I need to get a tool to actually lift the silicone portion of the wire just a little bit like that. See, now you can see the wire. Just take and slide that in there. And the idea is you want to get up in there just as deep as you can get it, because that'll keep giving you good contact, okay? Remember, this is not carrying any current. There's like no load on the other end. So it carries just enough current of the, you know, the test leads of a digital multimeter. Think of that, okay? So you might test a giant double aught gauge cable with a little meter, but you're not carrying any current back to the microprocessor on your multimeter, right? See, I'm kind of squishing that together to get that silicone to lift up. And once it does, we can slide that in, and it's just giving me all sorts of grief today. Mostly because it knows I'm in a hurry. Okay, so I'm gonna do it the other way. This is where I stick that in there. That opens up a pocket. And then I can take this wire and I can slide it way up in there, just like that, and then pull that out. Let that fall back down. And then once I get this where I want it, then I can quadruple check my test point on the black side. Okay, slide that even further in until it's at the deepest part of the pocket, let that relax down. And then I just double back these leads so that we can pull the pants back up. Snap it into its little holster. And there you have it. Now, what I like to do on this wire is I will secure it so as to keep from having a giant mess where it just pops out or causes a conflict, okay? Now remember, you don't need much. All you're doing is just holding that in place, you know? You're not really, you know, holding against a pull. You're just making it so that if there is a light tug, the tug transfers back to the big cable instead of pulling it out of that pocket, right? And so with that amount of tape on there, even if you give a little tug on here, it's not going to tug it out of the silicone end. Okay, and you're probably thinking, that looks really ridiculous, Brian. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but check this out. I can follow this back very nicely on one or the other lead. Looks like the black lead's a little closer, so we'll follow the black lead back. And this is what I do, guys. This is cable management 101. Manage it, keep it in place where you want it to be, and just keep going along your merry little way, okay? Now, if you wanna here's another trick. You can split that in half, and then you can use a thinner piece. Now, if you wanna use zip ties, that's fine too, but zip ties do get pretty obnoxious in a tight spot like this. Okay, clip that, go back another couple inches, retighten your little weave pattern, your braid, whatever you want to call it. It's not really technically a braid because it's only 2 wires. Okay. Remember to put a little pre-stretch on there because these vinyl tapes like to use that to help with their strength. Okay. Now I'm going to take this, guys. I'm just going to clip it halfway at a nice little small piece like that. So cable management here on Brian Phillips RC. We start at build, we end at radio setup. Radio setup is right around the corner. We're both excited for it because we're sick of building this plane, but only because the sun is setting. It's actually been a fine build. It's just always up against the wire. That's our life, okay? So if you live a life of any level of importance, you guys will understand exactly what I'm talking about. You're always up against the wire on something, okay? So I can pull this back just a hair, and you can see that will help protect, and look at where that ends, guys.
Nice.
So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue that path. Now, again, this is all just a function of telemetry so we can tell what the pack voltage is. There's more than one way to skin that cat, but I'm just gonna tell you this right now. That's one of the easiest and simplest ways to do it, but it's certainly not the only way to do it, okay? And you just go out every couple of inches and just do that, and that'll help hold it. Now you could go and do something totally crazy, just tape the whole thing, but that's just ludicrous and also a waste of tape. But if you do a little bit of tape or a little bit of zip tie action, you'll have all this stuff nice and secure, and it's gonna be a lot easier when you're loading your battery. Every time you go to fly this plane, you're gonna have a better, more joyous experience. and a lot less frustrating, which is ironic because every time I build a plane, I end up finding myself really frustrated building it, and then I fly it and it makes up for it. Unless it's a sucky plane, which we've had a few of those in our years of doing this. But the vast majority of them have been good. Like really, they have been. The vast majority. It's just the minority of the ones that have been terrible and also are terrible builds and that have really ruined it.
You usually only build the plane once. So once it's built,
you
kind of forget.
Built. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so that looks pretty good.
Okay.
I'll just keep that for the next piece I need. So now, cable management 101. Cable management 101. We got to get all this crap back over to the other side. So like that's an aileron now, but I got to keep it plugged in just to be on the safe side, okay? So at this point, the next big move is probably going to be to start landing stuff on the actual receiver. But we can't technically do that until we know where things are going to need to land, because we need to know what port goes to what control surface, okay? So this is the point where we're going to actually start working with the radio system, and we're going to make what's called a profile in airware in our case. And I cannot pivot this plane because it wants to just depress the landing gear every time I do something like that. These are out so we can try to feed wires through, and then this will stay out. But let's go ahead and start that process. Okay, so we are, full disclosure, using a full up NX10, okay? So this NX10 has more channels than we need. It's 20 channels right now. And I did find a profile from a plane that didn't exist anymore because it committed harikiri. I was at the sticks, but it was its own personal decision. So I definitely did not agree with the decision, but it's no longer with us. Okay, all right, coming around. So I cleared it, I renamed it number 252, and I'll show you the process. Click back and cancel, that takes you to model select, and you can see that's the NG. So I'm just gonna select the last one. As you can see, I cheated it to the end of the list as well in model utilities, okay? So now that that's started, I can go back down to system setup, disconnect RF, and we'll start here as though we had created that new model. I did it off camera because I didn't want you guys to have to see that. It's only because we have this thing full. So model select has already been done. Model type has already been done. That's how we cleared out what was on there, which that was the EC1500 V2 gray. Differential thrust, beautiful plane, crashed it like an idiot. Okay, so the model name, this is going to be the Avios and the Grand Tundra 2. So we'll type that in and come right back. All right, so the Avios Grand Tundra 2. Normally I put the size class, but I'm out of characters. So we'll go back, aircraft type. We're gonna set this to two aileron, one flap, and then normal tail. And then I'm gonna go to select image, and I'm gonna change it from the standard file, probably like carbon cub, that'd be close enough. Like that, okay. And then we'll go to F mode setup. We're gonna select that. We're gonna put it on switch D. Okay, so flight mode on switch D, spoken flight mode. This is where we set up the different labels, both audio and visual. Okay, so the name is right here. So cancel clears it. This one's gonna be AS3X for us. It's actually AS3X Plus, but we'll go ahead and type that in and come back. I realized I wanted to tell you stuff while I was typing. So AS3X, and then we have to scroll, but I'll talk. This is a model that is the Grand Tundra 2, but it is basically a spoiler-on, flapper-on, flap-equipped, fixed-gear, prop-driven plane with thrust reverse. And you can copy it to virtually any model. Okay, so this is going to be off, highlight, cancel, off. So this process can be easily translated, notwithstanding the name, to whatever model you want. And there might be some nuances after we fly it, but you're going to have to just use your best imagination. You know, maybe the flaps go one direction versus the other or something like that. But that's so minor that if you can't figure that out, don't feel bad if you're brand new. But if you've been doing this for a few minutes, then you know, that's easy, guys. Okay, highlight, cancel. This is going to be safe. sensor assisted flight envelope. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, but you don't use safe anymore, Brian. Yeah, of course I don't need it, but it's nice to have it on here. Whoops. And what that does is sensor assisted flight envelope is going to do the auto leveling. And so auto leveling, of course, is a godsend for those of you that are learning to fly, because it takes the edge off of the impossible and it just helps you have much higher survivability. Okay. We'll show you how to set up all three. AS3X. Okay, now this is where it gets a little bit different. This is a new updated version. Just went to like 4.01 or something. I don't know. It's a new version. So this tells you where things are going to plug in. So we're technically where we need to be because we have all 6 plug points, right? Do we?
No, we
didn't have thrust reverse.
We did an 83, so are all 8 ports open?
What now?
We have an 8360, so we have 8 open ports. So we have 8.
Yeah, but the 7th is going to be thrust reverse.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go to aux 7, which they're saying the input is B, which I don't know why that would automatically be assigned. I'm going to set it to switch G, which we will use for thrust reverse, okay? So we don't need to do anything with aux 7 as the output. That is the output we want.
Yep.
Don't know why they started doing this aux 7, because these are regular channels, then this is an auxiliary, that's an auxiliary, so that's aux 1, aux 2, aux 3, aux 4, in every other nomenclature. So it's very confusing. I wish they would just go back to doing it the way everybody does it, but it is what it is. Okay, so we've attached that. This right knob, or rotary knob rather, is attached to aux 8. I'm gonna clear this because I don't want that on, and I'm gonna clear that because I don't want it on. Those, of course, speak to the sliders back here. I don't want to listen to them beep, okay? But I do want the rotary knob on aux 8, which is channel 8.
Unless we plug the lights into 8.
It doesn't matter. You're just stealing power.
Okay.
Aux 8 could, yes, power the lights, but the lights don't turn on and off based on that signal condition. Unless this controller is controllable, which is totally possible. And if it is, then we'll learn that. And we'll know. Okay, because you can use the rotary knob on an unpluggable channel all the way up to channel 20. Whoops, inhibit. See all these other channels. And then why is gear on channel 13? What the heck? No, disassociate. Disassociate. I don't know. Why does that happen?
Is that the same line that gear's in? No, that wouldn't even be the same on the previous
we don't even
screen.
understand. We've noticed that on 2 models now. It's got to be a firmware glitch.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So warnings, all that stuff. We'll be ready for binding, but we're not quite ready. So I'm going to just scroll. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to rates and expo, throttle cut, highlight that, toggle the switch H, acknowledge it. Why is it on this set? Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. Throttle is at -100. Okay, so it's not working, which is what we want. And then now that the throttle cuts off, it works. Okay, see? Very good. All right, so that's the first thing. Then rates and expo, we're going to set this up to be active on switch F. On switch F, I want 0 to turn to 5. So I want 5%, then I want 10. Then I want 20, and I want to drop the rates just a little bit on this setting, because then we can have a very soft, we can have a very soft stick, or normal, or we can have a very sensitive stick, okay? And we're going to do that same exact setup for all 3. Now, why do we want to set it up this way? Because that gets you a basis for flight. You don't need to have it perfect on the maiden flight, but you know, I rarely change the setting. I just keep it set. It kind of gets me a starting point, and you might need a lot more expo to feel comfortable. You might need a little bit less, but either way, you've got a halving and a doubling of the expo rate as you work your way through that switch condition. Okay. Now, the other thing is, we start here. If we need it more sensitive, we go up. If we need it less sensitive, we go down. Okay, so I'll start in the center. All right. Differential we'll set up potentially on this model because we can. Of course, flap system, we're going to assign flaps to something. That is going to be set to switch B. Okay. But now you can see we have crow as well. Pretty cool, right? So flap, elevator, crow, flap, elevator, crow. So my only concern is I kind of want crow to be turned on and off with another switch. So I'm trying to remember how we do that. It's been a while since we've set one up. But you can always set it up and not even call out the crow here if you don't want. But you can also make like a takeoff setting, and then you can have like a landing setting where it's just like crazy crow, okay? But I would like to have like a 5-position switch if I was gonna do crow as well. Because then it'd be like normal, takeoff flaps, landing crow, full crow, or something like that, okay? But we don't have that on this setup. And then also the speed, we're gonna set it to 2 seconds. And because we're at zeros on all this, we have no elevator compensation and we have no flat position. So that means it's gonna be in the 0 position, which is in the center. That's the safest place to start a flap, but you need to remember you're in the center, not the end of sweep or the end of sweep. So if you wanna set this a certain way, you can, but just be careful. If you've already got it hooked up, it might damage your servos.
Right.
Because it might pull that thing, right? Okay, all right, so now we should be ready to, let's set up a timer, even though it's probably not gonna matter. We'll do 5 minutes, 1 out active. Clear's gonna reset it. At 1 minute, I want a voice. At 20 seconds, I want nothing. The only time in this whole matrix, this whole metrics where you press highlight it and you hit cancel and it goes to something different.
Goes different.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go to voice. At expiration, I want tone and vibrate with the tone every minute thereafter. Okay, very good. All right, throttle cut's on. Timer starts regardless of throttle cut, just so you know. I'm gonna clear the timer here. Everything's ready to rock and roll, so we'll just go over to the monitor so we can see what everything is. Throttle, right aileron, elevator, rudder, flap, left aileron. Auxiliary 7, which in our case is going to be attached to switch G. That's gonna be our thrust reverse, okay? So we're gonna have to set that to be all up, and all up, but we don't know what direction, so we'll mess with that here in a minute, but just keeping in mind that our thrust reverse might be in the wrong condition. By default, I want that to be forward thrust, I want that to be reverse thrust, and I want that to be reverse thrust. We don't do pilot fatigue on this setting unless it's an EDF because I don't want to cut my hand off, okay? So we'll leave it in this mode. Now we can start landing cables, okay? This is a very important and critical step here is getting everything landed. If you plug in things in the wrong port, it gets confusing, especially when you have 2 ailerons. And they have to go to a designated port, okay? So just keep in mind, when you do go and you start wiring things up, camera crew is gonna help me by pointing the camera there when we need to look at something, okay?
Okay.
So the first things first, we're gonna plug in the throttle, okay? How do we know where signal is? We look right there, it says S plus minus on a silk screen on the end here. Okay, so signal's up. So signal in this case is on, what's throttle on?
1.
Okay, so 1, now look over here. Port 1 is throttle. Now, reverse thrust is
7.
So where do we plug that in, camera crew?
Port 7 on the top pin.
Top pin signal, correct?
Yes.
So, but what about the power and ground? Well, you've already got it through these two, okay? Now, the other thing I'm noticing is I'm gonna have to steal a little bit of this length and I'm gonna steal it from that spot. So watch this. I need that length to be able to reach up here effectively, or I can do this and have that come up here on this one particular port. Yeah, that's probably what I'll have to do. And then this is the micro pH voltage. It's a micro pH 1S plug. It's like normally what we have on these little batteries for like little microplanes, okay? But that's what we're gonna use. And that's gonna get us started, okay? So we have a pretty good amount of length on this wire. I don't think that's gonna cause a problem, but I've got this piece of black cable, excuse me, not black cable, but black tape waiting for this application. And so I'm gonna go ahead and you see what happened there? That sucker is really easy to pull out, is the only thing I don't like. There it goes. I think I may not have actually had it on there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's always kind of scary when you get stuff like that happen. Okay, because you don't want that to happen while you're flying, guys. Okay, so we know that's throttle. It's like super, super obvious, so I'm just gonna tape over that. Now, why are we taping this, camera crew?
So that it just stays tidy and out of the way of everything else?
Because I don't want it to come undone. Because it's, yeah, exactly, that's right. And just so you guys know, we try our very best to give you a good shot of what's going on in here, but like there are times during radio setup where my hands are blocking our view, and our apologies in advance if that happens. We do our best to avoid it, but there's only so much we can do. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's now plugged in. So now we have ailerons, I guess, is just the next one we're gonna do. You're probably thinking, why are you plugging this in up here? I thought you were gonna plug it in back there. Well, I am, but I gotta get them plugged in where I can reach. And then I'm gonna throw this back, okay?
So we gotta figure out
this is an aileron.
which aileron
This one clearly goes to that side. So that'd be the left.
Left. So left aileron is gonna be channel 6.
Okay, so channel 6. Hey, hun, channel 6. So channel 6 is right here. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, what are you gonna do with that other one that's just hanging loose? Where's the other one?
2.
Channel 2, okay. So there's channel 2. Okay, so it's plugged in, nice. And then this is gonna take on, I'm just gonna use this for one of the light systems, because there should be 2 of these. Brown is down, so that's gonna be there. And if that changes, when we move the ailerons, we'll know that that is actively being controlled by whatever that thing is, which I assume that is a light controller because it goes to two pin cables that are clearly going to lights, okay?
Okay.
So now I'm gonna take this other one, which is flaps. Now you could separate these flaps out too if you wanted, which you could do that on this plane, but I don't really think it's helpful because they only go down. It's not like ambidextrous on there, okay? So this is gonna stay on the Y cable. Where's flaps?
So flaps is on 5 in this setup.
Okay. All right, so it's plugged in.
Weird, but.
It is different. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to send this through. I am just like not sure I'm happy with that. I got to pull this back while supporting my throttle cable. Okay. So maybe when I'm done, I'll throw some tape around it just to kind of hold it all together. Okay. So everything is wired up in terms of signal wires except for the stuff back there. So now I got to figure out how I'm going to send this through without too much difficulty. And there's a million ways to skin a cat. I think on this one, I'm just going to put it back there and I can kind of see an antenna shooting through, and I might be able to just grab the antenna.
I can't see, but
I can't see. How do you expect to see?
No, I was just hoping I could see someone poke through.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these forceps, folks. These forceps are going to help me reach this, I hope, but I got to bring the plane close so I can get my body physically closer to it. And a lot of times we tip the plane. I'm going to have to go back behind the wing.
Oh,
actually.
I can see an antenna from here on my side.
Okay.
It's up in that upper left corner. See it?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it. So normally I wouldn't pull one of these through with an antenna like this, but at least I have an antenna, so it gives me something to guide it with. So now that that's back in, I can drop the ESC down where the batteries would go, and that'll buy us a little bit of length on the cables. And there we are, okay? So now, was that easy? Was that convenient? Not either of those things. And elevator. Why do they have these stupid length issues?
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Elevator's me on 3.
Yep. Okay, so this label, it's a nice label at least. Very easy to read. Not some like weird handwritten note on some cheeseburger wrapper, which we've seen some crazy.
It's not a dyno.
Oh, get in there. Okay, so elevator's plugged in. And then we have rudder. Okay, rudder needs to be
on 4.
On 4. Okay, so this is awkward, would be the easy way to describe this. But you know what? That's the name of the game sometimes. You just got to get her done, I guess. Gosh, I cannot see. I feel bad for the people watching at home. They can't see at all. Hun?
Yeah.
Are you in an angle where they can see
I'm
anything?
trying to be above your hands so you can see a little bit.
Okay.
I hope, because I can't see from down here.
Okay. Can you see on the camera?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Oh man, plug it in the middle wire last. Really smart, Brian. Okay, so it's plugged in. Ish. Gosh, okay, so it's in now. All right, so now that it's plugged in all the way, technically, I wanna see if I can drop this plane off of the end of the counter because I just am having a hard time physically reaching it. Let's see if we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay.
So, Now I've got this in position. Now I need to go around back to the front, and you can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, just double checking everything is intact, and the only thing that's kind of hanging low is that stupid black thing for the light controller, which frankly, I thought we were going to take care of the light controller. We're not going to make it.
No, probably not.
Okay. So here's this. Okay, so we got this wire. I don't know what it does, but I'm gonna brace it and untangle this crap. And then once it's untangled, then I can take this and pull this up here. Yeah, okay, so here's the light tap, okay? So now we have a bind plug and we have another plug. So we don't have to actually use a bind plug to bind this plane. We use the bind button. So I'm assuming we will just go ahead and use those plugs to power these accessory devices. Now you don't have to do it this way, but this is the way I'm gonna do it in this application. You could use a Y cable if you have a Y cable for another plane or whatever. It's taped down, I just pulled that off. Signal is down, signal is up, so ground is down. So I'm just plugging into the 8th port, which doesn't actually run anything. So that's just running a light. And then there's one more over here. Why are they not giving us a Y cable with this plane?
Yeah, no kidding.
That really deserves a Y cable.
That's a lot of light plugs.
Yeah, they need to really be including that crap. That should have been included. There's not really any excuse for that.
That's 3 light plugs.
Well, it's just the way we did it. Okay. What I'm trying to say is they need to really be including Y cables, because there should be a Y cable for all of them to go into. So a quadruple.
Yeah.
And that would, well, a triple. Because they already had a Y cable in terms of this little box.
Yep.
The breakout board thingy. Okay, so I'm gonna just throw that back here. Now we have to figure out cable management. This is always fun because we have to figure out the position of the receiver, and then we have to figure out how we're gonna get everything in there so that the cables still reach everywhere. So this is the time of night where I'm like, great. We've lost our opportunity to fly.
Setting.
And so it breaks my heart because we work our butts off to try to get this stuff done, and then we lose perfect flying opportunities. Oh, it's so frustrating. And it only gets worse because as the season gets later and later and later and later, we lose time even quicker.
Yeah.
And so for anybody who is old, like me, daylight savings time, and you fly airplanes, it's a killer. We want that to stay on all the time. So, all right, look at this. I'm pulling all these wires in such a way that I'm trying to untangle them, because they are tangly like crazy right now. Like really bad. It's driving me crazy.
Where are you thinking you're gonna stick that thing?
I'm thinking I'm gonna figure that out when I'm done untangling this, because I can't make that decision at this point because I don't know where all the wires are gonna end up.
Yeah.
Those aren't long enough to reach. Son of a biscuit. Okay, so then, I think what we're gonna have to do is we're probably gonna have to come up in here. We're gonna have to go something like this is what we're gonna have to do, okay? But as you can see, we got quite the cluster, you know what, going on. And so I'm gonna have to go the other way because it's wanting to twist it.
Yeah.
But like whatever that little thing is, that might be a servo signal reverser. That would be stupid if there was a servo signal reverser. No, that's a light controller. It's a flashing light probably. Gosh, there's just no good way to reach it. I can't put it on the top. It's got these angles.
Oh, I was just gonna ask that.
No. The answer's no.
Okay, never mind.
No, that's too bad. And now this is really being a pain in the butt. And here, I'm just gonna pull all that crap out of there. All of it. All of it. Get out of there. All the wires. Okay, so it'd be awesome if there was like, say, a shelf or something you could mount there. You know? Instead of this stupid vertical thing here. See the vertical thing?
Yeah.
It's driving me crazy. Because that's right where I need to be with my receiver.
Yeah.
To make it nice and tidy and clean and beautiful.
You probably can't cut like
That's what I'm gonna have
notch.
to do, but that's not a good angle. That's not a good angle.
What's not a good angle?
That's not a good angle. The plane is gonna be flying and it's gonna be like this. It needs to be square.
No, I'm saying, can you cut part of this here so it can lay flat in that spot instead? Because I thought it was gonna fit in that little pocket, but it's not.
Well, it would fit in the pocket. It's all the wires aren't gonna let it do it.
Well, yeah.
I don't even know. Can I do this?
I don't know. I don't think you can.
I don't know. Hold on. I don't think we can do forward programming.
We'd have to bind first.
Yeah, we'd have to bind first. Well, how about we bind first and we test throttle cut and we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna tape it down just for a second, but you gotta help me remember to not leave it taped.
Okay.
This is a temporary mechanism, folks. We don't tape our receivers in, we glue them in. And many of you guys probably use Velcro or use some sort of double-sided adhesive tape. I mean, if it fits that way, you would think you could go lengthwise, but it just doesn't have the reach. And then the antennas get all janked up.
Yeah.
Okay, I just need that to hold still long enough for us to sample it in both positions, you know?
Yes.
And no, that's imperfect, but that's perfect enough for what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay? Because then I can just drop these antennas in here for now. And that's good enough to test. Okay, so throttle cut is on. So throttle cut's on. Remember, none of our servos are hooked up. We have a 6S battery right here that's charged. It's a high volt pack. Frankly, I'm not sure if that's gonna cause other problems for us. So I guess now is the time to find out.
Time to find out, I guess.
The other thing too is I don't think that's gonna change anything on the BEC for the power for our receiver. You're gonna need to film from like up here so I can have my hands free.
Okay.
Okay. So show people what I'm doing here. This thing, you push down and spin. Okay, like that. We were trying to figure this out earlier. This pulls forward and then it's allowed to lift up, except ours doesn't lift up because that stupid piece broke out. Oh man, this is so frustrating. Get out of there. I'm stuck on the ESC leads. Why is the ESC not braced? Why is it not mounted? I don't know. Okay. So that came out on us. And that's how we're gonna load our battery. And then it goes down there and tabs in on balsa wood or this basswood or plywood or whatever this is. So I have to fix that now. So why don't I fix that quick with just some glue. If you guys don't already know, CA is gonna be the way to go for this. Just because the nature of this type of joint, you know, honestly, it'd probably be better with epoxy because it's going to be a high wear and tear item. But in my application, because it just broke out, I'm just going to use, this is foam safe. The only reason I'm using the foam safe is because it is still good. And I just got a new bottle of the other stuff and I want to open it up for 3 drips of glue. That just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm going to use something like this to just dip. I like to dip out the glue if I can. It tends to make the glue last a little longer because this stuff is obviously expensive and I want to make it last as long as possible. Okay. Then I can go in and get a little bit more. So rather than cutting the tip on the spout, I can just do that. Oh crap, I just glued this bottom portion. That's not even gonna matter. Because that's just going to stick through the bottom, hon. Did you see what I just...
yeah.
Oh, that's probably not so good. Dang it. Okay, we're going to need to clean that up, of course, here in mere seconds. Hon, why don't you get a paper towel? They can imagine what it'd be like.
Okay.
All right, so get a little bit more of this stuff. Boy, that's getting really juicy. That's getting really thick. Not so good. And that, my friends, is why I love China glue, because China glue just doesn't let you down like that. Because first of all, you use it in a different way. And then the other thing too is you can use Kicker to accelerate this process of curing to breakneck speed. When this stuff is brand new, you know, it is really, really runny. This is medium, so it's gap filling. So it's a lot easier to just squeeze it out, but I'm just doing this because I want this nice and heavy. As in, I know I'm going to be pulling batteries in and out. Okay. And then once I get that in position to where I'm satisfied, see, I pressed it down, it wasn't pressed all the way down. Then I can take this Kicker and I'm going to just cap this back off. That does end up helping if you can avoid cutting the cap. It lasts quite a bit longer. That foam stuff is really crazy compared to regular stuff. Okay, so we'll just put a little bit of this on there. I just drip it. Get in there close so they can see what the heck is going on. It's hard to see, folks. Okay. It'll go in there and saturate the wood fibers and it'll set that stuff up like instantly. I'm gluing my fingers together, I can feel it. My left ring finger is getting glued together to my middle finger just a little bit. See, just right there, right there. So then on this bottom portion where I got glue I didn't think about, I'm just gonna set that up too real quick so that it's not a problem. It doesn't stick to the foam or anything like that. Plus then it'll protect the foam from that chemical reaction happening. Even if it doesn't stick to something super critical, I don't want to have problems. But you can see now it's not sticky because it's all set. And I just need to double check that this is all set, and it appears to be all set. And then you can see what happened with that. You made this little spot on the counter, which again, if you ever have that happen, sometimes it'll just scrub off for you if you're lucky. But in this case, that stuff is on there now for a minute. And we'll have to scrape it off with either a razor blade or we'll have to get into it with, you know, with like a nail polish remover or something like that. But it'll come off. It's just annoying. Can they see what we're talking about?
Yeah, you can see where it's...
You can see that spot where I drop the glue. So that's really annoying. I almost never get glue on the counter here. But I do. It's just very rare.
Or it's China glue.
Or it's China glue.
Just like...
China glue is not hardly...
Yeah.
It's not really an issue.
No.
Because China glue is so easy to wipe off. So the other thing too, guys, is if you're thinking about getting this plane, you shouldn't need to have to glue that.
Right. Hopefully not.
That was hopefully a fluke. So we need to pull forward first. All right, so let's look at the straps. Undo the straps. There's a pass-through on here, I think. Wait, did they not put a pass-through on this one? What the heck? That is
doesn't
bizarre.
look like it.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That's weird. Usually there's a stamped cut right there. You can slide it through. Like, I don't understand that at all. So also in this application, because we're going onto wood, that's going to be nice and slick, okay? So what's going to happen with the slick mount, camera crew?
It's going to slide, or could slide.
It's going to slide like crazy.
Yeah.
So what do we do about that?
Shelf liner.
Shelf liner, folks, and China glue, and scissors.
Which are already out there down here.
Okay. So we'll just go ahead and cut a little bit of shelf liner here. And this doesn't need to be anything super fancy. One moment of warning though, one word of warning rather. You're covering up some of those holes. So whatever cooling that you would have experienced is going to be mitigated to a certain extent. So if you're concerned about that, you can cut strips or you can just not be concerned about that. Whichever one's easier. I'm going to go with, I'm not going to be concerned with that. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to put this Velcro down underneath so that it's out of my way. I'm going to take my China glue. It's got a hole in the sack. It's always awkward. Okay, I'm just going to go like this all around. I mean, we're not trying to make this any more complicated than it has to be. I know it doesn't seem like that, but it's like you want to know the best way to make your plane not complicated. Do all the stuff that needs to be done before you try to fly it. It's usually a good idea. You'd be surprised how many people try to fly it before they have all this crap done.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, and then you had a bad experience. Imagine that. So we're going to help you to avoid the bad experience, but only if you guys are serious enough to spend the time it takes to do this stuff. I am annoyed right now because I wanted to fly today really bad, and I'm going to miss the opportunity. And so I guess if you guys feel sorrow for me in any way, leave it in the comments below. I'm sure you probably don't. But see, I can't fast forward this. You guys can.
Right. Al
right.
will feel bad that you didn't get to
That's
fly.
that. Okay.
That works.
Pretty simple. Okay. Took us 15 seconds of effort for that. The problem is that all these little like good decisions take 15 seconds. And then next thing you know, you look up and it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember earlier when I told you this wouldn't take that long?
I do remember that.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You were wrong that one time.
So now show them inside of here. You see kind of how that lays out? Mm-hmm. Okay, so we gotta figure out how this is gonna go. So obviously we're gonna be plugging this in, but we need to reach where the plug is, okay? So you could be on either direction and I think you would probably reach fine, but it's gonna be easier to put it on that way and slide it in. So I'm gonna just flip my straps around, just like this, pull the slack. Oh, goodness gracious. You know that expression, you know, nothing's ever easy. I'm feeling that today. Press down hard, push it on. Okay, that's gonna hold. It's gonna be hard to release this because you're gonna be inside that cavity, but whatever. Whatever. Make sure your straps are free too. That's always a good rule of thumb, okay? If you can pull that over and down. See how it's slacked when I let go? So the easier way is to pull this up so that it's on the flat of the battery pack. Pull it tight and then go to town. Now, you don't do that in a plane, by the way.
Right.
If you're able to make your plane move back and forth like that, like a shake weight, sure that's what you're thinking.
Yep, definitely.
Then you're doing something I'm not, okay? It's usually that way at the end of a crash in about 2 strokes worth.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not like
Not
finish
repeated.
the job.
Right.
Kind of speed. Okay? Now, real quick, throttle stick down, throttle cut on. We don't trust this till we trust it. If you're in any doubt, this would be the time where you would leave your prop off. I don't really trust this plane. So, and because the way I'm having to do this, it might be one of the very first times, except I'm not gonna do that. Too lazy. I hope this isn't the beginning of an OSHA video. Brian wanted to save time. Brian now has one arm.
Don't be like Brian.
Don't be like Brian. Brian has one arm. Do you think that's the way the video?
I don't think that's the way the OSHA announcer talks.
They'd have a lot better.
Doesn't sound like
a lot
him.
better viewership.
Yeah.
If they did.
And also, this isn't 1976, so it can't be an OSHA video. They only update those once a century.
Have you ever seen an OSHA video?
I've seen all of the bloodborne pathogen videos.
Only because of me.
No, it's cool.
Okay, Yeah, why do we all have to learn about bloodborne pathogens?
Yeah, it's gross.
Like, it's gross. It's like, here, watch this on your lunch hour.
Yeah, right.
It definitely won't let you share. Maybe.
We always got jelly-filled donuts that day.
Oh, gross. Did you really?
No.
That's sick. You are sick, camera crew. I feel like I'm going to pull a baby out of this thing.
Oh, don't do that. We have enough of those.
I don't know. Look at my elbows. Look at my arms, guys.
Okay.
Okay. I don't trust this plane until I trust it, okay? Why don't I trust it?
Because we haven't tested it yet.
Okay. So this thing's laid down. I'm gonna go down to bind. Look, bind. Yep. I'm gonna be ready. Now I'm gonna press this button. It's ready to bind. Now I'm binding. Jeez, there's all sorts of lights.
No kidding.
It's configuring something. It's auto configuring. Okay, so elevator, ailerons, rudder, throttle, good. Throttle cuts off. Reverse thrust, throttle cuts on. Throttle sticks down, throttle sticks up. Reverse thrust is off. Okay, so now we need to figure out if we can do forward programming for positional awareness, except I don't even know if this is gonna work. We'll have to redo it, but we're gonna do this first anyway.
Okay.
So full thing, first things first, we trust it. We have now confirmed that throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down, and we're going to forward programming. See if we can connect gyro settings, first time setup, make sure blah, blah, blah. We actually are just cheating through this the first time. Set it level. That's level enough, by the way. Set it on its nose. I need you to do continue for me.
I will.
Hold on, I'll tell you when I'm ready.
Ready?
Yeah.
Continue. Oh, it's got it sideways. Yeah,
Yep.
orientation 9.
So orientation 9. That's what I'm saying, guys. I didn't know if we could do that orientation, but that orientation is orientation 9.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we can glue that on. So even though I trust it and we've got all the things kind of technically working, I'm gonna unplug it. It's a pain to plug in, hon.
Well, but you aren't going to take the battery out, right?
No, I'm unplugging it.
Yeah.
For safety.
No, I know.
Okay, so I unplugged it. Now that it's unplugged, we can go ahead and get that glued down. Because that's like primo.
Yeah, we don't want to forget.
Necessitio.
Yeah. We're still going to have to do that again, though, right? Because we haven't done all of our servo setup.
What, forward programming?
Yeah.
No, we only have to do that on the nose once. The first time setup is done now.
Oh, okay.
Except we probably didn't save.
Yeah, that's true. I might not.
So look, guys, now I just got to glue this thing down in that position, okay? So hold still.
Got it. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Is that where you would have put it?
Yep.
Where did I put it?
Wait, did you mean to put this toothpick or thing on the counter?
I don't know what. Look.
Your Q-tip.
No, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. See how I'm just doing a big thick bead of it?
Yep.
There's a third bead of it, okay? And you're probably thinking that is a lot of glue, Brian. Yep, I know. Do you want to know why? Because I want to make up for indisparities in the foam.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I know. Can you take that, please?
Yes. Got it.
Okay, so now I'm going to just take and slather this just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Okay?
You have to get that in there without...
Just hold on. Just don't make it harder than it has to be. Okay. So now, if I'm telling you that, it's bad. Okay, so I just stuck that down in a puddle. Okay, so now that puddle is where I want it, okay?
Okay.
Full disclosure, I need to cap this off. I need that to cook off. This is not one where we're gonna just like not let it cook off.
Yeah.
We are gonna let it cook off on this particular position. Why do we care? Because we need that to actually stay put because it's a receiver and it runs the whole plane thing. And so as you can see, that's why I like this over CA because I got a little bit on my finger there. and it's already gone, and it's perfectly clean. And there's a little bit on my index finger. I'm just putting it on the wife's floors.
On my floor, thanks.
You're welcome. It's a good thing I paid for it. Well, some of it.
Yeah.
The
camera doesn't hold itself for free. Just have to joke.
I know, mostly. Okay, so you see this? I'm gonna pull it out. Oh man, it's all sticky. Okay, seems about normal. Okay, so we've pulled that out. It's all sticky. Now, frankly, this is the time of the radio setup where I have not a ton I can do because I'm quite literally waiting for that glue to set up.
Waiting for glue to dry.
And so if it's like 723, if it was like 724, 25, it would probably be fine to stick back down. And it will continue to bond, even if it's a little bit tacky. But the thing is, if you get it right amount of tacky, it will, I mean, you can pick up a plane by that thing. And I'm not exaggerating, it's strong stuff, okay? So, also, we've already learned the position, but even if we have to go through that setup again, it's not a big deal. So the first thing we gotta do is we gotta get antennas situated so that we can then start flipping the plane all over the place and put all the linkages on.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got 2 linkages, elevator and rudder back here we gotta do, and we gotta do all the wings. The wings we've already half mounted, but we'll have to expand them or contract them to get to the neutral position, which will be the center, okay? So I wish I could work on that now, but I just don't trust myself at this point. Because even though we're probably centered on the servos now, I still don't trust them, and I want them to be powered as much as possible so that as I'm working, they don't, move a little bit and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what position your reverse thrust is in? Can we set that up while we're waiting for glue to dry?
No, I didn't pay close enough attention. I just made sure it was working. Okay. So we might pause. We'll come right back in like 2 minutes. All right. So it's 27, so it's been like 4 minutes. Just took a little bathroom break. And we'll just drop this down in there. And guys, make sure you're taking and trying to, dang it. See, you can't stick it down at an angle like that. That is not acceptable. And you don't want to wait too long to set this because when you set it, it's getting set. That's where it is, okay? Yeah, like I could probably pick this whole plane up with this thing on.
Probably.
Yep, it's there. Okay. Now, it's also not going to be extremely serviceable because all the stupid wires and the stupid positions of all the stupid things. I'm trying to get these wires through this little cutout thingy. I don't really know why there's a cutout thingy anyway. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But whatever, I'll stick them in there. I think that's just supposed to keep them there, like during shipping. Okay. So guys, pet peeve from Brian Phillips RC. I've already explained this just a little bit, but man, we work our butts off to be able to have some life still after the hundreds of hours. Feels like a week that we put into this channel, and this week was just one of those weeks, man. Okay, so this antenna needs to go that way, and then we'll put one this way. How about that? So it's gonna be almost 90 degrees of each other, so that should be pretty good. But just, I'm trying to decide the easiest way to do it. It's just, what if I go like down here? I'm real sorry. I don't mean to block you guys, but it's just, there's only so much I can do. There's times I just need to get my body in the way. I almost feel like it might be easier to just glue the dang thing.
Okay.
So I don't do this hardly ever, but this is another way you can do this, okay? The reason I don't like doing this is because it's hard to recover the receiver if you would like pull it out later, like after crash or something. But I'm just gonna go, I'm just gonna slather this up with a little bit of glue, okay? It doesn't need to be a ton, just a little bit, okay? Glue just kind of the area that's at the end, okay? And then kind of the same thing here, guys. I want you to, of course, it's probably gonna like squirt everywhere. Nope, I got lucky. See what I'm doing? Just a tiny bit, just a tiny little bit. This is a different method than I usually do. Sometimes I cut holes with like a toothpick and I slide the antennas in, depending on what plane you're doing. And you might be following this thinking of doing this on another model, and that's fine. So this step might not apply to you. But what I like to do is when I do it this glue method, it's a little bit different because all I have to do is let that cook off just like I did the other. And then once it cooks off, I just kind of like set it in place and it's there. So once it's there, I just sometimes, I have to, in this case, and I apologize, I don't know that I can do a whole lot better.
No, I know, you can't, it's fine. There's nothing you can do.
So I'm spreading the glue and sticking that thing down, and guess what? Now it's where it needs to be, okay? So the only problem with that method is I have this cable that carries it all the way over, kind of flopped everywhere. So now I'm gonna take this one, and I'm gonna do the same thing, only I'm gonna stick it back here, and now that it's stuck, why don't you just, see, all I did was just push it where it needs to be and then did the thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's one little bit of wire that I wanna guide down and trap.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna just take a little bit more glue, because I've already got glue on my fingertip anyway.
Oh, okay.
Just a tiny little bit. See this? Just a little bit on my fingertip like this.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm just gonna slide this along where I want to maintain that position, okay? And then that is going to maintain the position. The only problem is that's also gonna trap all those wires. So if I ever go in there to screw with those wires, then the chances are I'm going to end up having to redo this, okay? So I actually gotta do the other wire too. So did you show them? Did it look pretty good to you?
Yeah, you can see it pretty easy if I can, when I step over here.
Yeah, well.
It makes sense.
So the trade-off between that and just taping them is that you don't have to get your fingers in there with a piece of tape and press it down. And so it makes it a lot easier. But it also is only gonna work in an environment where you know for sure the wires are gonna basically be out of the way of moving parts, linkages, and that sort of thing.
Right.
Okay? Because like sometimes when you carry through the tail boom with your antennas, then guess what you pick up? You run into all sorts of crap, like the linkages for the rudder in the elevator.
Right.
Because many of these planes have those up in the front, not in the back, okay? So now show them again, just so they can see. I didn't really change the overall position, but now those are glued in position, okay? Also, I gotta say, those wheels are splayed out something fierce. And I don't know if that's just because I've been dinking around with it or if I need to tighten those rubber bands.
I know, I've been watching them.
I am not impressed with that.
Is it just because we're moving it around so much in the same position?
I wonder.
Because then like they pop back up when you set it up.
Yeah, they do, but I don't know, just not real impressed with that.
Maybe it'd be great for landing.
Or maybe we need to go like one more quadrant.
I don't know.
Or maybe we need to put a second rubber band on there. I don't know. Makes me kind of nervous, actually.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, so this last double check. Oh yeah, that ain't moving at all. Not laterally, not forward, not backward, not up and down. The antennas are stuck. The antennas are stuck. They're in the position. Now, remember, antennas, diversity antennas, you want them 90 degrees of each other, 90 degrees of each other, 90 degrees of each other, 90 degrees of each other. Parallel, no. That's not 90 degrees. That's the
still
same
parallel.
as this.
Yep.
90 degrees would be this. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a million different ways you can skin the cat, but just skin it the right way and we'll be good. Right? Camera
Well, and the nice thing is once you put that hatch on, it's not like you're going to be getting in there a bunch. It's like, then
I'm
it's
done.
just going to be done.
Yeah. That hatch
You're not loading the
access-
battery that way or anything.
Yeah, that's right. And so that's why you do cable management. Now look inside this hole. Show the people inside your hole.
It's not my hole.
Well, I mean, this is our plane.
Our plane.
Here.
Baloney.
Look, one wire, okay?
Yep.
And I was complaining about this earlier. I was like, why is there nothing to secure that ESC? That is ludicrous.
Yeah, it's a little...
It's a big ESC for one thing.
Yeah, it is.
And two, it's right next to the battery. And for three, I don't want to be responsible for that level of design, okay? Also, like, I don't have anything, I can't put a zip tie in here now. I could glue it to the side. And that might be the way to do it. Maybe she's glue it to
So
the
you're gonna
side.
get enough cooling. I mean, it's up against the side anyway.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't think it's gonna be a problem, but I mean, frankly, I think we should just glue it like what we just did all the rest of that crap. Just be done with it. Because I don't want to fight it every time I load the battery.
No. Are you gonna be able to get the tray out, the battery tray out though with it?
Yeah,
there?
because it's, yes.
Okay.
Because then it'll keep those wires out of the way. That's what I'm thinking about.
Okay.
So now that I've got the glue off my fingers.
Yeah, we're gonna glue some more.
Let's do some more gluing.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna have it sit right there while you're gluing?
What?
Are you gonna have it sit right there while you're gluing?
Probably.
Okay. I'm just too short.
See, there's a flat spot there. See, and that's where it'd be nice if you could put that heat sink up against the foam, but then it's just, this is, you know, honestly, this would be a good time for Velcro because it would like give it some thickness up against the wall. And why did they not Velcro it?
Maybe they ran out that day.
Yeah, you think that's what happened?
Yeah, they were supposed to go to the 3rd floor to get Velcro and they just didn't have time.
They didn't go?
No.
They were trying to beat the sunset?
Yeah.
They get all pissed off and complained a bunch.
Pretty sure they don't get to go out and do anything fun.
What are you talking about? In China?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess I don't know. I'm not sure. I assume they do. They make toys for us. Okay, so I'm just slathering that on. Okay, I'm just gonna let that sit. I'm gonna let it be away from the side of the wall. And then that's, I mean, it's just gonna be enough to tack it in place. It's not like it has to hold on, you know, like a wing walker holding on to the wing or something, you know. It's just basically gonna stick up against there. And once that cooks off a little bit, then that's gonna give us a place to mount it, okay? On something like that too, you could probably just press it in there and be done with it and not worry about it much. The problem is, what I found is that if you don't let it tack up appropriately, it just kind of like slips and it gets to a point where you're sticking it back down anyway. So you might as well just let it be aired out for a second and then come back to it. So like right now on the clock, it says like 37. So if it said like 40 or whatever, then, you know. So by then we should be done.
With the whole plane?
What?
We'll be done with the whole plane in 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's
you're a
that was
liar.
the joke of the day.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody listen. Building a plane takes as long as building a plane takes.
Plus Brian time.
Yeah. All right, so the next step, we gotta start mounting stuff. So
Yeah, but we
can
need
actually
it on,
tip it up,
right? We want it to be energized, so we can
Yeah,
start mounting
I'm just
stuff.
gonna go ahead and plug it in, except that's gonna move the ESC.
Right. That's why we're waiting for glue to dry.
It's like watching glue dry, Brian Phillips
It
RC is.
I think it's paint.
What?
It's watching paint dry, not glue dry. It's like watching paint dry.
You obviously didn't get it. Okay. That would be freaky if that thing started right now.
If the motor started?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why we do what we do.
Right.
Until we trust a plane, we're kind of like, yeah, we assume it's going to kill us. Okay? That's why we're alive.
Right.
That's why I have all my fingers. Okay? I am not sure what's going on with all these lights. It's very confusing. I feel like I'm at some sort of a car wash.
Oh, I was going to say a rave.
A rave? It's kind of a lame rave.
I don't understand.
It's like a homeschool rave or something?
It's the only thing I know.
Okay. All right. So quick, before we continue, I'm going to test throttle.
Okay.
We could do the thrust reverse. Okay. Forward thrust, nothing. There's forward thrust. Hey, come around that
This way? Okay.
The safe way.
Yep.
Okay. The safe way.
Safe way.
Okay. So I'm going to go to monitor and then back one. Okay. So this is the switch that changes the direction on aux 7. So I'm going to hold this plane. I'm going to that's reverse thrust. Now that's forward thrust. Okay, so minus 100 is forward thrust. Now throttle cuts on and tested. Now we can go into digital switch setup. We're going to select switch G. And in this one, we're going to go minus 100. Thank you, scrolly wheel, for being so obnoxious. If you had a face, I'd want to punch it, but you don't. You're a scrolly wheel. Okay, there it is. And I actually really have enjoyed this transmitter. So now reverse thrust is going to be plus 100. I do not like floating switches, meaning at 0, you don't know what direction it's going to go. And therefore, it's called dangerous. It's not just dangerous, it's dangerous. Okay, there it is. Okay, so now watch the box move. Position 1, position 2. Okay, so forward is forward thrust, reverse, reverse, forward. Okay, throttle cuts off. Make sure they can see. Forward thrust, now reverse, now still reverse, now still reverse, now forward. Throttle cuts on, throttle cut is tested. Timer's cleared. Okay, so throttle cut set up. So now our next thing is we can go ahead and put on the canopy.
Okay.
Man, we missed the mark by like an hour. I'm so annoyed.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry too.
Not my fault.
Next time you're in China, you better tell them.
I'll let them know.
To speed it up.
Okay.
The build process, AKA do all the things that the production manager told them not to. All right, so let's look at this. Elevator. Okay, so there's the movement. Okay. And then the rudder. Okay, so let's see if it's going the right way. Elevator. Yes, the elevator's going the right way. Yes, the rudder's going the right way. That's always handy. I mean, it's pure luck, but and it's not like it means. It doesn't mean it's better or worse of a plane. It's
just
it's just
nice.
luck. Okay, so one of these is going to go here. Holy shnipe balls! Let's hope they're different lengths. They are, thank God.
Okay, good.
Okay, so one's going to go there. We'll try it this way and see if that. Nope, still the same scenario. So, yep, those spin pretty good. Now, remember, we want this to be neutral. Ooh, you need to work that. Is that really a pinch hinge? Are you kidding me?
Only a pinch hinge?
Hobby King, what the heck are you thinking about?
They ran out of hinges.
Oh, this is a pinch hinge?
That's a big
That's
elevator.
a huge model for a pinch hinge. That better be reinforced, and I just don't know about it. That's all I got to say. Because if it rips off, I'm going to just flip out.
But a well-tuned, oh, this isn't a sailplane.
That's right. So we'll just press this on to the face of it, and that tells you if you're close. See, we're looking right here. So I don't know if you're going to be able to see at the same time, but you see how it's up?
Yeah, I can see that it's up.
Yep, so I need to go out. Oop, I just went in. There's out, out. Okay, so one on each end, so we kind of evenly move it out. Okay, so in the neutral position, that looks pretty freaking perfect. Does it not?
Yeah, I'm kind of at an angle because I can't see through
It
your
looks
head.
perfect. Line it up.
Yep, looks good.
So now I need to snap that on there. Now, if you don't have this tool, oh man.
What?
It's because it's not snapped on, I hope. Look at the other side.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're looking at.
That sucks, a big one.
Hopefully.
The echelon of plane that we're dealing with here, that is unexcusably stupid looking.
Well, hopefully.
No, that's stupid. That should not be that way. I can't believe that. It just really pisses me off. Okay, check now.
It's still
bent.
like that.
That is ridiculous. Okay. So I'm going to go half a turn more. Why? Because I have to split the difference now between the screwed up and the other screwed up. Okay. How we look? We're up.
You're up,
no,
yeah.
we're up on both. So I got to go in and in. Okay.
Nope, now you're up more. Whatever you did, you should have gone the other way.
1, 2. That's so weird.
You're up slightly on this side.
Hold on a second. 1, 2. Okay, I turned it out too. That is so weird. There we go. How are we looking
Now
now?
you're pretty much like even here.
Okay, so I need to go out one more here. And we just want to make sure we don't take it all from one and leave the other, and then we'll just have it rip out.
Right.
Which, by the way, Jonathan Holmes, I checked.
Okay.
In case you're wondering. If you guys don't know the backstory, Two Brothers RC, John was making fun of me because he said I crashed my SU-27 because I didn't test that thing. And I did test that thing. If it don't rip off by doing that, that servo does not have as much strength as me. I hate to break it, especially not when you're up against wind.
Now you're down slightly on this side, which is where you want to be.
Dynamic loading on one of these surfaces is not that much. It's still like in the kilos, singular kilos.
So just a kilo?
What I'm saying is, camera crew, it's in the singular kilos. So I'm gonna snap this thing on there. Okay. And then I'm gonna snap this one on there. Oh geez, it's gonna be awkward to do this one because of the size of the thing.
Oh yeah.
Good Lord. I gotta just wrap around my balls.
Oh.
And you can't because
No, you can't because there's 3 of them.
because the rudder is in the way. Does nobody ever think about this crap? Okay, I'm just gonna snap my balls on. My ball links. Oh, that hurts. Okay, I'm gonna use pliers.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Come on. Yeah, once the sun goes down. Oh, come on. Am I like backward with this thing? Oh, jeez. Show the people what just happened.
What?
Show the people.
Did it break?
No, it went deep onto my balls.
Oh.
That's awkward. It did here too. What the heck kind of crappy freaking ball link is this junk? Look at this. Did the same thing. That is
Where is it supposed to be?
There.
On your balls?
It's supposed to be on the balls.
Oh, on the balls.
Not under the balls.
Oh.
I mean, sometimes that's fun, but not here.
Oh, you're still.
Jeez.
Luckily, it's 12 hours into the video, so no one's actually watching.
12 hours
except
in.
for us. It's just us and Al. It's
Elevator?
okay.
Elevator. Whoa. Now let's measure it. I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. We did 400 other steps. Not that.
Not
That's
that
a
one.
waste of time. It is totally a waste of time. All right. If you want more throw, open it up here. Servo setup.
Do you think you need more throw?
So if you want it to be more like that.
What?
I'll do 145.
Okay. I feel better.
All right, so now this one on the top, and of course I'm gonna twist it halfway. So now this one is the rudder and the steerable tail wheel. And this one's a lot harder to line up.
Do you want me to go the other? Okay. That's true.
No, it's pulled to the right.
Yeah.
Or it's to the right side, which would also make it pull to the right. So I need to extend this out. Now I'm gonna do what I was talking about earlier. I was concerned. Hold this in the middle, 1/2 out, 1/2 out. It seemed like I did more than 1/2. There's 1/2 out, there's 1/2 out. Okay, so let's try this. Boop, boop.
Nope.
No?
Well, at least not where I can see on the
No,
top.
still to the right. Okay, so I gotta go out like half again as much.
Yeah.
Okay, so grab this, out, out. Am I going the right way? Whoops, that spun. Oh, wow, it's not wanting to go anymore. Why? Oh, geez. There we go. 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 Okay. So 90 degrees on the top, on the ball link.
That's a lot closer from here.
That looks really good. Ooh. Ooh.
Do you think that's good?
Ooh.
Yeah?
Ooh.
Do you need a moment?
Maybe. What I need is about 47 moments.
Back.
Yeah, because then we could fly today. So annoyed.
Well, it's already dark. Don't over snap your balls.
So annoying. This thing is bent like the wrong way, like almost all the time. I wish it was
Is there
just
like
straight.
a flat one of those?
Probably. It's just this ball pincher is not perfect. Jeez, look at that thing bend. Goodness gracious. Oh, I got it on. Okay, so now it's on. Camera crew, what are you doing behind me?
I can't see through you.
Okay, watch the rudder. Look at this, rudder. 150, watch. Ooh, yeah, buddy. That's delicious. Okay, I'm gonna go to 145 just for good measure. Why? I love this strobe. That strobe is sweet. Like, it's actually bright, it's intense. It actually does the job. It looks real. By the way, look at that tail wheel. What the frick happened there?
What's wrong with it?
It's not, it's like
it's not square
that way.
Well, because the springs, how do you center it with the springs? Like it's, it just is what it is.
Oh, you can adjust this nut. Oh, well, it's kind of squared up. You know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do?
Adjust your nuts.
We're gonna grab the nuts.
Oh. Why are the white lights flashing? Not to take the subject away from your nuts.
Landing lights, they sometimes flash.
All the time?
Well, I guess, I don't know. I mean, maybe they do turn on and off. I don't know. Remember, the ailerons are hooked up to that.
Yeah, I know, and we haven't messed with that yet.
Well, if we move the ailerons and it starts changing the condition, then we'll know that it's actually gonna impact the output. Crap,
Yep.
It does. It does. So that controller, dang it, you said I didn't need to unplug that stuff. You hurt my feelings, because I have to do it.
Sucks when I'm right.
No, I was right. It's not possible for us to both be right. We're married. Okay, so watch. I'm gonna break this nut open. And then look, watch this, watch this. Oh, can I adjust it? Oh no, that's the mounting nut. Son of a biscuit lover. Okay, so I got that tight. There's a set screw here. That's probably where we have to adjust it. Yeah, there's a set screw.
Convenient.
Well, I mean, the set screw's fine. I just didn't know what it was yet. 2 millimeters, 1.5, and 2.5. I'm guessing since I grabbed all three.
How are you gonna get to the set screw?
I get to the set screw. I'm gonna.
Oh, that way. I thought it was in the top.
No.
What you pointed.
It's right there.
Okay.
Loosen the set screw. Oh, shibbity balls. That thing about came off. See, it pulled it. Did you see what happened?
No.
When I torqued it down, guess what happened?
Oh.
No, look. Hi.
I told you that was gonna happen.
You did not.
Yes.
You told me in your head.
Well, yeah, because you're an adult.
Jeez. You did not tell me, though. It was in your head.
I also could have told you the light controller would be a problem.
Listen, the light controller, I thought we talked about that off camera.
No, it's
It was your fault.
throw me under the bus.
It was, you told me.
I most certainly did not.
Well, we have another channel. I didn't think we were going to need it.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I mean, all the lights are plugged into them.
It doesn't matter. The signal actually matters, though, now, which is weird. Okay. All right, so I got to think about this for 2 seconds, though. Why don't we get the control surfaces done? No, let's not, because the flaps are technically a little bit more out of the way than they will be. Elevator, rudder. So that works. Throttle cuts on still.
Okay.
Open this. All right, so I have to take the light controller, which is now down here. Oh, God, this is such a pain in the ball sack. Now I've got to unplug that from the ailerons. Now they're off, okay, right?
Yes, the white lights are off.
Okay. So now I need to swap. I need to swap just the channel 8, not the bind plug. Channel 8 is right here, guys, you see?
Okay.
I'm just gonna pull this out. Can you put a hand on that plane so it doesn't move, please?
Mm-hmm.
It's an awkward bite here, guys. There is no getting around it. Oh, jeez. Now that's out. You remember I was talking about how we have to go under and over things?
Yeah, but what light was that?
That's just one of the lights that go to the tail or something like that.
Oh yeah, it was. It's the red tail light in front of my hand.
Okay, so I can slide that under the antenna wire. Okay guys, so this one's gonna get plugged in right where we unplugged the other one, okay? So it's not really that big a deal. Brown is down, okay? Brown is down, so I need the negative lead down. But I am tangled around a cable, so I'm gonna go around it once. Camera crew, are you like filming this?
I am trying.
Are you showing any of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So like I said, all you have to do is translate this to every other model. It'll be exactly the same. Well, that was weird. Did that turn on too?
That one just turned on.
Okay. So now this one is the light controller, which we are now going to need to plug. Negative is down. And I could slide that through, or I could just go around the top, which is what I'm gonna probably end up just doing that. Because I don't want to undo my antenna. Remember my antenna wire?
Right, yeah.
What were you saying about we'll never need to get through there?
Didn't I say something about testing things?
I don't remember that part.
Maybe that was in my head. Okay, the white lights are back on to their flashing condition.
Okay. Okay, it's plugged in.
Okay.
All right, so everybody listen. Now that 8th channel matters, which is fine. It's not that big a deal. Let's go ahead and set that up right now.
Okay.
We got to go to where we can see, but we want to be safe just in case the prop decides to do stupid things. Okay. What some of you might do is you might hook that up to the flap system, okay, which is fine. Hon, I want you on the other side because in case something goes horribly awry, I want to make sure you're not going to get cut.
Move over here then.
Okay, well, whatever it takes to do the thing I said. All right, so we're going to scroll all the way down to system setup, disconnect RF, channel assign. What is channel 8? Currently, it's the rotary knob, okay? We're going to make that assignment somewhere else. So channel 9 is going to be the rotary knob, okay? Now this one's going to be, just go to C, it doesn't matter. It's not really that critical, okay? Now we walk out. Now watch, solid, and then off. There's flashing, and there's solid. Now, for grins and giggles, I'm gonna put it back on the rotary knob. Channel assign, instead of channel C, I'm gonna put it on the rotary knob. So it's on the rotary knob. Now watch, we have all the way off. There's 20%. Here, I'm gonna go to monitor so you guys can see. So there's flashing in the center. And then there's solid, okay? So really not a big deal. A 3-position switch is gonna do it. So system setup, channel assign, change that to switch C and we're set. Or if you wanna tie it to whatever your flaps are doing, you can just make it work your flaps as well. So I have those are gonna operate on switch B. Okay. You could also tie that to switch D so you can see like what mode you're in based on what condition you have the channel. So normally it's going to be solid. I can change it to flashing or I can change it to off. Okay, pretty cool.
Okay.
Neat. All right, so that's nice. I didn't know that was a feature. Now we know. But there was 2 light systems hooked up to that. So you see how there's a strobe down there? What was the other light?
When you unplugged something else, the red light on the front of the tail turned off.
That's because it was unplugged.
Yeah, but it wasn't flashing, and it's still not flashing.
Oh, so you're thinking one of them is on and one of them is controllable?
Yeah, maybe so.
These are nice.
Because the nav lights have never changed. That bottom strobe has never
I'm
changed.
looking at both nav lights, and yeah, I don't see anything either.
Huh.
I agree with you, hon.
Okay.
Okay, so we have controllable lights, which is kind of neat. Okay. All right, so the next move we have to do is ailerons and flaps. Okay.
Want me to come back around, or are you gonna flip it over?
I'll try this first. We'll see if we can do that, because then I can be right next to it.
Okay.
So I don't know if you're gonna be able to see good enough, but we have to talk about which servo's moving where, okay? So just hold still. So that should be rolling. If I go like that, it's gonna roll, right? Okay, hold on, let's just think out loud. Yeah, that would be right. So if I do this, you know, the plane is gonna lean that way. So this would go up, and then that would also go up. This would go up, would drop the wing, that would go down and lift the wing. Okay, cool. So this is in the correct position, so we should be neutral. If you have to flip the direction, holy cow, that's really close. If you have to flip the direction of your servos, sometimes the absolute position of the left and the right will jump a little bit. That's why I don't want to make all my adjustments and find out this is wrong. So I'm going to hold this, then I'll lift this up, push that on. I can tell it's lifting it. So I can take this down, turn it half a turn, okay? Then do the same test. Ooh, that's really close. I don't think I'm going to get any more. The other thing is, keep in mind, you've got manual trim. This is a mechanical trim. Ooh, that's pretty much
really
perfect.
close.
I'm going with it.
Okay. You want your? Go.
You don't even need to ask. The answer is I do want the correct tool for the job when I need it. For God's sake. Look at that. Did it go on right? Come on now. Come on now. Oh, yep, there it is. See? Man, those things are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't need to move back every time. Okay, so that rolls the wing down, that lifts the wing up. Okay, now I'm gonna just do the same exact test over here. Keep it in mind, we don't have any flaps or anything to worry about right now, but we will eventually have crow, which could potentially complicate this. So you gotta get this right before you can get that right. Okay, so now that that's square, we can tell we're way off on this one, so it's gotta go way in. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That sounds terrible. 7. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna get it. Remember how there was one that was longer?
Yeah.
Oh, that is just terrible sounding.
Well, it's getting closer.
I know, but like, I am just like not liking that. Okay, I'm gonna hold my shaft. That's kind of nice. Ooh, look at that. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Perfection. And then it popped off, sorry. Okay, holding this. Square it up nicely. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get a whole lot better than
No,
that,
I don't think so.
Okay, so on we go. There it goes. That's the first one it worked for. Okay, now right behind the plane, roll left, roll right. Okay, so now I'm gonna go into servo setup, travel, left aileron. Looking for binding. Looks good to me,
Yeah.
okay? So I'm gonna go to 145 on both left and right. Whoops. Elevator, rudder, and steerable tail wheel. Very good. So now the last control surface to hook up will be flaps. So flaps might be a little bit harder for me to do without sitting, so I can get lower.
Okay.
So I'll just drag one of these stools around. Hon, are you gonna be able to see good enough to do this?
Yeah, I think I'll be all right.
Okay. So guys, welcome to Brad Phillips RC. We do this stuff. If you're brand new to the channel, you can't call yourself new after this video.
Yeah.
This is pretty much what we do. We've run into problems today on this build, mostly scheduling problems, and mostly because I really like flying these things. So
But
anyway.
hurry up, because we're gonna have problems again.
Oh, the battery?
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay, so listen, this is not happening. This is not enough. I need more. I need more. This is not enough tension. Okay, so I'm gonna go around again. So instead of hooking that one, I'm gonna go around again, and I'm gonna go around again, and then I'm gonna rehook, okay? I'm gonna do the same thing here. You guys see what I just did? I just found wherever it hooked on, which is here. And I'm gonna go around again. And I'm gonna go around again. There it is. And then I'm gonna hook. There it is, okay? So now let's see if that helps a little bit. So obviously those are gonna be way stiffer now, but my fear is we're gonna tend to wanna break them. And also you wanna kinda have them somewhat even so that you don't have 1/16 of it stretching more than the rest of it. So we may have to kind of reevaluate that a little bit when we're done. But for now, let's get these things hooked up. Flaps, man, if only we had a giant like rubber thing in there.
Oh.
Instead of this, which is nice. Frustrating. I wonder if they were supposed to give us 4 of those and they just gave us 3. Okay, so you see flaps? Flaps are gonna be a little bit challenging. So let's just for grins, because we can, I'm gonna open these up too. Okay, they're not gonna move. Why? Because we haven't set up flap system. Flap system. One direction is gonna be up, one direction is gonna be down. So that would be deploying. That would be retracting, right? Looks like we're not hitting. We're not hitting on either side.
Okay.
Okay, so if that's 100, but I'm thinking we're gonna have too much throw, okay? So if that's fully retracted, let's just see how this throw goes, okay? Okay, so now look. Sorry, scrolly wheel. Ah, dang it. Okay, so I'm just gonna hold my finger on here so I can see how much it moves. You guys see what's going on here? I'm at 50% out and it's like all the way down, okay? So that tells me that on this particular system, under servo setup for the flaps, at least flaps alone, we're gonna want these in a neutral setting, like 100, okay? We might need to expand one direction or the other, but we'll start from 100, okay? So there's minus 100. So minus 100 is gonna put us here. Ooh, boy. There we go. There's minus 100, okay? So I gotta make this so that it's in a parked position, okay?
Okay.
And then that's gonna be the fully deployed position. So I need to turn this in just a wee bit. So I'll hold this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 halves. That's a lot, by the way. Might be too much.
That's.
I don't think it's gonna be.
It's
I can always
down.
walk it closed a little bit more.
Because it's down a bit.
Is it really?
Yes. Well, from here it is.
Oh man, I'm like out of it. I'm out of maneuvering space there. Okay, so in order to hook it, I'm gonna go to middle. It ain't gonna give me anywhere to hook. Okay, I'm gonna go back to middle. I'm gonna go back to home. Okay, here we go. Snap this son of a gun on here. Okay, so did that go too far? Yeah, it did. Also, again.
Why wouldn't it?
There we go. Now it's in the middle, okay? Take off flaps, some sort of landing flaps. Okay, see how it says 50? I'm gonna set this to 100 now just so we get the full throw. And we can always change the master setup for this servo, okay? So yeah, that's like all the way down. That's about as far as I'd want to go anyway, if you want to show them from over here. So here's takeoff flaps, which I'm gonna go a little bit less. We'll go about like 35. negative 35. Okay, so we just got a little bit for takeoff flaps and then landing flaps. And then watch this. Watch how easy this is to set up crow. So ailerons, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, so what I would like to do is I would like to see if we can mix that crow somewhere else, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Obviously, we're not gonna make our window.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we have to do over here for the flaps? Because this has already been set, we're just concerned with the home position and the deployed position. The middle position is gonna be what the middle position is gonna be, okay? Does that make sense?
Okay.
So in order to test this, I want that in the home position, and then I want this. That's way too long, okay? So I gotta shorten it a lot, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my goodness, that cracked.
What cracked?
That cracked. Look at that, it cracked.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
I gotta think about this for a minute. They did not give us a spare on that. I think what I'll do is I'll probably glue it when we get it snapped where it's the correct position.
Okay.
It's gotta go in more. And that'll give us a little bit more resiliency. It's not like it's broke off, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, look what's going on here.
It's starting to bend now.
For frick's sake. Got to be kidding me. Okay. Well, that makes things a little bit difficult for us. Okay, well let's just see what happens for length. Is that where it needs to be?
Looks pretty close.
Huh?
Looks pretty close.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna deploy them. So here's takeoff. Here's landing. Looks like this one actually needs to, which way does that need to go? I feel like it's down further, like
Yes,
it's deployed a
I
little bit
agree.
more.
Slightly.
Okay, but
But it's not snapped on.
just hold on, please. So if it's deployed more, then that means what direction do I need to go with it, in or out? So I need to pull that in. How am I gonna do that, hon?
I do not know.
Okay, because it's gonna break. Let's show the people. I don't know if this thing will come off with that. Okay, it did. This is so frustrating. I can't believe that thing broke. That's disgusting. I feel like it doesn't need a ton. You guys see the threads?
Yeah.
So, remember the long one?
Yeah.
I bet this is the long one.
Why? Oh.
All right, well, let's see if we can make this work because it is a flap servo. I mean, I don't want to say that's nothing. That's important because if you have asymmetry of flap deployment, it'll cause a yaw. Well, it can cause a yaw. It could cause a roll too. I don't know, hon. What do you think?
I think they look really even now.
Can you hold that with your finger for just a second so that it stays in there? Just hold your fingernail against it so that it holds in there. Okay, I'm gonna measure something quick. I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a screwdriver, any screwdriver, doesn't really matter. I'm just grabbing this one because it's easy. And I'm measuring from the top of the wing.
I don't know if I can see.
Just relax. I'll show you on that side. To the bottom edge of the flap, okay? And this is gonna be harder than it looks because I have to try to do it with my same hand. This one is deployed a little bit more. It needs to come back some. So what that means is I'm gonna adjust this one out more, right?
Okay. Am I still holding this one?
I don't know, are you holding it?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, is there another way that we can do this? Because that thing is now broken.
Can you adjust the travel on one side or the other?
No.
Okay.
How would I adjust the travel if they're the same servo? If they were separate servos, I could adjust the travel.
They are separate servos.
No, they're not. They're one servo control.
Yeah, you can adjust the up or down, but it'd be both servos.
But
okay,
not the
sorry.
actual.
Yeah.
It's the same circuit.
No, I
same
know.
control. Okay.
Never mind.
You can let go.
Okay.
Just standing back here, you're right, they look similar, but this one is deployed more. So if this one is deployed more, let's think about it. If it's deployed more, then that means that I need this to go in more, or I need that to come out more. Because this one's busted, I know I can't go in anymore. So that one's gonna have to come out more.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes,
Because we don't have a choice.
I think.
Okay, so I gotta pop this off. And I'm trying to bring this, what?
You want it to go down a little more than it is.
Oh, for goodness sake, I can't get this thing in there. Got it. Okay, so I want it to be deployed more, which means I need this to come out on the stick more.
Okay.
Okay? So I'm gonna hold this and I want it to be turned out. Half a turn or more.
It's not a big difference.
Okay, half a turn it is. Hoping that's enough. Okay, let's see if I can get this thing snapped on. Guys, you can see it's not so much that it's tedious or extremely frustrating as much that is exactly that. It's very, if you're picky about your setup, your plane will fly better. That's the real reality. That popped off, didn't it?
Probably. Do you want me to hold it and you can measure again?
For God's sake. So frustrating. I am gonna have to fix this no matter what we do. So folks, listen, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna glue this thing. That's the jankest repair I'm probably ever gonna do on this channel. You know what? You wanna make it jankier?
Are you gonna melt it?
Yeah, I could melt it. It's just, I don't know if that's plastic or fiberglass or what that is.
I think glue would be better, don't you think? I don't know.
I wish that there was an easy answer for that. But I can tell you this, the easy answer is to get the right part.
Well, yeah.
But we're not doing that. So what are we gonna do instead? We're gonna do the wrong thing. The lazy thing. Because I wanna see this thing fly. I'm getting sick and tired of screwing with it. All right, so broken servo, broken linkage. Now, admittedly, I'm the one that turned it, but like,
We've only done that like 15,000 times.
Whoa, but I don't understand what you're supposed to do if it's the wrong length. What are you supposed to do? Is there some solution to that I'm not aware of? Okay, so I'm gonna go all the way around it, just like this. Okay, now I'm gonna let that get in there, seep in there, and just be happy. It's just a happy little ball link. Happy little ball link. Then we just need to take the happy little ball link and we need to reinforce it. What are we gonna reinforce it with? A squirrel. No, we're gonna use the next best thing. We're gonna use the next best thing. Okay?
Okay.
Hold this please, right now, quickly. Okay. Happy little squirrels. Okay, why are we doing this, you might ask? Well, because I want this thing to not break. But if it does, at least then I will be able to say with some level of certainty, we tried everything we could short of getting the right part and doing it correctly. Right? Mm-hmm. probably thinking, why are you using fabric like that? Well, this fabric is going to act as a reinforcing agent, and then it's going to hold it. And it's going to do a pretty good job, actually. Not perfect, but good.
It's like a little cast.
Mm-hmm. Only better.
Do we have to like write our names on it and draw a little heart?
It smells bad, so.
Can you smell it?
No. It was just for show.
Oh, sorry.
Just typical BS on Brian Phillips RC. That's what all shills do. They show products that they're reviewing broken. Guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. But we also try not to beat up the manufacturers any more than we absolutely have to get the message across. In this case, I'm annoyed mostly about the sun going down and being fat. Neither of which were
Hopkins' fault. Yeah.
And the memory on our camera, which is quite annoying right now.
Oh, it's just the battery.
Okay, look. Drip. It's going to change color. It might look yellow like I peed on it. Maybe. But if it doesn't, don't think I'm crazy. Just remember, I tell you the truth. Even when it's weird and obnoxious. Okay, napkin. Okay, that glue's obviously set. Now we'll just wipe all that crap off of there. Okay, so now that should be more or less protected. Remember, the way it's going to fail, it's just going to go and then pop off.
Okay.
So when that happens, we'll have our little cast memorandum. Right?
Memorandum. Yes.
You like the memorandum?
I think that was the right memo word.
We'll be like, whoa, what kind of idiot in China put a cast on that thing? Oh, that was me. The problem is we had to make a cast. If we wouldn't have had to make a cast, it wouldn't be a problem.
Right.
But like a good RC influencer, I should have just waited patiently since we have so much time to do these things. That was a hilarious joke. People laugh. Please laugh. Okay, slide this in. Yeah. You know, that one, yeah, that's probably going to need to go the other way now. It's a little thicker now. Let's see if this works. Oh, yeah, don't you know? Oh, yeah, just right there's where I wanted you. Don't you know? Okay, get in there. All right, she's in. And she's in.
Okay.
Lock the door. Lock the door. There it is. Beautiful. Oh, okay, very good. We snap that on. Are we going to test it? Oh, would you look at that? Don't you know?
Why is it hitting now?
Yeah, why is it?
Because the plastic piece was on the other side before. Does that matter?
The other one's on the other side. Whatever. We're trying it. We're going to see if we can get this on, don't you know?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'd be great if you would just snap on there. Don't make me come up there and snap you on. It's bending the thing. Jeez. Why is it not snapping on, camera crew? What am I doing wrong?
I don't know, honey.
I just need to snap it on. There it goes. Come on. You can do it. Okay, home position. Take off flaps. Landing flaps. Okay.
Pretty even.
I'm gonna go with, you know, it's got to be pretty close. I'm gonna check again. Because what do you do if you want your plane to work, hon?
Beat a dead horse.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I've trained you well. Are you showing the people what I'm doing? Okay, so look, see this? That is to the tip. That is to the tip, or at least close enough.
Okay.
That is close enough, folks. I don't think we're gonna have any, you know, uncontrollable flat spins. Now, we are almost out of battery life, so we gotta do forward programming, and I think we can get it done.
No, you have like 3 minutes.
Never underestimate my speed.
There's
Look.
not a chance. And
Okay, look, elevator, ailerons, rudder. There's takeoff flaps. Roll left, roll right. Yaw left, yaw right. Takeoff flaps. Okay. So let's do, up here, I'm gonna exaggerate so I can see it move. Oh yeah, went the right direction. So we want that to be about, let's do 6 and 9. We won't need as much elevator compensation because of the crow, I don't think. Okay, take off flaps, landing flaps. And while that's all happening, roll left, roll right. Very good. Roll left, roll right, take off flaps. Okay, very good. Now, if you want differential, this is where you would set it up. You could set that so that differential is only true. So in this position, you could have like some differential. Now, if you guys don't know what differential is, I'll go to 100%. See, it goes down less than it goes up. Now, that's if you go positive. If you go negative,
5%.
see, it's gonna move the negative one. So we'll do some differential, let's call it 35%. No, let's do 50. Okay, 51, okay, 50. Roll, roll. Okay, very good. And then on this one, we'll do 15. No, we'll do 25. Totally preference related. And with respect to that, we have throttle, reverse thrust, all the stuff is set up on this with the exception of forward programming. So forward programming, if you don't already know, is the process where we teach this plane how to be spatially aware and run the stabilizer. So you may have heard earlier, we set up
off, safe mode, off, AS3X.
Those are the labels right there that are readable, and you can hear her talking. But those are just labels. We haven't activated any of those features, and so that's our next move. But our battery's about to die, so we'll be back when the battery's not dead. Well, hello, it's Brian Phillips here again. We've decided to sit down because we're lazy. And there's a plane sitting on the counter, and it looks so sweet, and check this out. Oh, we go to flashing lights, and then we go to solid off and solid on. That's pretty cool. And then, of course, the strobe on the bottom, the forward-facing red light. Not sure what that's for, but it's kind of interesting still. And I said, you know what? We got to set up telemetry, so let's just set it up in these chairs.
Okay, sounds great.
So click and scroll down to telemetry. Okay, and then go down to, first thing you want to do is volts in this case. So I'm going to set it to 6S. I don't know why it changed to 7S.
Interesting.
It changed because we're on a high volt pack. And I'm going to set the min volts to a voice alarm. And I want warning reports every 15 seconds, only upon warning, okay? RPMs don't matter because we don't have telemetry for that. We do have a Vario here, so if you want to have that on, you can. That's just you scroll to it. You can also turn that feature off or tie it to another switch. We're already using the C switch for those lights, so I don't know if we really want to do that, but it is a beep, 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 boop, boop, boop. And you can also set up an audio event to make that work, okay? Now, if you want the audio event for that, oh, and there's altitude too. So like if you want to set it to like 1150 feet to voice and vibrate, you could. And then G-force and all that crap. But I'm mostly concerned about volts. Okay, now I still haven't found the feature. Oh, fuel level, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. That's milliliters, but that wouldn't mean anything to us. I wonder, no, that's not gonna work. I just wonder what else we could do.
No data.
What did it say?
Power box, no data.
Oh, because I had power box evidently
Yeah.
on there. Turbine, GPS, Receiver pack milliamp hours. Oh, that's pretty cool. So I'm going to turn that all back to probably inhibit here. And I'll just show you kind of what it looks like real quick by default. As you scroll to the right, you'll see your monitor with all your channels. Monitor 2 is just, that's like the extended channels from 13 to 20. Okay, flight log shows your signal strength. We never talk about this, the receiver voltage. And so it looks like our BC. Did you notice the white lights just flickered?
Did they?
Yeah, they do that once in a while, I've noticed.
Huh.
Okay, so then right here you would have the altitude, the vario, the receiver voltage, and that's a min-max. So this sets min-max, don't think it's a live feature. Then there's our voltage, okay? So we got that set up, and then the altitude, and then AS3X settings, safe settings, gyroscope, G-force, vario. Okay, so if I were to go move this, I don't think it's gonna do an audio event by default, but if you decide you wanna do an audio event, you can scroll down here to audio events, and you can go to flight modes, it's telemetry warnings, vario. So we can turn it on, okay? So if you were gonna use that, I have it set to like the most sensitive setting.
But it's not moving.
Well, it thinks it is. Let's go actually move it so
Okay.
you can hear R2D2 talk.
Okay.
Throttle cuts on. Okay, so that just proves to you that it's working. And I have it charting very sensitive settings. So obviously that would be enough to drive somebody pretty insane. So we're gonna go to telemetry warnings, back to vario, and then we're gonna turn this off, okay? You can also shut off the display and it won't waste system resources. Okay, but I like having it. It's kind of interesting to see. Then you go look at the chart and see how wacky it was.
Okay.
All right, so we were gonna do forward programming before we lost battery, and now we're gonna do it, but we figured we'd sit as long as possible.
Okay.
Okay, so now I notice it's not breaking free near as easy now. So that's good. So the extra wraps on the rubber band, we might actually overdone it by one turn, I wonder. But you'll notice it's still, like it still kind of gives a little bit.
Yeah, just not like
Not like
immediately.
excessively immediately, yeah. Okay, so why did I turn the plane around? Well, because when I do forward programming, I like to have the plane facing away from me so that it's easier to articulate all the control surfaces. The other thing is, this plane has got a pretty big disparity between where it sits in normal flight and where it sits on the ground because it's a tail dragger. So in this case, I gotta lift it up. Also, I wanna make sure the landing gear are centered and neutral. I don't think I wanna do a plane stand because it's like the fuse tapers so much.
Right.
So we're gonna have to take like multiple pillows and we're gonna have to lift this thing up quite a little bit. And we'll probably have to do this. And we're gonna get this to a normal flying attitude. And how do you know what a normal flying attitude is? I don't know. Guess. Guess
Well,
until
I
it
mean,
looks about
not
right.
with the tail on the ground. That's not normal. Do you think it
It's
needs to
gonna
go
be
up
too
more?
much.
Yeah.
It does. Remember, when you fly level. You don't fly at an upward angle. Because if you do, then you're gonna gain altitude. Ooh, that's pretty dang good right there.
Yeah,
You might
'cause if-
actually need to go forward just a hair so it pitches the nose down just a hair. Okay? See, that makes it level out. And you're
Yeah.
probably thinking, you're kind of getting ahead of yourself here, Brian. No, I'm not, because I know what's next. So we're gonna do this so it's nice and level. Now, I also wanna make sure we're not rolling. And if you come over here, we're definitely pitched to the right. Stand right behind it. Tell me what you think.
Definitely pitched to the right. Yes. A little bit.
I wonder if that is tire pressure.
Landing gear issue? Oh.
Is that
Still-
better?
Nope, it's still to the right.
Tire pressure time.
Okay.
This is something we normally don't have to adjust. But we do have to, at one way or another, we gotta level it. And so this will be a definitive way to do it.
Okay. I'm literally watching like the lines on my camera.
Okay.
So
So I'm in the hole. And I'm just gonna go.
couple pumps. Are you letting out or are you pumping the one tire?
Did you not see a change?
I did. Hold on. That's really, really close. I'm trying to get lined up. I'm in the light.
The tire's like 25% bigger. It's a lot bigger.
And it still could go even a tiny bit more.
Then it's not the tire.
Then it's not just that, but that made a big difference.
I'm not gonna do that though, because I need
Okay.
them to be the same. Okay, see what I did?
Is it just,
I'm just looking at the size of the tires. I think it's just the way that the frame is situated, okay? AKA quality control. There's nothing I can do about it.
it's better than it was though.
Is it really?
It is,
Okay.
objectively. It's better than it was.
All right, so forward programming, you're good where you are.
Okay.
So elevator up, up, down, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. Take off flaps, landing flaps, roll, roll. Also, I don't know if you guys remember, but we set up differential. Then we set up a little bit different differential, okay? And then we set up no differential, okay? So let's go into forward programming. Gyro settings, first time setup. Evidently it didn't get it. Set manually. Nope, it's already 9. So I'll just say continue.
Gosh, your camera doesn't like that screen.
Okay. So it's rebooting. Listen for the dance. Chip, 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 chip. Okay. Return to forward programming. I'm gonna have to sit down. It's gonna be too hard to stand the whole time. And the lighting is gonna get screwy. So let's try this, maybe that'll help.
Okay, let's try it.
Okay, so gyro settings. ES3X settings. Make sure we're adjustable. We are. We're gonna have to do something about that, aren't we?
I don't know how to make it stay focused on that spot.
Okay, so we have to set up the flight mode channel. Remember, we're on aux, wherever the rotary knob was, which is, now they're calling it aux 4, but it's this one.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. FM channel. Okay, so it did find it. Oh, except that's wrong. We don't want to be there. We want that to be switch D.
Oh yeah, that's flight mode, not.
Yeah, so I can scroll all the way back
Hold on, I
to.
gotta try something.
Okay,
Okay, let's see
there
if
you go.
that stays.
All right, so I need to go to the input. It's not aux 5. What is it?
Flight mode was 8.
Crap, what did we set it to?
I don't remember.
It's switch D, but switch D is not assigned to anything. So it doesn't really matter. We can go to aux 5 and we can say the input is switch D, or we can go, yeah, you can't go to flight mode. So let's just see what happens.
Safe mode AS3X mode.
So it's not changing, so we don't have it right. So we're gonna exit. We're gonna go back down to system setup, disconnect RF. And we're gonna go, you might need to try to focus that better and get down a little lower. Channel sign, we never made an assignment for it. So that's gonna be switch D or flight mode, okay? So aux 10. Now I'm gonna go back into forward programming. Gyro setup, F mode setup, FM channel. And they're calling that aux 5 instead of aux 10. It's so confusing. Okay. Do they have flight mode? Nope. Whatever, let's see what happens. But it's not changing, so we'll hit back. We'll go back to this and we'll change it to aux 10 then, I guess. What the heck?
Oh, because you had it on 5 and then you just changed, you had it on channel 5 and you changed it to D.
That's not what it said.
I know.
Okay, now it's changing. Now that we've set it, AS3X mode is active here. It's off here and it's on there as well. Then we'll hit next. Hit back, hit back. First time safe setup. Verify. Yep. We're in flight mode 3, which is the one we want for safe. Level model and capture attitude. Do it again. If you're really in question, lift it up. See that? It changed the value. So that's good. So that tells me that we did it right, okay? So now I'm gonna just rotate this plane a little bit because I feel like it's more level when I do that. I think it's probably the pillows.
Okay.
So I've leveled the model and captured attitude, and I did it again, and that's the way it is. So that is the true positions. I do not know if they can see that on the screen.
No, it's okay. It's good. It's how it looks on my phone normally.
All right, so then flight mode 3. Safe mode is not inhibited. We want self-level with angle demand, and we're gonna open this all the way up to the most that it will allow us. These are the limited bank and pitch angles, because why do I want to limit those? I don't. Now, it's going to reboot. You'll hear 2 dances, so come back. There's 1. There's 2. So that means safe is capable of being on, but may not actually be on. So I'm going to return to forward programming. And then I'm going to go into gyro settings, AS3X settings, AS3X gains, just show you the gains. That's under safe. So that's the standard setup. It might not be good enough, off, and then safe, okay? Those are just the AS3X gains, okay? I don't mess with any of this other crap, but you can if you want. System setup. Utilities. Gyro response test. Boom. Okay, ready? Now, it's gonna exaggerate all the controls. We have to check this in flaps and all that, okay? So careful you don't grab onto this because it's gonna move, okay? So elevator up, oh yeah, correcting against it, correcting against it, correcting against it, correcting against it. Now, roll, oh yeah, roll, oh yeah. Now, take off flaps. Checking the elevator. Elevator up, elevator down. Yaw left, yaw right. Roll, roll. You can see it's super obvious now with full landing flaps. Elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right. Roll up, okay? So now we've checked all the controls, but you might be thinking to yourself, okay, great. You did a test, but like, can I see it in the real mode? Yes. So now I can go back to AS3X settings. And if you don't want to use that, or if you're using an older firmware or you don't have AS3X Plus, turn this up to 4 times. This is our rotary knob. Did I ever make the assessment for that, the system setup? Gain channel select. Where is the gain channel select? AS3X gains. Fixed adjustable gains. Okay, so it's adjustable. But where is it?
Where do you set it?
I don't think that's the right place though. But it says all. Okay, so we'll set it to aux 9. And then we'll go back. Okay. So now we can just go back into this AS3X at 4X. Okay. I'm going to turn the knob all the way up. Throttle cuts on. And nothing. throttle cuts off, holding the plane. I gave throttle past 50%, throttle cuts back on. Now it works. So AS3X became active because I had to give throttle. Throttle cut was off, throttled. In Ford programming, throttle is not going to work. Throttle cuts back on, knob's all the way up, aux 9 is all the way up. So remember, this is another gyro response test. All the way up, all the way down, up, down. Clearly it's working. Yaw left, yaw right. So it's resisting. Whatever is the plane is happening to it, it's gonna resist. Now watch the ailerons. I'm gonna pivot the plane, yep, and this way. You guys see what's going on?
Yep.
Super obvious stuff. Now, watch this. Gain, watch this. Come over here, hon. Watch this. All the way down. 50%, off, on. All the way up, off, on. Why do I test all these things, camera crew?
Because you have to test in every
You have
mode.
to test in all the modes. You have to make sure that they're gonna work. You have to make sure that during flaps, your ailerons keep working because they are separate servos. Up, down, okay? Now full landing flaps. Up, down, down. Now everything else is gonna work too, but I am looking at one thing at a time.
Right.
Watch, up, down, okay? Left, right, or resist, resist. Resist, 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 okay? So that's all obviously working. Now I'm gonna turn it back to about 50%. I'm gonna change 4X down to 1X. Now I'm gonna look how much less movement there is. You guys see why I have you test it a certain way? There's 2 different modes by which you can test this plane. Okay, now I can walk out of forward programming, clear the timer, throttle cuts on, expose set, reverse thrust is set, takeoff flaps, landing flaps, regular flight mode, corresponding elevator compensation for takeoff flaps and landing flaps, as well as crow, as well as testing for every control surface in every mode has been complete. This plane is ready to fly, except for checking the CG, okay? Now, you could literally take that plane and you could fly it in safe and it will automatically level itself. So watch what happens to this elevator when I go to safe. It's gonna try to pull it up to what position? That position. So in safe, throttle cut is on. You could throttle up and it would just go, and then you could fly it. And when you come into land, it would basically keep it level, okay? If it's tight. And if the gains are high, the AS3X will be more responsive, but the auto leveling feature is a separate sort of feature that rides on top of AS3X and safe. Safe is separate, but built on AS3X. This is AS3X Plus for what it's worth. AS3X Plus is a little bit more sophisticated. There's a delatching mechanism. I don't really understand it enough to be able to explain it, so I'm not going to try, okay? I don't use it, I don't care about it. If I ever need it, I'll explain it. I don't think I'm gonna need it on this plane, but I'm excited. So we've done all the features on this plane that need to be done with the exception of checking this, the center of gravity, and then we'll mark our battery tray if we need to make an according adjustment. So I like to have a marker and I like to have calipers, okay? So what are we doing?
It says 75 to 80 from the leading edge. Support the plane inverted with your fingertips underneath the top surface of the wing.
Inverted? No.
I mean, do whatever you want. It's your plane.
Inverted? No. No, I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. Why would you invert this plane?
I don't know.
No, you're holding it normal. Okay, sorry, I don't care what the instructions say. What does it say?
75 to 80.
Okay, 75. Sorry, I'm done with your stupid instructions. Your stupid instructions don't even tell me how to build a tail dragger. Okay, 75. Inverted? What do they think this is, a jet?
I'm just reading the instructions, honey.
No, I'm just annoyed. Like seriously, fix that crap. Have you ever tested a plane like this inverted?
I never test my
You wouldn't
planes
be able
inverted.
to test it. It would fall over on itself because it's got all the weight on the bottom. Sometimes I just get annoyed when these manufacturers make such gaffes. It's one thing if we make gaffes. We're just regular people. They do this for a living. Seriously. From the inboard portion, back. Okay? There's hard plastic there, of course. There's the first mark, okay? To 80?
Yes.
The 5, oh jeez.
Just read the instructions.
Seriously?
I didn't make it.
I'm just saying, oh, you're kidding me. This is a huge plane. You're gonna
I
give
don't know,
us
5 millimeter
a
range.
5mm range for CG? Yeah, I don't think so. Like
pretty
if it's that picky,
I'm pretty sure this plane isn't gonna care.
this plane, it should not care, but it might. Usually if a plane is hyper specific on CG, that means it kind of sucks. So I hope that's not true. Okay. And of course it's right in the middle of that pocket,
Yeah.
which is kind of a double-edged sword. Maybe that's why they don't want you to test it under there. But you can tell I marked it in the correct spot because it's right in that stupid pocket. Maybe that's why they want you to do an inverted.
Well, the CG is like the line, the tape line with the
Yeah.
wires.
Yeah, it's the entire tape line.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with having a tight CG. It's just that planes of this size usually can give you 10 to 15, 20 sometimes millimeter range for center of gravity. That elevator can pivot a lot of plane, okay? All right, throttle cut's on. Throttle cut's been tested again for like the 40th time. I'm gonna pick the plane up. This is kind of a big plane, so. Now, I'm gonna go out a little bit for my marks because I can just balance it. So it's nose heavy right now, but it's leaning forward obviously, okay?
Okay.
So how do we fix that, cam crew?
Push the
Push the battery back. Okay? So I'm gonna take and uninstall the battery for a moment. Uno momento. Now I can pull this forward. I'm gonna lift it up and out. Remember we stuck our ESC on the side. See if that actually worked or not. Okay, so we'll just slide this back. See, I can't get it to slide back because I got it in there so tight, which is good. So I'll just slack it and slack it and then slide it back quite a little bit. Okay. I hate to get too hyper specific with that placement because here in a minute we're going to be pulling this out to charge it anyway.
Right, but then we mark it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is what is this? This is 4500 6S ADC. Weird. High voltage pack. Never used a high voltage pack before on Brian Phillips RC. I guess we'll find out if it's like the end all cure all. I know a lot of guys do. Come on, get in there. You know you want it. What is your problem? Get in there. Don't you want to go to your home? Are you too good for your home? Why is it not dropping in there?
Were you too far back to start with?
No, I don't think so. Come on, man. This is not the way I want this thing to work. Okay, I got it to drop in there, and then it slides back. Look where it lines up, guys. See that hole? That's where it lines up. Then it slides back. So, frankly, I don't know. There's just a few things on this plane that are kind of like, yeah. You want it to work, and you're like, yeah, it's a good idea. And it just doesn't quite do what you expect it to. Okay, so that sells back further. I mean, it's gonna be fine. But that battery needs to go back even further. Okay, so down. So I'm pressing down, then I'm twisting, and then that thing pops up, okay? And then I could go forward again. Can lift the whole thing out. Oh, did you see the lights? It was flickered? Or was that in my head?
I didn't see it.
Okay, I'm gonna slide this back more manually. Okay, that's better. That was quicker, at least. Obviously, it's not strapped in now, though, so I'll have to re-screw with the straps. Come on. Jeez. Once it's in there, it's pretty good, but. Okay, so that's locked in. You notice I fell out of one of the straps.
Yep.
So that's annoying. I'm just down the middle of that chute. It's fine. Now, do you want to see what it looks like trying to balance it upside down?
No.
I want to just show the people how ludicrous this is. Why would you ever test this upside down? Look. Yeah, no. Ain't gonna work.
Okay.
Plus then you have to deal with the actual shape of the wing. You got Vortex generators and stuff up here.
Right.
Okay, what have we learned? The Grand Tundra 2 is another grand install. It's another grand experience to build. And when I say grand, I mean Grand Theft Auto, if you're the one being robbed. So it was a terrible build for us because we missed our window of time. Again, this is 3 for 3 in a row from Hobby King releases that have blown our windows because we only allow, oh, get that mouse. Stupid cat. Cat brought a mouse.
That's not dead yet.
That's not dead. He's playing with it. You see him?
That's like a little tiny one too.
I know, just kill it. He's so mean.
He will. He'll.
And then we'll come out there and there'll be like a head or something, which is just terrible. All right, so at the end of the day, it's not just the mice that die watching this, because it's long enough that some people may have died of natural causes. And we would like to do better. Unfortunately, some of these builds just take forever. Is it a problem that it takes a long time? I think it seems to be a bit of a theme on some of the Hobby King planes that they're gonna potentially take a little bit longer because they are going to, okay, he's eating it finally. They're going to eventually, I think what they're doing is they're handing off some of the labor from the Chinese plants back to the American buyer. Or whoever's buying it, European buyer, Canadian buyer, Mexican buyer, wherever you guys are in the world. Because Hobby King does have a worldwide audience, okay? So I'm not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong with having to do some assembly, but you know, it's like getting close to ARF. And I know you guys that do ARFs are gonna be like, whatever, Brian. I would have had to paint that and run the wires for the LEDs. Yeah, I
Grow my
get it.
own balsa tree.
That's true, the balsa tree, of course. So, but I mean, like the landing gear, is there a reason it's not fully assembled in the box, just ready to bolt on? Is there a reason that we don't have instructions that tell us how to do this, like in the bag with the parts? I mean, we had to add parts to make this happening.
Right.
And also, I gotta say, there's no way for you to inflate your pneumatic tires. Which, again, I mean, that could be on you as a buyer, that you need to have a pneumatic filling mechanism. I mean, it's just for like a basketball. I mean, you could use that. You just don't want to overdo it. Because those small pumps, they are a lot slower. Okay, if you use like a basketball pump, like kind of stand on, looks like a pogo stick, you'll probably pop that thing. So be really careful. And it'll be hard to get them even. So just a few different thoughts. Now, does this thing need an 8-channel receiver? I mean, if you need all the features to work like that, if you can't live without that, then sure. Or you can wire that off of your flaps or something. And then frankly, I think like I would probably set that to my landing flap setting because it'd be cool, okay? And so for some of you, you may really like that. Now, others of you are gonna be like, I don't wanna waste a channel on a stupid light circuit. Okay, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, you know, and by the way, if you want more to flash, you can split off of the one that flashes and make the other ones flash, I think, too, which would be kind of cool. And they'd also be controllable. So like, if you want these other lights to flash, you could make them flash as well. Because like this one went to the back here. It's like if you wanted that to flash in sequence with those lights, you could also turn that off, which would be kind of neat. So there's a lot of different creative things you could do, but at the end of the day, this model took a lot longer than we anticipated it would take to build. So now, kind of like the extra, it better be good because it wasted an entire day of mine.
But the extra was good.
The
And
extra's
Spitfire
awesome. I
was
really
good.
enjoyed it. And you know, Horizon's got their offering that came out, and who knows if it's any good. But it's so expensive, I don't think anybody's buying it, you know? Because what is it, like over $1,000? Which is too bad. I mean, we work with both brands. We love the Horizon stuff. I'm sure it's really nice. But guess what I have sitting in my living room? Guess what I've flown 15 times? As far as I can tell, that's a pretty good plane. So is this Tundra as good as everybody says it is? I have no idea. Do I want it to be? Yeah. And by the way, I want to look at these flaps for just a second. One thing we didn't do is we didn't try to park the flaps anymore. And you notice that they weren't all the way up. So if you go to servo setup, look at this. Look at the flaps. You see them? So I'm gonna click on this 100 and look. See how this one's going up and that one's not? You see what I'm saying? I don't know why they're both not all the way up. I think this one is running into itself quicker. Like it feels, so now I'm at 110%. I feel like it's running into itself here. So it's probably never gonna get past where it is. And so the only way to really resolve that would be to actually change some of this mechanically. And guess what's right there?
That little
The control linkage.
control thing.
Yeah. So I just don't want to get this all done and have like a weird yaw effect when I have those deployed.
Right.
It does look like that one's going down further. Is that the one that was fixed? That we
Yeah,
fixed?
this is the one that has the cast on it.
See how that one goes out first? So this one would need to deploy out a little bit further, right? Like it would need to be longer. It's got to be so close.
It's
We did
really
measure it with
close.
the screwdriver.
Yeah.
remember? So I guess when I see stuff like that, guys, it's like squirrel or mouse. I mean, I'm going to try to fix it as soon as possible. But I think this plane is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to look good. I think it's going to fly good. I mean, it's got some sweet features. I love the pneumatic tires. I love the scale details. I love the Vortex generators. I hate that I had to install them. That is ludicrous. Those should have been installed at the factory, hands down, no questions asked, should have been in. There's people that won't put Vortex generators on, but they're not gonna be buying a plane like this. Obviously putting a prop on, no big deal. You know, adjusting the tire pressure, it's kind of on us. Mounting the wing struts, that all makes sense. Putting in the wing spars, that's all pretty standard. You know, putting the linkages on the elevator, putting the linkage on the rudder, that's pretty standard. Installing a receiver, that's all part of the deal when you get a plug and play. But all the rest of the stuff, not so much. So, and I don't know if we're gonna need the high voltage. I feel like this is gonna be a powerhouse. I kind of hope it's not one of those where it's like insane levels of power, so it just totally undermines the whole concept of using a high volt pack. Because using a standard voltage pack would probably be fine then. Because like if you can run this on 4S, you don't need a high volt pack.
Right.
Unless they had complaints from people, or they just want to showcase it as being as insane as possible, which could be what they're trying to do.
I'm assuming the high volt packs aren't new-ish, at least.
Yeah, maybe they are.
So,
So anyway, guys, lots to consider. Big plane, very sweet. Love to be part of these new releases, but that doesn't mean we're going to be like, you know, groveling over, you know, what am I trying to say? Groveling is not the word. We're not going to basically BS you just because we're involved with these new releases. We're going to tell you the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. Which means there may be some negative things that come up too.
and some of it is our opinion.
When I built that, when I flew it, after I fought, that was an easy build until the servo.
Oh, yeah,
Remember?
right. Yeah.
That
That
plane's
build
awesome,
itself
though.
wasn't that bad. It is.
And same thing with the Spitfire. We got a bunch of people that are like, oh man, that build makes it look like I don't want it. Well, I have to tell you, even after I had to get out the iron and iron on like those circle,
decals.
the decals on the wings and stuff that were popping off, I love that plane. It is a beautiful flying plane. It's probably one of my best flying Spitfires. So, and it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Never did figure out what that stupid round thing was.
And again, we didn't have the manual when we built that one either.
So just take it for what it's worth. I mean, there's going to be some stuff that we get. There's going to be some misses. And the other thing is that pass-through is almost certainly got a pass-through for like a tow plane setup.
Or an FPV thing?
It could be just for the wires to come out maybe, or an antenna. Could be. I think it's a tow plane thing because it's going past where the spar is, so it would guide the line. So I don't know, honestly. But that's one of the beauties of manuals, is that you can learn things like this. Things that I'm really excited about. This plane kind of has the look and feel of the type of plane that I would like to actually have in real life right here in my own property, okay? So having stuff like this around is always premium experience for me. I just hope it flies really good, doesn't crash into my pond, and everybody inside dies. So that'd be a bummer.
Yeah.
All right, Avios, keep up the good work. I know it sounds like we're being hard on Avios, by the way, but you got to remember, these are hardly project planes compared to what they were 10 years ago. So we had to add 4 washers on this plane to make it whole, okay? And 1 cast.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of ridiculous that we had to do that, but even still, I think the plane is probably a really good plane. So are we going to encourage you to get one? Well, we're going to definitely let you make your own mind up. And the links are in the video description below. If you hate this plane or you thought, good Lord, that was way too much work, or you think you want to get something that's a competitive offering, check out brianphillipsrc.com or just head over to bprc.me, hit enter. That's our website, same place as brianphillipsrc.com. You could sort all the planes that we've done in the past by type or by brand / affiliate that we worked with. So in this case, it'd be like Hobby King or Avios, probably both, right?
Yes.
Or High Wing Trainer. I don't know this is a trainer as much as it would be just like a
Probably
bush
like
plan,
a stole, yeah.
Yeah, stole, but it'd be general aviation, stole, backcountry, that sort of thing. But we organize those things. Camera Crew does that so that you can find them easily. And all you have to do is just see me holding a plane, and you're probably like, Brian, why don't you ever do anything different for thumbnails? Because we're building a system that's going to be for you to use, okay? Then you go back, you watch the whole exhaustive unbox build radio setup of this plane, or you could compare it to that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or the J3 Cub, or the, you know, the F7F, or, you know, whatever it happens to be, the Timber, the, you know, the Timber 1.5, the twin Timber, the mini Timber, the 1.7 Timber, the 2 meter Timber.
We really should
The
have some more
Ultra Micro
timbers.
Timber, the Timber X, the Timber X Night X.
Night timber.
The Night Timber.
Yeah. Really don't have enough timbers.
It's just another timber.
Way to go.
So I think you're welcome. You're welcome, Hobby King. I know you wanted to hear the Timber. It's like your prime principal competition. But at the end of the day, I can say this is a lot different than the Timber. It's bigger, it's more robust, it looks a little bit more small, like it's modeled after a smaller plane, in my opinion. So I'm assuming it's going to fly quite a bit different. It's got kind of similar looking tail, but I mean, that's where the similarities end. I used to think they were really close, but they're actually quite a bit different looking. And they do have splaying landing gear, pneumatic tires, which is nice on a foamy. You don't have to go up to a wood one, like the Sport Wood
SWS.
SWS, yep, the 2 meter, which by the way is very expensive. It's like $900. So this is going to be hopefully a lot less than that. And I'm really excited. I think it looks good. Fully painted, looks awesome.
The lights are cool.
The lights are really cool. The decals are a little bit, I'm not sure if I like that yet, but we'll find out. I mean, it's kind of neat. I like the hatch back here, but I don't know how you would do it without it.
Oh my goodness.
Like, honestly, that'd be terrible.
Yeah.
Because like you'd be reaching your hand all the way back in there. Although it is a big opening, and battery tray's nice. I just wish it would have broke on me. That's annoying.
Yeah.
Add that to the list.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So at the end of the day, squishy tires, pneumatic tires. I mean, it's all the things we've been asking for. LEDs, flaps, pneumatics or soft tires. Those are the 3 big ones we've been asking for lately.
Yeah.
Reverse thrust.
Thrust reverse.
You know, so all the things we've been asking for, we're getting, which is really nice. Now we just got to go back to some of those basics and make sure our control clevises aren't breaking from having the shaft go through too far because they threaden necessarily to the necessary length to actually operate the control surface. That's a big deal because, you know, that's going to put somebody out of flyability, you know, really.
Yeah, potentially.
If they can't put a cast on it. Also, I didn't think I was going to need glue, but we did need glue, but only because we were fixing 2 things. Instructions will help with the landing gear. There's probably a number of wraps you're supposed to do, and we probably just didn't achieve enough. Okay?
Possible.
Also, I don't think you're gonna get a PSI rating on these, but you might have a measurement we could use. You know, so like, hey, measure it to make it so that it's 9 inches wide for the correct pressure.
Right.
Okay. Well, it is easier said than done to measure that because you're looking around a round surface. You're like 1.5 inches away from the measuring tape or whatever.
Yeah.
So lots to consider. Do your best. And guys, thanks for supporting Brian Phillips RC by buying these from the links in the video description below. It's the #1 way financially you can help support us, help us get paid for the time we put into this. And if you just follow the link, you don't pay any extra, you just get credit. We just get credit for the sales and stuff, so they know we help send you there. And that is, you know, with respect to all the things we brought up that aren't great about this, there's tons that's gonna really outweigh that. But we're getting to the point where these planes are so good, like we don't even look at the motor. You know, it's going to be awesome. I can tell. The thing is a monster.
Yeah.
It's going to have tons of power. I don't even look at the prop. The prop looks great. The prop adapter. I mean, these are the types of things we used to run into problems all the time. Motors coming off of planes. You remember the Beaver? Mm-hmm. The 2 meter? My motor didn't come off.
No.
Some other people had problems with that. It's just right off of there.
We're going to lose.
So at the end of the day, other ways to support us: Patreon for monthly support, YouTube members for monthly support, YouTube super thanks for one-time donations, as well as PayPal. Any of those are really appreciated. But at the end of the day, we'd prefer you just buy what you're going to buy anyway. Not because we told you it was awesome, but because you want it and it's awesome. But if we told you, hey, here's some things to consider, and you backed out of it for one reason or another, you buy something else, buy that from the links, you know? At the end of the day, we want to give you good advice, actionable, and we want to bring people to the hobby for the right reasons so they don't become one and dones. We want to bring people into the hobby from the streets so that they can, you know, from the streets.
The streets.
We're trying to give them a place to, you know, live and stuff or whatever that is.
Some of the boxes are
the boxes are pretty big. Yeah. All right. So at the end of the day, we love this hobby. We want to see you guys in it. So if you're not flying yet, check out brianphillipsrc.com. Be part of it. Subscribe. Click the bell for notifications. We have so much content right around the corner. In fact, we're kind of bulging at the seams right now, which is awkward. But we hope you'll enjoy it the next time we bring it to you, because we love doing this. I know it doesn't look like it every time we do a video. I just mostly get really annoyed when I'm trying to get a plane done to fly before the sun sets, and I started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we still didn't make it until 9:30. That's ridiculous. And we did have a break in there for
We did eat lunch.
And we had to eat lunch.
Charter phone.
Charge phones. So that's on us, but at the end of the day, you know, it's still a pretty involved build. And NX10 has still been doing great, except we're out of memory, so we're gonna be moving into the NX8, which sounds ridiculous, but we have a brand new one sitting there, big extra battery, so we can run the bigger battery in it. And it's an NX8 Plus, doesn't change anything. This is an NX10 Plus now too, because we've updated the firmware, but we will continue to be coming to you with a full setup so that you can follow along. We just are out of memory in that thing. Leave your questions and comments down below. We try our best to bring you the full truth and nothing but the truth here on Brian Phillips RC. So give us a high five. Let us know if we helped you out on this Grand Tundra 2. And by the way, it does say Grand Tundra 2 on the top of the wing, and I do see it on the side. I don't necessarily have a problem with any of the other decals. Not a huge fan of the marketing names, but it's okay. It kind of is a neat looking sticker and everything. But I just prefer, I like the way it looks. The Avios doesn't bother me at all, by the way. But I just think a lot of times you see these planes, they're very sleek, very streamlined. So it'd been kind of nice to be able to throw those on myself of all the times, because I usually complain about decals too.
Yeah.
So, but it's all right.
They're
it's
pretty
a cool looking
simple
plane.
though.
Also, we're gonna report back on how this holds up, because I'm not really expecting it to be like the end all cure all. I think we're probably gonna have issues. So we'll report back, especially with thrust reverser. So stay tuned. If you haven't already seen the Maiden and you're like, where are you flying this thing? Well, we put that out first, and then this one comes out right away around the same time, within a few minutes. So if you're watching this and you can't find it, just go to the playlist for this plane and you can find all the different plane stuff we've done with it. Sometimes you're watching this and you're like, oh, there's 15 videos in there, because we've done modifications and things like that. Okay, not always. Usually it's a couple. Unbox, build, radio setup, and then maiden flight. Second thoughts come after, and then revisits after that. Okay. All right, leave your questions down below. Thanks for watching, guys. We're done. Signing out. Thanks for watching.